and it's hollow in the middle, and then you just put the grout around the edges, on in between them. You don't put it on the face of it. I'm trying to figure out what you're doing exactly. Where's the light going to come through? Through the ceiling or through the walls, or are you going to put a light inside the wall? What are you doing?
Well, we got some room to play with the back of them. So some situations are like an island, and others are on a wall. So we got a little bit of room to play, like a pull out for a fireplace. So there's some room in the back of that too.
Yeah, I'm just trying to picture exactly what you're doing. Is this tile? Is it just like a standard tile thickness?
Yeah, it's 12 by 12, quarter-inch.
And where are you gonna? Where's the light going to come from? Is it going to come from through the wall or inside the wall or what?
Yeah. Inside the wall.
Inside. Yeah. Well, how many of them are you going to set? The whole wall? You're going to set the whole entire wall so it can shine, so it'll pass a bit of light through it, light up, so it lights up from behind and looks cool as fuck. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, we're thinking about a row of 12, 10 feet or something, 8 feet. Something to think about.
Yeah, that's kind of a tough one. I'd have to. I've never seen that done actually. I'm sure you could pull it off. I'm just trying to think. The only thing I've ever done where we lit up the walls was in place of sheetrock. They made this plastic board, and it had 1/2-inch square tubes that were smashed together to make the sheet 4x8 sheet. So there was little square tubes that they packed them in right next to each other, and it made a 4x8 sheet. We did the entire walls inside and outside of this 3Com building in Salt Lake, a big computer lab. And then inside the walls, we hung lights underneath the top plate that shined down inside the wall. So the light, all the walls glowed, and you couldn't see through them, but you could see figures in there. You could see the people like walking around like a gray figure, or you couldn't figure out you couldn't tell who it was, or you couldn't see any, specifics about their clothes or anything. You just kind of seen a shadow of a person walking around in the room. And then we put all super expensive conduit in for the wiring. And so all the fittings for the conduit were really fancy, and they were like very expensive. And so, because you could see inside the walls, basically, and they were lit from the very top. The lights were mounted on the top plate, shining down. And all the walls in this building's on, I think, 2 or 3 floors, all of them, down to the halls and everything, were all lit up with lights on the top plate, shining down, and that see-through like plastic board. I can't remember what it was called, but it was like 1/2-inch tubes that were smashed together or melt. Maybe they formed. Maybe it was poured that way. I'm not quite sure how the board itself was made.
Kind of thing?
Huh?
Like a plexiglass? Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it was like take a 1/2-inch square tube, 1/2-inch on each side, on every side, and it's 8 feet long. And you put another one right next to it, 8 feet long. Another one right next to it, 8 feet long. They're square tubes until it's 4 feet wide. So, and then the light passes through, just right through the center where it's hollow. They're hollow in the middle. So that's the only time I've ever done lit up walls. It was a commercial building for, and then I've done showers with those glass blocks. Have you seen those 8-inch glass blocks?
Yeah.
I've used those a few times too.
Nice. Yeah, we're thinking that some sort of groove would be the best way to go, so we can get back to the LEDs if they burn out or whatever.
Right.
Some way to slide the tile out. So if you got some sort of channel to put the onyx in, set it in a channel, and grout it or poly it at all. So that's sort of where we're at so far.
Yeah, I'd have to look at it to figure out what would be probably the cleanest, most effective way to do that. Because you're going to put those up, what are you going to hang them on? If you're going to pass light through them, what are they going to sit on? Are you just going to set a row of them? I'm confused here. Or is it going to be the entire wall?
Right. No, it'll be a row. We'll put it in. We'll put it in between other materials, other stone, most likely. Yeah, I'm thinking like an aluminum channel, basically. We can put it in and sort of set it apart, like instead of on the top.
Right.
And bottom.
Yeah, that would probably work. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Aluminum channel. That would work.
Yeah, keep it clean.
Yeah.
That way you can just dig the channel out to replace the light when that happens.
Yeah.
And then slide one out. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Cool. Thanks for your help, man. Much appreciated. Yeah. Life. On God Rock all the time, too. Here.
What's that?
So we've been at it a while here, haven't we, God?
Oh, yeah. A long time.
Yeah, Bong, why so quiet? You watching Batman?
I saw the new one. The Batman Vengeance. I mean, apparently his name is Vengeance.
Any good one-liners in it? Anything that stuck with you?
Not really. Not man. One, it was too long. Pacing was too slow. I can't really. I had to watch it 3 times to finish it. You know what I mean? It was kind of annoying. Even my son said, "Oh my gosh, take forever to finish."
How about do you get around to the new Matrix?
Nah, I didn't like it. Didn't like it at all. Yeah.
You don't like the new take for the kids?
Nope. Didn't like anything about it.
But
looks like it's full of agendas. It's not even the Matrix anymore. It's just pushing agendas.
Yeah, I think the Elon Musk quote is the best, right? Like it looks so real, it must be fake. Right in the movie, I was like, "Oh, that's nice play."
Yeah, that's how you know it's real.
Right.
Because we have better CGI than that. Okay.
We had better CGI. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see too much flat Earth in the new Matrix. The whole theme is kind of interesting. I think that it plays, just not knowing where you are, being, fed all this information. I think they did a good job with the closing, the whole idea of the architect and this is our world, it's theme-wise, I thought it was pretty up to date with the way we view video games and the control system, right? The idea that he's being controlled by this artificial intelligence computer TV broadcast, whatever you want to call it, very relatable in that sense, and how it's being sold to kids through video games, very relevant. I think everybody here knows about the connections to video games that they're throwing in. So I got the storyline. It doesn't ring as true to the hard-hitting original Matrix, but I felt like it was an interesting new age adaptation of the same sort of storyline.
Yeah. What about the ending? You remember any? Is there something about the ending that sticks out to you? To you guys? Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta watch it again to remember it, but I thought the ending was the most well written, right?
Well, I'm talking about when they jumped off the building, and guess who had the powers now, right? It's Trinity, right?
Yeah.
So it's the whole
sky. Yeah.
Yeah, it's flipping. It's now. It's the whole. It's the gender thing.
Yeah, the gender bending agenda was definitely a big part of it again.
some kind of feminist vibe to it. I don't know.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
we had Morpheus no longer the king, and we had the girl pilot. Was now the queen of the throne. Protecting the news line.
Yep. Yeah, I didn't like it at all. I could barely watch it because, oh yeah, because Morpheus won, and then the idea that Neo is developing, that the Matrix is, you know what I mean, some video game. It's like by rebooting the Matrix, so it seems like the first Matrix was a video. That whole thing was too confusing. Especially for fans. For real fans who are watching it. To follow the story and the characters and all the philosophical themes that have already been established. It's like flipping it, on its head, and it's like, oh hell, this is the Matrix.
That was probably the whole point, though, was that
Right?
you were always.
What was the point, Gazebo?
That you were always confused. Like that, isn't that what they teach people?
Mm. I mean, it definitely worked with me. I kind of lost interest. But I watched it because I have to. I was like, I'll just finish it. Yeah, fine.
Oh, you look at the age demographic of the people that enjoyed the first one, right? If they were in their 20s, they're now in their 40s. So, recognizing that they didn't make this movie for 40 somethings. Like, if you were a fan of the first series, this movie wasn't for you. It was for introducing people to the trilogy to get them to buy the old trilogy to see what they were talking about, right? It's for the kids that were new to it, kind of thing.
Yeah, but they did a terrible job with it, even for them. I mean, it was so lazy. In fact, somebody was telling me, I didn't hear the interview myself, but like there was an interview with Keanu, and he basically said, like, yeah, we didn't rehearse anything. We just kind of just went out there and just did it. Like it was just so lazily made. It was bad.
They ruined
Tell.
Agent Smith. That's what upset me the most is how they did Agent Smith. I was like, how can you treat agents like the other Neo like really? And then what they did to the Merovingian, and I was like, oh man, what's going on? Maybe
He turned your hero into a villain.
maybe it's because there was only one Wachowski sister that worked on it. Yeah, the Wachowski sisters, right? I was like,
Yeah,
I don't know. Same thing,
when I
man.
saw the Merovingian come in, I was like, all right, here we go. And then they put that awful scene. That fight scene is so bad. It's like, oh my god.
I know.
Like,
It's like
something
Walking Dead.
awesome and epic, right? And it was terrible.
Yeah,
I saw a little bit of a breakdown of that scene though, and so I mean, maybe at least the way that it was written, like what they were trying to do there, quite possibly that if this was right, because it was just a review from somebody, like I don't know if that's really what was intended, but it was kind of paralleling just what we have here in reality now. Like everything has been ruined. It's almost as though the movie itself was made poor on purpose to reflect just like how broken down everything has become. Like because everything they do now is another sequel. It's another shitty knockoff of what was once great, and it's like almost like a joke flying in our face, like it was done on purpose.
Yeah, I see that. The movie is making fun of the movie many times. And it, like directly and indirectly, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it could have been done better. Yeah, it seemed lazy. It seemed like yeah, exactly. I almost didn't watch it because I saw the reviews and I saw some scenes and it was like, ugh.
I
Had to
thought
drag myself to watch it.
the most accurate part of that movie was how like Neo was being force fed, not force fed, but he'd been taking the blue pill for so long, and then he was like addicted to it. Like
Yeah.
that was probably the most accurate thing about it.
Oh yeah, the pill scene, right? Yeah, in this day.
When he's trying to get off the blue pill and he can't because he's so addicted.
It's like all those blue. It's like, that's a lot of blue pills. How many pills do you need to take, dude? Like, you really only got to take one.
Average American over 40 takes six a day, right?
Um, was that the final? Is that the last of the Matrix? Like, there's no more.
That's
Doesn't look like it because it just repeats itself. It's just going to be the same story with different characters. Right? If they do another one.
Yeah, you almost have to reboot the whole thing. I think if you're going to do it, we'll see. Keanu was asked recently about it. I saw something on that, and he said he wouldn't do it without her or something. I don't know. Maybe that was the new whatchamacallit, X-Files. I know that she's not playing very well in the new X-Files.
I like how she straight up dumped her family. You know I know it's simulated, right? But if you were her, like that those relationships are real, right? But I like how quickly she just, like just
Dump her whole
loses
family.
that connection. Because
That's all she ever experienced.
I had to show Cyrus the Lone Gunman episode of the X-Files. He hadn't seen that one yet. For all you 9/11 junkies, if you haven't seen the Lone Gunman episode, go ahead and take the 30, 40 minutes, whatever.
the wrong gunman.
Yeah.
Lone. On the X-Files?
Yeah, the X-Files series, they had the three guys that were known as the Lone Gunmen. They ended up doing a
I need to
pilot.
go back and watch that. I need to go back and binge watch it because I heard that there's a lot of stuff in there that now makes sense.
You'll be disappointed with it, but the Lone Gunman episode, they did one pilot episode, and that's all they did. And it's worth watching.
What's it about?
What's that?
What's it about?
Oh, 9/11. It's just before 9/11, and it's all about 9/11.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Where they're talking about who they're going to blame, and everybody's going to believe it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil it, but
I saw the scene. Let's just say I saw the scene. I didn't see the whole episode.
yeah, it's like the last 20 minutes of the episode, but the whole episode is worth a watch. It's talking about relevant stuff. It's interesting.
They did the same thing in The Long Kiss Goodnight, also, didn't they?
I didn't see that one.
It was a movie with Gina Davis and Samuel L. Jackson.
Yep.
I need to go back and watch that because I think they discussed something like that.
The other one I came across recently for 9/11 is The Wiz, and that was way back in the 70s. Michael Jackson and Diana Ross and The Wizard of Oz, and we're all familiar with The Wizard of Oz and how this plays into conspiracies, or truth rather. But yeah, man, 9/11 all over your face there too. It's like, oh my God, this is crazy how far back this goes.
That's crazy.
There's a whole scene, right? The Wizard of Oz is in the Twin Towers.
with people, even if that doesn't, even if that means that they're not playing and we're at eye level with each other or on the same grounding. I think even being on stage feels a little weird to me, but I'm not afraid to get on stage. I'm actually always happy to pull out my guitar and fire it up.
Yeah, I think that was something that was robbed of people. They really concerts, man. Yeah, we all love a good concert. Go stomp your feet, clap your hands, sing along. All that kind of stuff is feels good. Feels good to be around people doing that stuff.
Yeah, it does. I like going to shows, but I never go to like concerts. I've been to like a Travis Tritt concert, but when it comes to going to see live music, I go to shows because heavier music is what I've always listened to, and went to shows to see that stuff. I'm a big fan of He Is Legend. Go see them a lot, actually.
I'll have to check them out. It sounds familiar though. He Is Legend.
They're kind of old, yeah. A lot of albums now.
But telling you about the whole American Idol thing, back when it was really popular, I watched I wouldn't call it a documentary, but a documentary type video that kind of chronicled that those supposed random picks weren't so random after all, and there were a number of contestants who talked about like the pitch that they get played in their ear before they start singing and stuff like that. Like they would practice, and then the band would magically be off key. So they were talking pretty much how that show seemed to either just have a lot of gaffes to it, or maybe there was a little more coordinating than let out. I don't know which one for sure, but it did seem pretty convincing, the little documentary I watched about it.
Oh yeah, the reality, not so reality TV, definitely a real thing, right? Reality shows are not real, people.
Yeah. Yeah, because people like so Denzel Washington, he's an actor. He'll say something like, "I couldn't have acted that." You know what I mean? I had to call down the spirit of the character. You know what I mean? People like Beyonce will say something. I couldn't have performed the way it's Sasha Fierce. I call. She takes over my body, and Jay-Z, has this thing he calls Rain Man. I get my Rain Man on, and it's almost like automatic writing. You know what I mean? Where the word idol. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? It's like this is literal. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's yeah. That's what I heard. Research. You got Australian Idol. You guys heard of him?
I actually haven't. I don't really pay attention to American Idol anyways. Just paid attention to it when he was on it because we graduated together and whatnot.
Well, didn't that show start in Great Britain and then work out from there?
I know, right?
Don't quote me on that part of it, but I believe that it was originally. I believe it was originally from Great Britain.
I mean, was it Star Search similar? What's his name? Dick. What's that guy? Isn't that the same thing? It's just, calling it American Idol is kind of, making it more and more obvious, or making it normalizing the idea or the words. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there was a different name for it, but I think because it wasn't Simon Cowell who was on both shows.
Okay, hold on. Let's put it back in.
Not sure.
I try not to watch that tripe.
Yeah. I mean, that's in music, right? If you look at film, stars. If you look at sports, they call themselves gods. LeBron James and them little gods. Rappers call themselves gods. Seems to be everywhere. When you talk about, let's say basketball, right? Oh, basketball is fixed, it's not real. Baseball is not, boxing is not real. It's all.
So, Sonny, are you tempted by those electric bikes? Ready to get one of them? Because everywhere I go, I see these kids riding these electric bikes.
That's
No, mine actually is an electric bike. I've had it for a little over 2 years. Yeah, it came just in time.
Nice.
man. Oh, he's way. Yeah, Sonny.
Just in time.
A lot of them too here in Australia. My son wants to get one. I want to get the scooters. Electric
I
scooter.
like the. Here's why I like it so much, because I have the freedom where I can literally go anywhere I want to, basically. Like,
Yeah.
as long as I make sure, like I'm doing now, making sure the equipment is working properly. Like it bikes are always going to need something, like, so you get a really intimate relationship with the equipment, especially when you rely on it to get yourself home from places that are far away. That walking or pushing the entire rig is not a very good option, because my bike by itself probably weighs 70 pounds, and that's without the trailer. I have a trailer. I could put all my camping gear and everything, food, water, tent, pad, everything I need on my trailer, and ride with it.
There you go. Yeah, man. That's so useful. I can imagine, just getting tired, or, going further than you wanted to go, and you can just want to chill on the way back or whatever, or not deal with this hill. Like,
Say it again. I missed it. I had the volume turned down too low.
oh, no worries. I was just saying, I can imagine how convenient it is to have power, and just whether you go too far that day and you're like,
No kidding.
oh man,
Or like I had a 5-day trek where I was away from home. the last day or so, I'm eating nothing but like nuts and raisins, and being able to make it back, because you're tired after that many days of being basically outdoors in a camping environment by yourself with no facilities. So you're like, yeah, I barely made it back. Now, if I had a better charging system, if I had a charging system I could take with me, then I wouldn't have to stop. I could just keep going. Just resupply up at the next place however far I can go.
Yeah, those Tesla stations are everywhere now. Like everywhere. Soon they'll start adding those bike charger stations.
I probably need a better battery, as someone was pointing out, because a battery and the charging system and the controller. I need better battery, controller, because mine takes 5 hours to charge. So that's just too long. So I need it, if I could get more advanced as far as the capacities, and I've heard that I can get one that would charge in half the time.
Hey, do you want to hear some flat Earth stuff?
Sure. About to go outside again.
Isn't it always acceptable to just hop into a chat and interrupt with flat Earth topics? All right,
Absolutely.
All right, check this out. You know how many times I've heard the horizon always rises to eye level? Like, I mean, thousands of times. You don't have to guess. I'll just say I've heard that thousands of times. Listen, guys, I know it's only like 150 to 200 feet, but I'm standing on the 13th floor in this hotel. I'm in Kansas City right now, BT dub. And I'm looking out the window, and I'm looking at the horizon, and I'm looking at my reflection in the window and how the horizon is literally dead center of my pupil. And I know it's only like the 13th floor and stuff. Some people be like, oh, whatever, that doesn't matter. And I get the skeptics and people that like just don't care. But the fact of the matter is, it's interesting because we've got this 90-degree situation. Like, you may or may not have that same convenience on an airplane or whatever, because the curved window and your position, you're sitting down, all that. But standing on the floor in a hotel on the 13th floor and then looking out miles into the distance, I don't know how far I'm seeing really, but just seeing the fact that the horizon, I can see my reflection and then see through the window to the horizon at the same time. And that experience is like, this is the first time I've ever actually like noticed that specific thing. And I'm looking at the horizon dead center of my pupil. I'm like, oh, that's kind of neat. I never actually connected the dots on the significance of the horizon being eye level. But that's a real life example for anybody that has heard that phrase and just been like, oh yeah, that sounds nice, but not actually put two and two together on what that means. It's interesting. Is it interesting?
Absolutely, Gospel Bear, and it's good to hear you, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is very interesting because I've said that it always rises to your eye level, and people are like, it's not exactly your eye level, man.
But it actually is. Like, let me see if I can take a picture and post chat.
Like if you look out at it, I'm going to tell you this. I've been at very high elevations before, and it doesn't matter what elevation you're at. It's always slightly below the center of your iris, your pupil, and it's like micrometer type stuff. Like, I mean, you can notice it slightly if you really look out at it, think about it, but it doesn't deviate from that, and it's only because of like how our body is proportioned with the ground and everything like that. Like the narrowing of the angle from eye level straight out down to the ground versus eye straight out and up to the sky. That's the only reason why. It may be an optical effect or something like that, but it's a slightly, like, it's barely noticeable. And so when these people, they do these experiments and they show like this, fluid and, how it's level, and then they show like off in the distance and the fluid is slightly higher than what the horizon is. Like you could go up 200,000 feet and I bet you it would be the same, like,
Oh yeah, I'm sure it would be
all the way out to the horizon. It's
Yeah.
not going to change. Like when they say,
Yeah.
"Oh, the higher you get, it's going to curve away." No, it doesn't curve away.
And I'm not saying
never been-
I'm not saying this to prove anything. I'm saying this that I actually
Right.
never put two and two together. That I never actually understood
But
what.
it comes up to your eye.
Yeah, it really does. And I just posted a
It
picture in
comes
the
up to
chat.
your eye. Yeah.
Everybody can see me in my wife beater.
Your wife beater. You beat your wife.
Well, I'm divorced. I devoted Here, I'll give my sob story. I devoted 13 years of my loyalty and devotion, both in mind and body. I was 100% loyal and faithful to my vows and to my wife for 13 years.
Yep.
And you beat her with that shirt.
I never physically harmed her in any way. Never did I physically harm her whatsoever. I never psychologically harmed her either. But anyway, she chose to abandon the vows, unfortunately.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm here at this hotel in the middle of training with. Oh, here's another thing. There was something else flat Earth related I was going to share about the railroad, and now I can't remember.
But if you look off into the distance, like I can make out your eyes a little bit in the image. It's
At
not
least
your
my glasses.
your
My
eye
glasses.
pupil. No, I can make it out because you're too structured. Right at the bottom eyelid. That's where the horizon always rises to. Don't ask me why. That's the reason it does.
I got you.
But it doesn't matter
The
how
position
high
of the
you go.
phone. The position of the phone matters too. I tried to line the camera lens up at the same height. But here's the other thing. I've joined the railroad. I'm in training with BNSF. It's really neat and a really interesting job. But check this out. The technology involved in the railroad utilizes radio signals. And I'm over here like learning all this stuff and just over and over again like confused. Right? Confused how this stuff actually works. So you've got trains that are 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 feet long, right? So mile and a half.
Flat land. They like flat land because it's
Of course.
the least amount of effort to pull.
So they claim that some of their technology utilizes satellites, which is hilarious because trains go through tunnels and all that sort of thing. But
they're out in the middle. No way.
But here's the thing. If the trains have like two engines on the front, one in the middle sometimes, one on the back. Sometimes it's three on the front, one in the back. Sometimes it's three in the front, two in the back. Whatever the case, it doesn't really matter. The fact of the matter is the front and the back of a train are always communicating. Regardless of whether or not there's even a locomotive on the back, sometimes there's something called a rear end device. It's got a nickname called a Fred, but whatever. The front and the back of a train are always communicating, and when they lose connection, the brakes of the train go into emergency, which means they activate, which means the whole train has to stop. So I was just thinking, isn't that interesting that the front and the back of the train have to have a constant communication, or there's an emergency situation, the train has to immediately stop, involuntarily stop, but yet trains can be actually even longer than a mile and a half. They can be 2 or even 3 miles long in some cases. Isn't that interesting when you factor in hills, and of course you have to factor in Earth curvature. I mean, how would it, if you don't factor in Earth curvature, then you're not even on Earth, right? So once you factor in Earth curvature, you realize I don't know. I was just thinking that this is yet another interesting detail. The communication between the front. Now, some people would argue, well, it's bouncing off the ionosphere. The radio signals are bouncing off the ionosphere, but then, of course, you factor in tunnels. Right? The clearance between the top of the train and the... What's that?
Don't they have electrical hookups like when you connect to your tailgate to your vehicle?
So yeah, the locomotives on the front of the engine, if let's say there's two engines on the front, they're electrically, physically connected. However, the back of the train is not electrically connected. Only air hoses connect all the other rail cars. There's not like a data cable that physically connects throughout the scope of a train. Only air hoses. So the technology that connects the front to the back is radio technology. So when you're talking about, like, there's some spots in the western US that have 5-mile long tunnels. So let's say you have a 1.5 mile long train in a 5-mile tunnel. Well, those trains aren't going into emergency, and the radio signal isn't bouncing off of the ionosphere. What you have there, and there's not 8 feet of clearance between the top of the train and the bottom of the top of the tunnel. That's not 8 feet of distance. It's usually like 2 or 3 feet. So if you were to factor in Earth curvature and pretend that that's a thing, you would invalidate the train wouldn't be able to communicate a line of sight or this. I don't know. It's just yet another thing I've been thinking about and trying to. I don't know, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong. Am I missing a crucial detail here in my logic?
Now, Gospel, let me interject one thing, if you don't mind.
Okay, Mr. Foamer. Go ahead.
That's right. That's exactly what I was going to say. Yep, I was going to say, remember, I'm a foamer, so you got to take what I say with a grain of salt. As I understand, the only downfall of what you're saying is that the DPUs have a setting on them that when they lose connection from the head end for so many minutes, they do a they send they as I understand, they can do somehow they do a back pressure thing on the brake lines, which then they wait for an acknowledgement of, and then if that's when they go down into shutdown. So
yeah, it's not indefinite though. It's a limited amount of time that you can lose the signal. I get what you're saying. You're right. There is a function there, but it's temporary. It's like 30 seconds. You're not spending 30 seconds in a 5-mile tunnel because you're typically going like 20 miles an hour in a 5-mile tunnel. So
absolutely. But as I understand that it knows because they have. This is what an engineer explained to me. Now, this is what I remember. Let me rephrase that. This is what I remember that an engineer explained to me
go ahead.
A few years ago. So I may be wrong. Is that that there's an anticipation of that happening. Now, your mileage may vary, but that was all I was going to add in, is that they do have some way that they vary the brake pressure that the two of them kind of communicate in a short term. That's the only thing I was going to add in. Now, you may want to ask somebody, but the only other thing that I would add in is I find it interesting that, like you say, that they claim that the trains are communicating through satellite, and I find that really weird for some reason. I cannot put my finger on why. But I watched a video about 5 years ago where they were showing, this about how the train was communicating by satellite, and they had the little signal, and something just didn't feel right for me about it.
It's called PTC. I'm gonna forget what PTC stands for. It's a new system.
Don't forget I'm a foamer. It's a positive train control.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly what it is. I'm still in training, guys. I'm not even certified. I'm in week 4. No, I'm in week 5. Anyway.
Well, I'm YouTube certified for about 15 years. So
There you go. There you go. So positive train control. It's like GPS for trains. And that's why they're saying it's satellite.
I'm going to send you a picture here in my office to show you how much of a foamer I am.
I believe you.
Oh, I know you do.
Hey, Gospel Bear.
Yeah.
I recently had am having a change too. I'm in the process of training for. I'm going to be a mud engineer for drilling.
You're going to be a what?
Mud engineer.
Okay.
So basically, it's like drilling fluid that keeps the drill bit cool, helps to lift the rock that gets chipped away as it goes down. Deal with gas pockets, things like that. It's pretty cool, man. And
Cool.
so I design all the mud that is used in that and change the mud up according to whatever's going on. Always constantly checking it for like pH levels, chemical changes, and things like that. That way it doesn't heat up the drill bit and you get the most efficiency out of it.
Okay.
But so I went out to do some on-the-job training at out in Jal, New Mexico, J-A-L, New Mexico, and I tagged you in the live stream. Where I looked at the visibility index for that day, and it said that I was supposed to be able to see 19 miles.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I like a 19-mile visibility from ground level. That makes sense.
Dude, I was laughing so hard.
It's great.
I even got Chris Jedi laughing. That was good stuff.
Nice.
But yeah,
Does anybody live near? Does anybody live near Kansas City?
I live in Dallas. I don't know if that's close enough.
Not really. I need a ride to the movie theater on February 2nd.
Whoa.
I'll take a lift if I have to. I'm just hoping to find somebody. Everybody here is like, I'm in conductor training school, right? So there's a bunch of, it's mostly dudes. It's like 97% dudes.
Right.
Married dudes, single dudes, whatever. It doesn't even matter whether or not they're married or not. They're all interested in the strip club and hooking up with people on Tinder. I'm over here on Facebook and dating apps trying to find somebody that'll go to the movies with me to go watch the season finale of The Chosen, a Christian TV show. I'm like, man, I do not fit in with these people at all. But
I want my husband to take me to that.
I'm really excited about it. I've been following the third season, and I cry like a baby each show. I love
Same.
it. Big time.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. Ooh, boogers.
Yep.
Very niche.
Call my son Booger, and he's over here screaming. Sorry.
Who's talking? Oh, is that Perspective Al? Who was talking?
It's Kim.
Kim. Oh, I don't know who you are, but hi, Kim. Yeah, I saw you guys, but are you the one that accidentally called me last night? Somebody called? No, that was maybe somebody else. Somebody called me last night on Discord. It sounded like Gizbo. Their screen name. I'll find out who it is, so I don't sound weird.
Wasn't me.
Wasn't you? Okay.
No, I was just seeing if you wanted to go to the movies. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I'm just, I took an airplane from North Dakota to Kansas City, so I'm just stranded at my hotel. It costs $20 to round trip to get anywhere.
Right.
I tell you what, Gospel, I really hope you.
You hope it'll cost you like $50 or $60 to get a date.
Oh, I hear you. I'm hoping to get lucky in a way that most people wouldn't mean by those words.
Right. Like get a free
Oh,
ride.
exactly. Okay, it was okay. Here's the funny thing: the person that called me last night on Discord randomly was Genji, Genji.
Hey, sorry,
Sure.
Gospel. I'm just saying later to Bong. Hey, peace out, honey. Bong.
Later, Bong.
All right, bro. See you next time.
Oh, you don't have to apologize for cutting me off. I'm just talking craziness anyway.
Oh, you're excited, man. You're in Kansas City going to training engineers.
Yeah, it's a good company. Crazy schedule, but it's a really good company.
I used to know a train conductor when I was in high school. One of my friend's dads, stepdad, was a train conductor. He'd be gone for like 2-3 months sometimes.
Well, yeah, I would be home, or I will be home, like every 1 to 2 days. So it's not horrible as far as that goes, but it's 24/7 on call. You never know what kind of shift you're going to be working, basically.
Yeah.
Anyway, how are things going here, everybody?
Great.
Yeah,
Good.
pretty well. It's been ages since I've got to hear you on the voice chat. You know, I was off here from June till towards the end of December, so it's good to run into you once again.
Yeah.
Same here. I took a break from like February, March to like June, July, August, somewhere around there. And so last time I heard you, probably like at least a year ago or more.
Yeah, last summer, I was super busy last summer building a porch. And then I guess last spring is probably the last time I was in the chat like on a regular basis. And then of course from like October till December I was losing my family and going through the worst nightmare of my entire existence. And now I'm here. Now I may sound really melodramatic and I may cry myself to sleep every couple of nights. Not every night, just every couple of nights. But I'll tell you what, I'm okay. I really am. I may sound a little delirious, but I am okay.
Tears of joy.
It took me a bunch of took me like a while to get over my ex when she did that to me.
Well, I've got 3 children, and that's the disturbing thing. The man
I had one with
the man in my ex-wife's life is literally actively brainwashing or attempting to brainwash my children that their father doesn't love them because their father's not giving him money.
What on earth?
Yeah.
I think they'll figure it out when they get older. You know what I mean?
Oh no, they're honestly here's like I don't know everybody has different beliefs in this world, but fact of the matter is I wholeheartedly believe that God is like holding them in his hands because my children, 11, 10, and 6, looked at me and told me, Daddy, we felt like he was lying to us and trying to trick us into believing that you don't love us. But we knew he was lying, Daddy. Like my 6-year-old, too. Every single one of them. They're brilliant children. I raised them right. And despite what they're going through, I believe they're going to be all right.
Yeah.
And it's tough. Your wife isn't a flat earther?
Well, she's agnostic in regards to the flat earth stuff.
I
She's
gotcha. My husband isn't necessarily, but he will entertain me. He didn't at first. It's kind of like a slow process,
Yeah.
but he gets to the point where he'll say some things, like he'll say something to me, like I said today. I was like, "Yeah, it's sunrise. You know, the sun's over here," and he was like, "The sun doesn't rise," and he screamed it out the door,
Oh gosh.
like he corrected me.
What's it called then?
I know, right?
Early Earth turn? What the?
Yeah, you know, he was just he's giving me a hard time.
Oh my goodness.
He's tough.
No,
But
my
He's a
ex just
turd.
took a turn for the worst. She experienced some stuff internally or whatever, and I just made a series of really terrible decisions, basically.
Well, that's
hey, Gospel Bear,
unfortunate, buddy. I don't wish that on you, and I'm sorry it happened. I hope
Yeah, thank you.
I know it will all turn around. You just keep looking to the one that
Yep.
supplies for you in this lifetime.
Yeah, absolutely.
hey, Gospel Bear, I'm gonna give you a heads up too from somebody who experienced that like 6 years ago.
Yeah.
My ex, she told me all the time. She's like, "You're gonna cheat on me. You're gonna cheat on me. You're gonna cheat on me." For 10 years, I heard that. And
She.
and she didn't worst way. She's like, she went to paralegal school and then started cheating on me after she graduated.
Yeah.
But like, and it took some time to get over it. But like, I basically had to learn to live on my own. Once I learned how to live on my own and love myself, it was easier knowing that I didn't have to put up with it. And the motivator for that was like, I didn't have to answer to anybody. That was the biggest thing, man. Like, I don't have to tell anybody where I'm going. But I did yell at her one day when I was early on, getting into arguments all the time. I told her, I said, "You're the reason I don't get to see my children and hug them and love them."
Yeah. And that's the thing. I've got three motivators.
Yeah.
So I get it.
So I get it. You're gonna do fine. It's just gonna take time. That's all it is. There's nothing else that we can say.
Yep.
You're gonna deal with it how you need to deal with it.
Kind of off topic question here. Do train tracks like go up, incline, and then kind of like a hill over hills and stuff, or
Yeah.
do they just go flat? Yeah.
No, there's topography to the train tracks.
Oh yeah. So they go up. Down.
They go up mountains.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I'd say from probably 5% to negative 5%.
Yep. Yep.
Somewhere in that range. There might be more extreme examples, but I'd say the vast majority of tracks are under 2% positive or negative.
But most of the time, you prefer straight, like they, when they built the tracks.
Yeah, you want 0.1. You want 0.1% or less, ideally.
So if you can't go through a mountain, you try to build, in a way that it doesn't incline too much, right? Like try to avoid.
They want them to be as flat as possible, but it's not always possible.
Bridges are not optimal either. They would prefer to be over land. So, like back in the day, they would rather just blast holes through the mountain if they could than and connect the track through than to go up it. Now, the only reason why they would go up it is if there were like minerals up there and they had to haul stuff away.
True. So I'll be working in the North Dakota, Bismarck, the capital city, from Bismarck to Fargo and Bismarck to Glendive, which is in Montana. So basically, the entire span of the state of North Dakota will be my territory. Pretty neat. I've rode on both sides. It's a really, really beautiful pathway.
Your office, your view from your office.
Yeah, it's the Badlands, bro. How much more bad can it get to literally work in the Badlands?
Badland.
I saw a buffalo. I saw a frozen deer, literally like a deer with its arms like its front hooves outreaching, but frozen to death. A frozen solid buck is on one of the pathways as you drive the train by. You just see this deer that couldn't escape from the deep snow, just frozen to death. I mean, this winter, after the thaw, it'll be, something will happen to it. But yeah, you got to see a lot of foxes, all sorts of different creatures.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So the one thing that I think will never cease to amaze me is the idea of just how difficult it must be to get a train going. One of the things that I've always had in the back of my mind is you've got
4,400 horsepower per engine.
Yep, and then you got such a small amount of steel riding on steel.
So yeah, that's something I didn't know until just a few weeks ago. A lot of people would not know this, but the contact, the wheel of the train and the track that's on the ground, the surface area contact is the thickness of a nickel. A lot of people don't really. You see that big wheel? It's like 1.5 inches or 2 inches wide, right? But the actual contact area is only the thickness of a nickel. That's the only thing making contact with the engine is 500,000 pounds, and the consist of a train will be 17,000 tons or 22,000 tons. So you're talking about 44 million pounds or 34 million pounds for the whole train, riding on the thickness of a nickel, basically.
So the lobbyists can't figure out how to stop at the gates.
Minimal friction, yeah.
Yeah, so for instance, people are like, well, why doesn't the train stop if there's a car on the cross? That's because the stopping distance of the train is like a mile, bro. They could do literally everything in their power to stop that train, and it's not stopping for 6,000 feet. So once they see you, you're already dead unless you get out of the way.
Yeah.
Just saying, for anybody that wonders. So I have a test tomorrow, guys.
They don't have air brakes.
What's that?
So they don't have air brakes.
Oh, they have air brakes, and I'm literally holding my iPad right now. Air brake and train handling. I'm in my air brake and train handling rules module, learning all the different rules necessary for the test I have tomorrow morning. If I don't get a 90% or better, then I have to retake the test, and if I fail it a second time, then I lose my job. I'm gonna get 100% on my first try, though. Mark my words.
It's the same thing with like this whole mud engineering thing. One of my friends, he's pushing me through. He's like, if you want it, you can have it in 3 to 6 weeks. I think you can do it. So we'll push for 3, man. I think I'll do it too.
Our training is 15 weeks.
Well, I have a chemistry background and an engineering background as far as like working in healthcare. So I understand how shit works with other shit, input versus output. So I know how chemistry reactions work. I understand build up and then all this stuff.
What's crazy about the railroad? You don't need a college degree. You can literally graduate high school and in 4 months be making over $100,000.
Yep.
You have to put in the work and you have to accept the lifestyle. But yeah, it's pretty wild.
It's the same thing with working on the oil rig.
That's so crazy. For the whole week, I've been telling just people that, and they're like, "No, man." Da-da-da-da. I'm like, "Yo, bro. There are tons of things that you can do. You can get your license in a number of things. You
Oh yeah.
are taking an exam, and what you're taking an exam in, you literally, it's like, sky's the limit, guys."
So here's another one. I think their training is like either 6 or 8 months. But those dudes that climb the 300-foot and 500-foot tall towers, the radio tower climber guys, technicians or whatever, you don't need a special degree for that, and that's also a 6-figure job. Their training lasts a super long time, which you shouldn't like be annoyed about. It means that they're literally paying for you to learn how to do the job.
Yeah, they don't want you to die halfway up.
Yeah. I mean, that's another crazy job, but it's also like not hard. I mean, it's hard mentally maybe, but not.
Or you can be a librarian and go to school and get a master's degree in order to do that. But who wants to put in all that power?
And make $65,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Or go to school for 4 years, 4.5 years, 5 years, and get a degree in radiography, whatever license it is. Become an MRI tech or an MRI.
Those guys get paid pretty good though.
It's 60 to 90,000, but it's 90,000 on the experience end.
Sure.
And that's a lot of work. Like, you can do all the schoolwork, or you can go out there in the real world and get a manual labor job. Go put in some work.
Yeah, exactly.
Skilled manual labor jobs, you might work hard for a little while, and then you're off for a little while. Work hard for a little while, and you're off for a little while. Or you can work nonstop and make twice as much money.
Yeah, the train stuff is crazy because as a conductor, you're really only putting in anywhere from 1 to 5 hours of work in an 8 to 12 hour shift. And your work is literally walking and moving your hands a little bit.
Right.
Like there's a handful of. Yeah, I mean, and lots of stuff in your brain. Sure, you have to know what you're doing, but as far as physical labor goes, conductors being a conductor is not a physically laborious job by any means. Every now and then it is, but mostly it's just walking through the stupid snow or on the ballast, stuff like that.
Not many of the 6-figure paying jobs or careers like have like that super harsh labor. It's like mostly managerial or stuff like that.
Yeah, I hear you. What's up, Elijah?
What's up? Like, think about a pilot. Like, I was literally just watching a video where the pilot is like, everyone thinks I'm doing this, and it looks like he's playing like, I don't know, some kind of 1980s video game. He has a little stick in his hand, and he's like moving, and he's like, "What I'm really doing," and he pushes one button, and he just lays back.
Yeah, pretty much. Now it's all about he's basically the contingency is what he is.
Yeah.
The plane really does basically fly itself, but he's there as a contingency, and that's what he gets paid. What he gets paid is because he is the contingency. He's the backup plan.
Hey Elijah, I tagged you in the live stream. I've been showing everybody this. I was checking the weather where I was at on location for work, and it told me the visibility was 19 miles.
What is this? Initial terminal and road air class 1. Class. Yeah, some of this stuff is super complicated. The air brakes and all the numbers you have to memorize, and it gets pretty overwhelming. But then after everybody I've talked to that have been doing the job for years, they're like, it's all muscle memory, and of course you have your rule book with you all the time, so you can always just reference something if you need to.
I'm sure there's an app for it too.
You're talking about the rule book?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they used to carry around a 4-inch thick book that weighed about 25 pounds. Now the entire rule book, actually, I mean, there's 3 different rule books, but it's all on the iPad now. So yeah, there's one for G-Core, there's one for the air brake handling, and there's one for special systems and instructions. Thousands and thousands of pages of just rules. Rules that exist because somebody probably died. I mean, I wouldn't say every rule exists because somebody died, but a very sizable portion of the rules that exist because somebody died.
What is it called?
It's a funny meme. Oh, I'm just now seeing all these comments in the chat. Let's see. Thanks, Perceptive Al.
Gospel, here's the question I have for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So how would you measure the train dipping down for the curvature of the Earth?
You wouldn't. I've talked about this hundreds of times on here. When you're a globe earther, nothing really matters, because when everything is relative, anything is possible. That's the phrase that I've said over and over again. When everything is relative, anything is possible. So, for instance, you take your iPhone and you open up your compass/level app, right? And then you go 100 miles, and you're like, yeah, see, look, the level never changed, and this is proof that the Earth is flat. Well, a rounder, a globe earther, is going to look at you and just be like, no, due to your relative position in relationship to the center of the Earth, you never changed. It was always level, because round is level in their brain, because everything is relative to your position. Blah blah blah. So you have to once you understand that, you realize that's the wall that they have built for themselves. And how do you argue with that? You have to establish other means to there are other means, but your position in correlation to another position in their mind is, in what level is, it's all relative in their mind, if they're thinking about it, at least.
And that's why you can't talk point to point with these people. You can't say, well, A, and they say Z, and you say B, and they say X, and then you say C, and then they say Y.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
you
it's VYX, by the way.
no, I said it out of order on purpose. No, I said it out of order on purpose, like their logic.
Oh, okay, gotcha. But yeah, I mean, everything's relative for them. So most of the time, trying to have a conversation is futile. Yeah, it's futile most of the time.
Well, they don't
It
even know
is.
if anything's real. Yeah, they think everything could
Sure.
possibly be not real.
There's that too. That's a whole
And,
different.
and so like I have good friends that have said this, and honestly, I feel bad. I say they're a lost cause once they say that. What difference does it make?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It's like, well, then you're just fucking being belligerent at that point. Like
Yeah.
you can't think of anything better because there is nothing better in the argument, but because you don't want to go and do the extra work, you're just going to concede and say, well, you're stupid and I don't know anything. So, yeah, you pretty much lost them once they say, what difference does it make?
Yeah.
And so you just at that point have to accept the fact that they either they're going to be your friend or they're not. And you just can't push the subject on them because they're not going to get it. They're not. They don't want to get it.
Mm-hmm.
It made sense in second grade, and that was good enough for them.
Yep.
You know, I think most people you come across are going to be like, they're more worried about the sports scores and what their favorite news comment or opinions commentators saying. They couldn't give a crap less what, looking out at the world or anything else. All they care about is their entertainment and their booze. And not that I'm judging anybody for drinking booze, just that they want to know what vodka is better than another vodka or what wine is better, and they could care less what the and like you said, all you can do is just etc in the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as far as liquor goes, Scotch is the best. So I mean, there's no conflict.
Have you guys ever seen the movie The Village?
Yeah, The Village. Yeah.
Right. So it's like saying it's like him saying, what difference does it make if we, the truth, let's say you guys are in the village and then you tell them, did you know that this is in reality? It's like, it doesn't make sense, right? Because, so what difference does it make? Like, a lot. First of all, we're not living in the early, 1900s or early 1900s, right? Like, I mean, it's all these different, so much difference.
When they say what difference does it make, though, I throw my final Hail Mary at them. And it's like, well, the government lies to you all the time. And so why wouldn't you think that the government would lie to you about this also? That's my Hail Mary to them. And they're like, well, because because NASA. It's like, who do you think NASA works for? Who do you think NASA is? Have you ever looked into NASA? Who created NASA?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Just, I don't know.
What difference does it make? What difference does it make comes from not having enough information to see the differences or know the differences. So either he's not informed about the globe or what it would be like if it wasn't a globe. I mean, he probably thinks 9/11 is real, and all these other false flags are not. You know what I mean? Like he's probably that kind of brainwashed or.
Well, false flags, of course, is hate speech. You're not even allowed to say false flags.
Oh,
I'm being facetious.
I was like, speech against who? Against the government?
Well, so like the whole thing what they quote unquote say is a false flag. Depending on who you're talking to, either they're aware of the conspiracy theories that have come true, or they are aware of some conspiracy theories that may or may not be true, but they aren't ready to say that the government is against people.
Yeah, there's all sorts of inconsistencies, dissonance in their worldview.
I mean, I think it matters the most. Like, imagine playing a video game, right? And you get to customize your character. Like most people would say, yeah, it matters if I get, or it matters that you set things up before you go out and do it. You're gonna be able to you're gonna live your life. You know what I mean? I think it matters that where you're living, what resources are really available to you. How certain
Is all
things
your
really
things
work.
organized? Are the things around you organized?
Right. I mean, if you are to live your life anyways, then it's better to live it, the best way you can, which requires you to know these things, right? So it matters, unless you want to live in an artificial world, that's created, for you to just live in this small, confined
They
world
can't
where you
they
don't
can't
work.
grasp that though.
Oh,
I've had those
right.
conversations and I've watched their faces and their body language, and they immediately shut down like, why are you trying to destroy the reality that I live in? That
Yeah.
they're not thinking that. Their spirit is saying that. Their spirit
Yeah.
is telling me.
How dare you make me question my worldview?
It's the only thing I know. Like, what do you mean? What, you know what I mean? It is. It's like plucking them out of their world and you know putting them into this fantasy world or this world that they were told was a fantasy,
Yeah.
or was fiction, but it's actually the real world. And they're like, I don't understand this. What? Because it's because why do my eyes hurt? It's because you've never used them before.
What? Well, that would mean everybody would be in on it. No, only a few people would have to be in on it, and everybody else would have to buy it. It's just like when someone performs a magic trick. Not everybody's in on it, but there's at least 3 or 4 that are in on it in a group of like 50.
Yeah. Morpheus also explained that, right? When they were walking down the street, any one of these people, now, as long as they're plugged into the Matrix, any one of these people could be an agent. Were you listening, Neil? Or were you looking at the woman with the red dress? Look again. It's kind of like that, or we have a rule. At a certain age, we don't free a mind when they reach a certain age. You know what I mean? So you gotta kind of like set it up or something to trigger their, you know what I mean? Their realizing.
You just gotta make it sound interesting. If you can't gain their interest, they're not going to seek out that.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why Morpheus talked the way he did to Neo in the first one, because he was trying to sell him on the idea of waking up.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had a dream that was so real and you didn't know the difference between what's real and what's not?
I know I have, at least temporarily.
This is not real. And then he's like, what is real? And that's what everybody's starting to sound like now, right? Like, you can't really know what's real or not, man.
You just got to remember, some people just don't want to wake up. They need it.
It's like science went from observing and measuring, physical to we can't be sure, like if this is real. You know what I mean? Like what we measured. Because it could all be a simulation. You know what I mean? Of a simulation of a. So which simulation we are, how far down we are in the simulation, we don't know, right? But we are 100% sure that we are not the original. So I think that's where all this is coming from. You know, people coming here and saying it doesn't matter. You know, we can't tell what's real or not, anyways. You know, it's coming from this new science, I think. You guys see that? You guys see any of that on the internet? Scientists talking about reality not being real.
Oh yeah, yeah. A big push for that.
Yeah.
There have been a lot recently coming into the lobby who go on and on about how stupid we are, and then they'll slip out that, oh, this is just a simulation.
That's why I use that phrase. When everything is relative, anything is possible. And take that phrase and go to the logical extreme and find out how many different ways you can apply that logic, and the implications are very disturbing if you let your imagination go there. And that's the downfall of relativity. When there are no absolutes, it's a very, very disturbing place.
And
Unless
to
you
our
have
three
no more-
questions. No, sorry.
That's all. Unless you have no morals, in which case it's, it's all fine and dandy, because whatever. You if you don't want any sense of autonomy or free will or whatever, then sure, everything being relative is because everything just is whatever, meaningless.
Excuse me. One of the questions that should be asked, if we take our 3 questions for Globies and turn it into 4 questions for Globies, as kind of some people recently talked about, like a litmus test, I think a good 4th question would be, is truth subjective or is it objective?
Sure. Yeah, I've asked that one before. The way that I think I used to ask it was, do you believe in the law of non-contradiction? Which is kind of I was trying to get to like what's that good old fashioned phrase? Onto the ontological premise. I don't know. But yeah. Relativity versus, are there any absolutes? Or objectivity versus subjectivity. I think that there's a lot of different ways you can say that.
Absolutely. That's one of the things I like to post when I see this stupid thing of like the one person looking at a 6 and on the other side of it's another person looking at it and thinking that it's a 9. It's like, well, if you come across something like that, it's really important to know if it's a 6 or a 9. So maybe you need to do some research and find out who put that there or whatever else and figure out what the intent was. Not what you think it is and not what I think it is. We need to find out what it actually is.
Yeah, for sure.
But yet that seems to be a meme that's survived over a number of years on Fascist Book, is that, it can be a 6 or it can be a 9. Well, no, you might kill somebody if you give somebody 9 milliliters of something instead of 6. You might kill them.
Yeah. Yep. I'm gonna gonna ace this test tomorrow. It's for Hostler, JE.
Yep, right around the yard.
Exactly. So I'm taking my Hostler exam tomorrow.
Awesome. I really hope you have a great, enjoyable career. I think when I was wanting to work in the railroad and I was trying to get on through the 90s, they were downsizing. So
Yeah. Yeah.
it wouldn't work for me now. And then in around 2011, I actually got to know one of the HR ladies pretty well and did a side project for her from CSX to work in a couple different positions in corporate headquarters. And
I've got a 47-year-old in my class. I've got a 52-year-old in my class.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But that was when, and then so I applied just as Hunter Harrison. If I remember right, it was Hunter Harrison then was cutting back a bunch of positions, and so that made it that much harder. And I didn't live in Jacksonville at the time anyway. I lived about 3 hours south, but I was willing to move.
Yeah. Not as easy to be a fan of something when you're right in the middle of it, though.
Oh yeah, I would think if I worked for the railroad that I would have got to the point to where I hated it, but then it would been a job, and
yeah,
it's fun to watch from the sidelines. Especially, I got some really cool pictures of some graffiti this summer. I've only ever chased a train twice in my life. Once because a bigger foamer than me was insisting on it, and he was about to die, so we chased a train for a couple hours. And then one other time was this summer. I saw a car with Tom the Cat painted on the side of it, and I didn't get a good picture of it, so I hightailed it out of town so I could beat it and get a good picture of it.
Is that the one with the purple hat?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Bro, I saw that a couple of weeks ago.
Give me a couple minutes and I'll see if I can send it over to you.
I'll see if it's the same one. I mean, it's possible that more than one, somebody would do something more than once. Yeah, I've seen SpongeBob stuff. I've seen Patrick. I've seen just in the short time that I've been with the railroad. I've seen some pretty interesting. I saw a secret squirrel. There's some Rocky and Bullwinkle stuff out there. Yeah, the graffiti definitely is a fun piece, but I can't pull my phone out when I'm on the job.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No, it'd be no. You need to concentrate and not. Yeah, you need to definitely concentrate. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I took it in July, so I'm looking at July here. But yeah, but I do know I did a Google search on the car number, and it looks like that car had made its rounds.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Sometimes cars will kind of go in a loop in a general area, and some of them will just make their way all over the place.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, the whole radio technology aspect and what they're able to do really has kind of blown my mind. And what kind of information is possible to communicate through radio signals? Honestly, that was brand new to me. I had no idea.
Oh, it's fascinating. I'm a ham radio operator, and so that's where I know most about radio. But it is really amazing what can happen with radio. But no, I am sorry, Tom the Cat. I thought he had the hat on, but he didn't have the hat on. So I'm going to send this over, and then you tell me if this rings a bell. So I just misspoke.
Hey, JD, why is it
Yes, sir.
illegal to be on a ham radio without a license?
Ask that again.
Why is it illegal to be on a ham radio without a license?
Well, so because in theory, they want you to demonstrate proficiency by taking an exam, and I think there's been some change in the fees. So I don't know what they are now, but when I took it, it was like a $4 fee, and so like you can speak, use up to 1,500 watts. I think that's it. 1,500 watts is the maximum, and so you can really disrupt communications if you don't get your setup right. So that's, I think, the theory of it. The practicality is that ham radio was really, really cool back in the 1990s. But now you've got your cell phone in your pocket, and frankly, even at their worst, I hate to say it, the way phone companies prepare for emergencies like hurricanes and such. I just don't know that ham radio is what it was back in the 90s. I just because the increase in we're talking over this here, so this here is more fun than I ever had on ham radio.
Yeah, but if the electricity ever went out, then or communications ever went out, like, ham radio would be the most advanced portion of communication. Of course, you always have Morse code. So.
But here's kind of the problem with it is you are technically correct that you can, Morse code is the most effective form of communication because, you can even pick it out from just a speaker rattling, whereas a voice you wouldn't be able to make out. But you can make it out from the rattles of a speaker. So, but the truth is, the radio, when you get 5 or 6 people using a frequency, it can make it pretty darn near impossible to communicate, no matter how you're communicating. So my thing is if you have any interest in it, go take the test. You'll learn something from it. It's not totally a waste, that I promise you. But by the same token, I do a lot more listening to high frequency radio than I do any kind of transmitting or talking or anything like that. And but I do a lot of listening to like shortwave broadcasts and stuff like that. But ham radio, I just don't know because they can pretty well be jammed pretty easily too, and you can get located really easy. It's so I don't know. It's just I'm kind of stuck somewhere in the uncomfortable middle.
I don't like the licensing portion of it because, like you said, you can be identified, and it just makes it that much easier for them to identify you.
Well, actually, they don't even need your call sign to identify you. So even back in the 90s, the FCC has monitoring stations around the country to where they can. Absolutely. They monitor near every transmission that happens on high frequency radio. They know where it is, and after you've transmitted a few times, they know what exact radio you're using, they know a lot of stuff just from your just analyzing your signal, the computer, and they were doing that back in the 90s. So that is the key to it. Now, let me make this clear. They may know who you are, but the chances of them coming and looking for you, I mean, down in Florida, there were all kinds of pirate FM radio stations. The FCC never came and did squat. So, long story short is you can probably get away with it, but just keep in mind that Big Brother still knows.
It's probably kind of like how it is here, where they'll if they hear something they don't approve of, then they'll intervene. But as long as it's whatever, then they're just looking.
Go ahead, Gospel.
Sending letters in the U.S. seems to be the most secure form of communication, still to this day.
Well, there, but you have to get the letter there. So there's a lot of truth that writing a letter. I mean, I can't imagine that a physical letter going through the mail can very easily be censored. Can be very easily tracked and very easily. So writing letters may be the freest form of communication we have now.
Yeah. It's the least monitored, I think, be at least one fair way of assessing it.
But yeah, in the maritime world, I want to say it was 10 years ago, maybe 15. I don't think it was I think it was after 2007, but it was certainly before 2013. So somewhere in there, they no longer require Morse code operators on ships because they've decided that's how stable the balloon technology is. That they don't need, because even though they still had all that, they still required somebody on the ship to be able to send Morse code. But so I don't know really anymore as far as digital communication or even analog communication.
Bro,
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, my friend.
Somebody was trying to say something.
Now, how? Let me ask you this though. So, when you're on a noisy locomotive, how hard is it to make out what they're saying on the radio?
Oh my gosh! Sometimes it's great, and sometimes I can barely tell what they're saying. But I'm still learning lingo and jargon and stuff. So, and sometimes they talk so fast because they're just trying to spew out the information because they've done it, 1,000 times. So
Yeah, the cadence of the sentence.
What's that?
The cadence of the sentence is going to be really important.
Basically,
the flow of the sentence.
Can you come closer to your microphone because I can't make out what you're saying.
There was like 4 different people.
We also got some new folks. We also
Go
got
ahead.
some new folks in the chat that are VC verified and
Oh, well, bring them
possibly
on.
some Globers. If you guys want to talk to any of them, there's Andres Baza. There's Gamble. He wasn't deafened, but now he is. Then we have a new guy.
Yeah, come on in. Won't you start it, Kim?
Enlighten us. Yeah, you guys want to talk? How about you, Gamble? You seem to have unmuted a couple of times. Oh, no, he's deafened.
Yeah.
I keep hearing somebody say something behind your conversation, so that's why I was going to say something.
Oh, okay. That was the extra person talking.
Yeah, no, good eye, Kim. That's we should always, when somebody new comes in, we should always stop and give them a warm welcome. So good catch on that.
Yeah, welcome, guys. If you feel like talking, let us know. We're here.
Who's new? Is it Andres Baza and Gamble?
And new guy.
Ah,
Hey, is that Central?
it's him.
Hey, what's up, man?
How's it going, man? Good to see you. It's been a while.
Yep. I'm alive.
Glad to hear it, man.
Turn off. So the new people just got like mic shy all of a sudden.
I feel like maybe Gamble is having some mic troubles because I see they keep deafening, opening their mic, and closing it again. Sorry, I have some folks walking up.
Yeah. Auto water drain. Auxiliary turbo.
Definitely didn't mean to, derail the conversation. But just in case we had some folks wanting to talk to some us stupid flat earthers, maybe we could
I like your pun though.
indulge them.
We were doing train talk, so you using the derail. That's very apropos. Man, I tell you what, learning what a derail actually is. Oh man, it's brutal. Really, really, really bad things happen when trains derail.
I hope that never happens to you, buddy.
I hope so too. But like literally, a train can derail and take out an entire town based on what they might be carrying, like crude oil and stuff. I mean, I'm laughing, but there have been some really, really bad things happen from trains. Don't mess with train tracks. Don't mess with trains. Don't go around crossings when the arms are down. Don't do that stuff, people. It's a really bad idea.
I knew one of the engineers that was in one of the really bad wrecks in Louisiana a few years back. It was maybe 20 years ago. It was a really bad one, though.
Uh-huh.
And when you hear somebody telling you what that was like in person, it changes you forever. I'll never forget it.
Well, it's amazing he survived.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was forever changed, believe me. He was, wow. That's pretty scary.
Oh, for sure.
I'm sorry, Richie. I didn't mention you, but also welcome.
I need to look at who this Richie guy is. I know Richie. Wonder if it's the same one.
Where are you at, Richie? Are you there? What's been happening in the... I just took my victory ride after having 2 flat tires in one day and then fixing it. 3rd time's the charm.
I do not believe that this is my height supremacist Richie friend.
Your what's
The height of my husband's road rage is he'll wish somebody gets 5 flat tires.
Oh, gee. No, I
Get it?
have a friend named Richie that is a height. He's a height supremacist, and he is.
Supremacist.
Yeah, he's also a flat earther and knows that the moon landing's fake and all that stuff too.
Okay, well that's good.
Yeah. He's only like 6'3", but he's still a height supremacist.
Gotcha. Yeah. I kind of have a medium height supremacy complex, probably. Just a little, well, over the average.
I'm a tad under average at 5'7".
Yeah, sometimes I feel like I'm towering over everybody else, and I have to, where are these people from? Why are their legs so short? And then all of a sudden, I heard these 2 Australian guys talking, because it's a big, like in the summer, a lot of people come here on vacation, right? So from all over the world. Anyway, I turned around and these like 2 Australian guys are like 6'5", both of them. I'm like, what the hell?
Nice.
Then I saw couples, 2 couples, maybe a couple of years ago, but these 2 couples were at least 6'4", the women, and the men were probably at least 6'6".
Yeah, you grow taller when you're hanging off at the bottom of the earth. That's how that works.
I guess that's what it is. They weren't Australian. I didn't go up and ask them, hey, where your giraffes come from? No, that would be...
How are you guys today? I am new. I'm sorry if I interrupted.
No, go ahead. You didn't interrupt much. Would you like to say hi? Is that what you were doing? Hi.
Yeah, who just said something?
Who was that? Who was that? Was that Clay Under Seal or Gamble? And the truth is, It
wasn't. I don't think it was Clay. I know his voice because he's a flat earther. These other guys in here that are VC verified, I feel like they've said a couple of things here and there while we've been talking.
Bongso, you're disconnected. Must be the next day or something. Gospel is. Are you bored? What's going on, Gospel Bear?
Oh yeah, that was definitely a bored sigh. No, I was thinking it was kind of a bored sigh, but it was also a sigh about I have to make sure I go to bed earlier tonight. My class, I have to get on the shuttle to get to my class at 5:15, and the breakfast buffet is at 5 a.m. I've been waking up at 4 a.m. and going to bed at like 10:30, and it's just
too much
catching up with me. So I'm going to try and go to bed in the next like 45 minutes if I can.
That's a good idea. There's something to be said for starting the day early. Like I had a full day, but it's still early, you know.
It's all out of my control, but I hear you. No, I'm usually a morning person anyway. It hasn't been the worst. But you know, if I don't get 7.5 hours, if I'm like 6 or 5.5 over and over again, goes into sleep debt.
Yeah, absolutely. I notice that the older I get. But I was going to ask you, what are the temperatures looking like out there?
Well, I'm in Kansas City right now, so it's cold. Just hovering around freezing, and it's not very bad at all. But
all right,
North Dakota, you know, we had a brutal pre-Christmas, where it was like 20 and 30 below, but but then it creeped all the way back up to positive, or like positive temps, at least Fahrenheit positives. In a couple of weeks, it'll go back down into single and double digit negatives, but nothing too bad. At least not by North Dakota standards.
I was gonna say, listen, I mean, it sounds ridiculous, probably coming from the West Coast here, but this is unusual cold. Like where I rarely recall where I've had to cover my face anytime while it's still daytime, and in the last few weeks, you have to cover your face when you start riding. When I start riding, you start going above 5, 6, 8 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, that your ears and nose start to freeze off, feel that freezing feeling. I mean, even at like if it's the high 40s and you start traveling.
Yeah, for sure. Riding a bike in the 40s is still really not a good feeling.
It's the low 50s. It's like the low 50s, mid to low. It's like the mid low 50s in the daytime, which is really cold. Where I have to cover my face in the daytime is very unusual, and I really don't recall having to do that for many years. I don't remember it being this cold for this long. I should look and see. There may be even snow in the mountains. Let me check. Let's check the local weather. It's probably because all this weather's coming in that most of you guys are seeing on the plains states are well, a lot of it yours comes from the north too, but it comes from the west, right? Primarily. It races across those desert states. And I guess it bunches up against the continental divide, right? The Rockies.
You're talking about the our weather patterns and stuff. Yeah, the weather follows the jet stream basically.
Yeah. So it mostly comes from the west, northwest for everybody, except the coast. So,
and then remember, there's only one possible explanation for that, and that's the spin of the Earth. I mean, there's no other rational explanation for why it would be that way.
Why else would it do that except for Earth spinning? Yeah, no.
Yeah, because there's never ever east to west winds, except for all the times that there are also constant east to west winds.
And there's sometimes prevailing winds from the west, and then we have east to west winds as well.
Yeah, I know that's what I'm saying.
And then even southeast to northwest winds, or kind of combinations.
Yeah, there's all sorts of combinations. It's only explained by Earth spin.
Yeah,
that's what I tell myself to sleep good at night.
Actually, it's going to be down to the low to the 30s on Wednesday. That's here in the city.
That ain't nothing.
That ain't nothing for San Diego. That is something.
Yeah, I hear you.
But the high during those days of next week are supposed to be mid 60s, but the lows going from 44 to 34.
Wow. Let's see here. It's in the low 30s in Kansas City. It's in the 20s in my new city of residence, Mandan, which is right next to Bismarck.
Oh my God, I've looked up those cities before.
And then in my previous city of residence, it is also in the 20s. It's abnormally warm in North Dakota right now, basically. Abnormally warm. 30s and 20s. Yeah, that's very bizarre for this time of the year. Like January and February are typically all below zero.
Yeah, it looks like
but
major
now
storms coming from there's major storms they've been piling up in the Pacific for a month or two. Before that, we had actually tropical storms like hurricanes that went way further north and were only a couple 100 miles offshore. Here, they're never this far north. That was really odd. And now we have this little. Let's see, what are they saying? I should mute. But anyway, I have some. What did I get? I got some kind of. Beef knuckle soup bones.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I think I'm just gonna cook those up.
Yeah. As far as I understand it, bake them on a tray in the oven for an hour, and then boil them with a couple stalks of celery and carrots and whatever parsley and
Are those vegetables?
yeah, you don't have to do that. You can just do the beef bones all by themselves. But supposedly baking it for an hour first helps something. I don't think it's just a flavor thing. I think it helps release more.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe that would make sense. Heat them up.
It causes the bones to slightly crack, so then you have a lot more surface area as you start to boil it.
I think that's the main thing. Yeah.
Marrow that's in those bones.
I've not made any bone broth in a while, but I love making bone broth.
Yeah.
Boil in a pan. I'm gonna bake them.
Oh, it's also if you can make your own bone broth, it's an excellent starter for Texas chili.
So there's so many things that I use it in. It's probably easier for me to tell you what I don't use the bone broth in. I use it in everything from making beans to like even our Thanksgiving turkey. I put a package of bone broth that I'd made in the in the bottom of the pan. So it
75,
there's almost nothing that it doesn't make better.
What should I do? Cook, broil it like
4 something, I would say, maybe 450.
450. Okay.
If it's just the bones in there, yeah.
No, it's got a little bit of meat on it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm saying if you throw vegetables in there, you might want to drop it down. But
I'm also talking about vegetables. I love making vegetable scrap stock. That's another great one.
Wouldn't I put the vegetables in after I baked it and then put it in some water and start boiling it?
yeah, you can roast the veggies, but not the entire. You usually would only do them for like 15 to 20 minutes as opposed to an entire hour.
I don't know if I'm gonna bother with that. I think I'll just do it and then I'll put some onion in later.
Sure.
We'll just put some onion. That'll work.
It's so sad when you acknowledge the people and they say nothing, and then you get on a tangential conversation like this, and then somebody pipes in, they're like, this is not flat earth related, and you're like, yeah, well, we've been trying to initiate conversation with the shy people, but
Oh, I thought this is what we called living healthier on a flat earth type discussion.
Yeah, it's one way. I'm looking. Who do we have?
Yeah, they all left.
Gotcha.
Except Richie. Richie's still here.
Well, Richie's got the lunar something or other on there with the profile picture.
But I'll tell you,
It's the flat smack.
Gospel, you've got to try to make vegetable scrap soup, or not soup, but I mean stock.
Sure. Yeah. Sort of thing before.
Yeah, it's pretty much if you think of like when you're cutting up a tomato, don't throw the bad parts of the tomato away. Put them in your freezer in a bag that you just add to, and then whether it's celery or just any kind of vegetable, and just throw the scraps into it.
That's a good
And
plan.
then, I'm sorry.
That's a good plan. Yeah, I like that. Just accumulate it over the course of a month or so, and yeah, that makes sense.
And then, especially like if you say you make beans, and then you get to the last half of your beans, and then put all of it in your crock pot for a while,
Yeah.
and then just strain out all the bad stuff. And that stock, let me tell you what, it makes a filling, and I mean a very, very filling soup base.
Yep.
But I do believe the bone broth is the second time I had the 1984. I do believe that the bone broth is what helped me through it.
The Orwell. I gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, but we need somebody new in here to come tell us. We need somebody to show us something about curvature. Somebody needs to show us a little evidence of curvature. I mean, I'm ready to hear it. I'm ready to get excited about learning the curvature of the Earth and learning about axial rotation. I'm also really excited about having learning about how we have gas pressure without containment. Somebody, please,
Yeah,
if you're listening on YouTube, land, come on in and join us.
I need practice on my 3-point wig snatcher things.
Who's Sir Patrick?
Good question.
I don't know that name.
Who's Little G?
Little G's been around for eons.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Oh.
Hello.
I mean, that is like. I'm kidding.
And by eons, I mean like I've known Little G for 3 or 4 years now.
Come on, somebody, come on in. We need some. We need to learn. We need somebody to come in and settle this once and for all, and show us the errors of our ways. We need somebody to come in. We need that one person. That's what we're here for. Is we gather here for the one person to show and demonstrate us wrong, and just show us just a little bit of proof. So if you're up for that in YouTube land, come on over and visit us. We're right here waiting. We've got operators standing by. It's better than a 1-800 number. So come on over, give us your proof. We're here waiting. You can. We're waiting for you to come over and show and prove to us. Give us the proof of curvature, the axial rotation, that we can have gas pressure without containment. We're looking for that one person to come over with that proof, who can prove to us. That way we can shut down this server. We're just waiting for one person. And humble listener out there in YouTube land, come on over, join us. Be that one person to tell us the errors of our ways.
Oh, my Batman, I am not muted. Sorry.
Oh, feel free. Come on.
Stop it.
Oh.
Well, I guess tonight's not going to be the night that somebody's going to come and prove us wrong.
106. Okay, it's going to be this other list.
So what I want to know is what the heck happens to a Fred when the battery runs dead?
Okay, so most of the Freds are powered by the airflow. The airflow runs a turbine that powers it. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
It is actually really cool. They used to have a lot of battery powered ones, and they would just recharge them or whatever, and they would have to have a certain rating in order to use them for a run. But now the vast majority of them are air powered. So
Oh, fuck's sakes.
yeah, man, I'm learning all sorts of stuff. A whole new field of learning in my brain.
Fuck, man.
Crazy.
Oh yeah. Using the dynamic brakes.
Yeah. Learning the difference between air brakes and the dynamic. The metaphor for dynamic or analogy for dynamic would be like Jake braking.
Yeah.
Goddamn fucking brownies.
What?
Somebody's got a filthy mouth. Somebody needs a bar of life soap.
Yeah, what the frick? That's disgusting.
Pretty sure it's Velocity over here. He's the only one with the highly suspect
What am I
role.
hearing?
I don't. Some of these people, they just like take back a few alcoholic beverages or other substances and then get on here and like, let's see what kind of fun I can have now, instead of like just having a decent human to human conversation. Oh my gosh, I showed them under my state of intoxication. I'm so cool.
Hey, you know, it's that shows how lonely they are.
Hello, sorry for bothering you guys. My friend, like I was in a call with Chill Thing, and he gave me space herpes. What does it do?
Space herpes.
Yeah. He gave me like all on this called space herpes. But why? Why
yeah,
do I
that's
have
a roll.
herpes?
It's
Probably
the gift that
because
keeps on
you
giving.
expressed your devotion to NASA or something like that.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
It's okay. The
Okay,
more you love NASA, the more likely you contract.
Space real.
It is the gift that keeps on giving.
If you guys
Inshallah,
want to
my brother.
speak up, you can speak with your chest. You know, say what say what you mean what you say.
Yeah, project. Give us your full voice.
Man, is it not in here? ABTH.
So is that how you feel, Gamble? Are you a huge NASA fan?
No. He asked me a question, I answered it, and he gave me space herpes. I don't know why.
What was the question?
Yeah.
I can't even remember the question because I was eating.
Said, what movie do you want to watch?
Oh,
Yeah, whoever that movie question guy is, just mute that kind of interruption.
He was down.
Oh,
he was down there with
me. He was in the call with me.
That's what the question that he asked. What are you talking about?
He was down there in the chill chat about to watch a movie, I think, or they went to watch a movie down.
We were going to watch a movie. They deafen, like they mute us forcefully, and then they left. I don't know why.
What do you think?
Well, if you're talking during the movie, that's a problem.
Who's
No, they weren't watching movie yet. They were discussing about which movie to watch.
All right.
They didn't start the movie. They went to a different VC to watch the movie. They didn't start.
Yeah, they left that VC to watch the movie.
Ja, vet du, så var det.
Alrighty then, Gamble. What do you think black holes are, Gamble? Or whoever it is that has space herpes.
It's Gamble.
Okay. What do you think black holes are?
I have not, like I said, man. He gave me space herpes.
I know. I'm asking you a new question.
Difficult question, man.
Oh, okay. Do you think that there's validity to the concept of a black hole?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, you might be on your pathway to healing yourself from herpes, space herpes, that is. So why do you say
can cure my herpes? That's good.
Well, I can't. It's actually more of a personal journey. So why do you say that?
I don't know. To be honest, I have not. I do not understand the question.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
My question is how you remember that you were asked a question and that you got space herpes because of it, but you don't remember the question. How was that possible?
Já fick en negro hole, you say.
Memory loss.
You got a memory hole?
Gamble. Negro hole.
Just really chaotic communication right now.
I explained the question.
He's my translator, my friend.
Oh, okay. I heard some French words. I just
Yes, thank you.
I didn't hear the totality of it. I don't know what the word hole is in French, but
I heard memory hole, but maybe I misheard.
noir. Noir is black. Noir.
Boca, right? Is it Boca?
Maybe I don't know. That's a different word. Maybe I don't know that word.
I thought Boca was hole.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I don't know the word for hole.
But it might even have a completely different word translation itself, like the actual word black hole.
Sometimes they create whole new phrases. French, not usually, but there are some languages that refuse to do cognates. Icelandic is famous for being a non-cognate language.
Yep. They got their own language, straight up.
Yeah.
Gamble, visual memory.
He asked a question on what do you guys think of black holes?
Is there validity to it? Est vrai.
Huh?
Is it true?
Yes, that's the question.
No, we asked you.
Yes, Suntil or Ariel?
Yes.
Why?
So why is there validity to
Wait,
black holes?
let me communicate with Andre. He asked a question for me to ask you. Sorry, my English is not that well, but it's good enough.
Pourquoi?
Yes. Andre. You wait.
Caramba.
Okay. So he DM me the question. He's asking, what do you guys think of black holes?
We're asking y'all.
We don't believe it's personally. We do not believe it's real.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I would agree that they're really just a concept and a fiction, a fascinating fiction, but a fiction.
You don't
an inverse concept.
What? There was two people talking.
You don't think black hole real?
No, I personally think that black holes are a fascinating fiction. That's how I would describe them.
Okay.
Yeah.
That someone made an imaginary math problem that worked itself out. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes.
Now, I would go as far as saying that. Well, maybe I wouldn't go quite this far, but I would go almost as far as saying that black holes may have the same level of validity as the golden ratio. But that's a stretch, and very kind of, I'm linking those in a metaphorical way rather than a analogical way. But
I personally, I don't know what per se it would have as far as like physics or quantum physics. I know what the golden ratio is. I think it's a beautiful sequence.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what the golden ratio is?
Like you look at a conch shell or any other spiral form that exists in nature.
Oh, the Fibonacci sequence.
Fibonacci.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So whether or not that is a good metaphor for whatever they say a black hole is, if there's any reality to it, it may have that same level of specialness, but in regards to its physicality or implications that they say, like the story that they pump behind whatever may or may not even exist in the first place, that's the part that I'm not sold out on. And anybody that is sold out on it contracts space herpes very effortlessly. Basically.
A little off topic, but I wanted to thank Gospel Bear once again for sending me the kefir grains. Like they're still going.
Good.
It's still going great, man.
Good job. You kept them going longer than I did.
I'm drinking some of it right now. Yeah.
Good. Glad to hear that.
I think it's definitely helpful.
Yeah, it for sure is.
Gospel, would you mind filling me in on a question here? When you say there's no validity to the golden ratio.
No, I was saying no. I said no validity to black holes narrative.
He said the story, the mathematical. Well, you said the mathematical story was like similar to the black hole or something like that.
Yeah. I was drawing a kind of a metaphorical comparison between Fibonacci stuff and whatever black. But then again, honestly, I don't know enough about the whole origins.
The torus field, like the center of it. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I don't.
Space.
I don't know enough about the origins of the discovery of the black hole in order to determine whether or not it's even got any level of physicality or realness to it. I don't even know, because when I look up at the sky, I see stars. So whether or not there even is a thing may or may not just be a figment of the fairy tale. I don't know.
So my question for you is, because like I say, you mentioned the golden ratio there. My question for you is that over the last few years, now this year I've not seen anything, as I've been back on my regular profile on Fascist Book, but for quite a while I was seeing all kinds of questionable posts about the Fibonacci sequence and golden ratio. And I was just going to ask you, what's the allure of the golden ratio to people who otherwise know absolutely nothing about mathematics?
All right.
Do you know?
Yeah. So I would argue, I might not be right, but my argument would be that some people are fascinated with superstition, and they want to give credit and power to things that are part of patterns of our reality, as opposed to the origin of reality. They want to look at the consequence of reality, and they want to give credit to the quality or value or specialness of the consequence of reality rather than the origin and or cause of reality. And I think that would be the basis for why people get really head over heels in philosophy or mathematics or any
In
other
other words,
thing.
they're worshiping the pattern and the
Yeah.
the design instead of the designer.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I noticed, especially as I was coming across a lot of the Hebrew roots people, that there was a lot of discussion of this and like all kinds of other, and then I would hear the term sacred geometry and and maybe it's because I have a degree that it's virtually a math degree. They don't call it a math degree, otherwise you'd ask what university I teach at, but it's completely and entirely mathematics. And so I would, people over the years have said, well, what do you think about this or that or the other? I'm like, well, have you studied math? And they're like, well, no. And I'm like, well, maybe you should study some math. And they'd be like, well, this is really exciting because this has this ratio or this has that angle or this has that and that has that. And like you say, that makes sense because I was always kind of like, well, so everything has an angle to it.
Mm-hmm.
Everything has a ratio to it.
Yeah.
Oh. How do you
even the
guys
flat
think,
Earth has a curvature. It's just zero.
Hold on. Hold on. JE. Somebody was asking a question.
Yes, I was asking. Do you guys think of gravitational fields? How does it work?
How?
There's no such thing as gravity.
How does a left-footed banshee cat work?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, you could just say words and ask how something works.
Yes, but I mean, you said something about left-footed banshees, but banshees don't have feet.
I don't know that for a fact. I mean, who's to say?
Me.
Oh, well, yeah, and I'm here to say that you can have beliefs about some words, but whether or not those beliefs have any validity, you'd have to test it. So what is it that hold on, I'm not done. So what is it that you can test about your concepts regarding gravity? Tell me about how you can test your concept of gravity.
What is a banshee?
Don't worry about it. Go on to my new question.
To test something, if it fall down, gravity. Pick something up and
what would that be called? What logical fallacy are you committing right now?
Sorry, I do not understand. I'm asking that a question, and you ask me a different question about Banshee, and I'm confused. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah, so you're talking about gravity, and then you said, well, you fall down, and therefore, and I asked you, what logical fallacy are you committing right now?
I do not understand the question. My English not good enough. Sorry.
So what you're gonna need to look up is logical. Do you know how to spell logical?
You laughing at me?
No. Do you know how to spell logical?
I'll get the translation. Okay, I know.
Yeah. I know what logical mean. It mean like something.
No. Okay, so you know how to spell logical. I'm giving you something to look up. So you're gonna spell the word fallacy. Fallacy.
Oh, it's error.
FALL.
FALL.
Hey, I got it. Quelle erreur logique.
Yes, but what do I ask? I know how to spell logical, bro. What do you do after that? Logical?
Fallacy.
FALLAC. Okay, I got it.
So a little homework for you to do.
Yes,
Quelle erreur logique commettez-vous? That's what I'm trying to say.
What?
What did you say? Your French is kind of poop poop.
Quelle erreur logique
Well,
commettez-vous?
Oh, thank you. I understand. I should be like.
we're being nice on your English, so at least be nice to his French, okay?
Yes. My sorry. So, my sincere apology.
Yeah, I know I
You
can't
know,
pronounce
like
the words like
I know you get mad at us. I know you get mad at us when we don't understand your English. And like I understand your English. You speak good enough English for me. But there's people out there, they might look down on you because you don't speak perfect English. And so I understand that's frustrating. But if somebody has crappy French, don't put them down for it, man. Try to understand them. That's the least you can do. If you don't like being looked down upon because of a language that you don't speak very well, don't put somebody else down for trying to speak the language of your primary language, and then you're like, oh well, it sucks. I don't understand it, dude. You're doing the same thing that you don't like people doing to you. So he was trying to be nice to you. Gospel Bear was trying to be nice to you, and I thought that was a very, very nice way to reach out to him.
Sorry.
All right. So you said I fall down, and therefore, that's a. I'm telling you. Hold on. I'm telling you that is a logical fallacy. Now, instead of doing your homework for you, I asked you the question: what logical fallacy are you committing? Which you don't necessarily have to answer. You could simply go, "Oh, okay, that means I need to think about this in a different way and not commit a logical fallacy." So when you start a statement with an assumption, which I kind of gave you a hint by saying the word assumption in regards to a logical fallacy. So that's the whole issue, is you're assuming you know the consequence of
Oh,
or the cause. You're assuming you know the cause of why somebody falls. But that's the whole question in the first place.
so my question is, you say gravity is a fallacy.
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say
It's a logical
I didn't.
fallacy.
I
So
didn't say
fall down, therefore
Falling
gravity.
down is okay.
Yeah, falling down, therefore gravity
therefore.
is a logical fallacy.
Or how does
Like you're associating the two
gravity?
words together.
Does F gravity equals 9.8 on Earth?
Okay, now make it 5.4.
Yes. And then I do.
Make it fall down at a rate of 5.4. Then make it fall down at a rate of 2.1. All inside of a vacuum. Do all of that inside of a vacuum.
It all falls down the same speed.
Can you put it inside of a vacuum and then make it float where it is and not let it fall?
Yes.
You could
You're roboting, Gizbo.
Stay where they are. Sorry.
You're roboting, Gizbo.
Oh, you're
my roboting again.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on.
I think you got a lag too, because you were talking at the same time as what was his name? Because now he's gone.
It was me.
Gospel Bear.
Gizbo microphone that poop poop. The microphone not very well. Sorry, my English is bad.
Okay, so gravity. You're talking about the agreed upon average of the rate of which speed of which things fall.
Yes.
Okay, well that's just the rate of speed at which things fall. That doesn't mean it's because of the cause of that is gravity, because you can't test gravity.
Oh, you say gravity, like F gravitational pull equals not.
You're stating that the cause
F is force. It's not gravity.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Okay. So you tell me you cannot prove gravity, but the agreed upon force is 9.8.
yes,
Okay.
No, there
it's a agreed upon rate
there is a
average
rate
of
at
the
which
rate of
things
fall.
go. It's an average. It's an average rate of at which things fall. But drop helium, dude, and tell me what happens.
But helium is different thing, man. What do you mean?
Why is it different?
Because it's a different thing. Like
It's a different buoyancy.
Yes,
It's a different buoyancy.
it's a different material. Like you can cook it, you can make it
It's
solid.
air. It's a gas.
Oh, because gas is it's a phase.
Are you telling
So
me that there's not
gases.
gas heavy enough to fall down?
You can. What are you saying, man? Gas is a phase. If you can freeze helium, you can make helium a liquid as long as you
Yes.
heat it.
You put air in container.
Wait, what? Listen, the main thing is that the cause of the reason why things fall down can't be tested. Or if you're calling it gravity, that can't be tested. You got to go
You
with the
can't
scientific
manipulate.
method here.
Oh,
You can't manipulate the independent variable. You're saying gravity is the independent variable, so manipulate it.
yes, but it has been tested before, I believe. I do
At
not.
one rate. At one rate, dude. It's always the same rate. Manipulate it. Change it. I want to see
Yes,
it
but
fall at
if if
4.7.
you say it's only been tested at one rate, why don't you test a different
It's
rate
an
yourself?
observation. That's all it is an observation.
But why don't
It's not a
you
test.
observe it yourself?
It's an observation. It's an. All right, dude. I'm gonna drop a GIF in the live stream for you.
Okay, what will you drop? I was dropped. On my head as a kid.
I think we all were, dude.
Anyways, if gravity is stronger near the surface of the Earth because, it's closer to the center of mass on a globe, that you have to also presume it's a globe because it's never been measured. The curvature of the Earth has never been measured. If the Earth isn't a ball, there's no need for gravity.
That's a key point right there. So all we got to do is prove that Earth is a ball in the first place.
That's true.
Who's got that data?
Yeah. Who has
figures,
ever measured the curvature of the Earth?
the figures, the numbers, so we can go through that ourselves. Okay, if anybody finds any, let us know right here. We'll be ready to shut the server down in a matter of moments.
Gamble.
Why will you ever shut down?
Do you know? Have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth ever in your lifetime?
Hmm?
Have you ever measured the curvature of the Earth in your lifetime?
Yes.
You have.
Hmm?
You have.
We would love to see it. Yeah, let's see it. Let's see that proof of the curvature because we've been looking for it, buddy. That's why we're here.
Okay. You're right the back. Yep. Oui, André. Is palais?
Okay, so where did you measure this curvature on Earth, and what method was used?
I measure curvature on my S.
On the ISS, did you say?
This is why you have space herpes.
Did you actually say they measured curvature on the ISS?
My S, yes.
ISS.
This is why you have space herpes.
IPPI. So on the ISS, the thing that's supposed to be floating up in the netherworlds of Narniaville.
You also believe the netherworld? Yes. Yes.
So that's what ISS is supposed to be, right?
I have a question.
Anyway, not to divert. So
Yes,
how
Andre.
did the ISS measure? How does something flying above the surface measure?
Directly measure the surface.
How does it directly measure if it's flying around itself? Can you tell us how that's
Okay.
done?
You can tell me how the flying thing in the nether space thingy with don't float. Okay, Andre, what?
How did it measure directly the surface of Earth?
I'm good question, man. We'll be right back.
Okay, so you mentioned something, and then we ask you how it was done, and you have to be right back. Okay.
No,
That was your answer.
I'm trying to find English translation.
Don't play that. We don't play that anymore.
We know you're Googling.
Yes.
Your English sounds
You think
just
I am
fine.
trolling? Sorry.
We didn't say anything like that, but you did. Anyway, so what method was used by the ISS to measure the curvature of Earth? That's what we're on.
What is the word? What's the word thingy? Let me Google.
What method did
Yes.
the ISS use to measure the curvature of the
Earth directly?
Oh, guys, I have a question.
Wait a minute. We're not moving on to another question. Hold your question. Make a note of it so you don't forget.
Metro Ruban.
We're not moving on until we know the method that the ISS used to directly measure the
measuring tape.
Earth.
Measuring tape. They use measuring tape to go all the way around Earth.
Okay, well that's just stupid. So
You guys are fucking idiots, you know.
You want to try again? We're the ones who are idiots, but this is the answer you have for your globe.
Yeah, he bolted.
Your globe Earth.
He had somebody
That's all you have.
Oh, he rage quit.
Yeah, he rage quit.
And it's his own
His friend said you guys are fucking idiots and he fucking left. There you go. What'd your friend say? Huh?
Hello, my internet died. Hello, sorry.
Oh, your internet died. Okay.
Yes,
well, glad
my
to have you
cat
back.
also died last week.
Okay, so we're still on about we're still on about the curvature measurement with a tape measure from the ISS.
Yes, IS.
That's what you're going with. Okay.
ISS, yes.
Okay.
That is false.
Yes.
No, let them go
That's
with
false.
it. I mean, some people need to have their security blankets.
I believe in this.
He believes.
You believe exactly.
Yes, I have other beliefs, but I will tell you. I don't speak to women.
You're in a religion.
Doesn't speak to women.
Doesn't speak to women.
Oh, my bad. Let me just silence myself.
You were just speaking to a woman when you said, I don't speak to women.
Yes, but that was, I thought she was my cook chef. My bad.
That's hilarious. Yeah. I mean, we might need you around for the flat Earth comedy hour.
Hey, I want you to come in on Friday night at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, do that.
Say you don't speak to women.
Okay, I will.
It's only men that are going to be on there, so don't worry about it.
Are there furries in this this server?
I was talking to.
Are there furries in this server, guys?
A what?
Andres, Andres, you wanted to say something?
Oh, hello.
You're going to have to speak with your chest.
Shut up, woman.
Now he's starting to go. Now he's starting to go.
All right,
back
go
to
ahead.
flat.
Go ahead.
Hello, hello.
Go ahead.
That was funny.
So I was talking to Spake. You know Spake?
Yeah.
Yeah, he told me space is not real.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, do you have any evidence that it is real?
So what I was saying is, what's your guy take on that? Like, what do you think?
Well,
about
we're
that?
asking the questions here.
Yeah. You would show us gas pressure without a container. Have you ever seen gas pressure without a container? Or heard of it being demonstrated?
Have you ever heard of entropy?
That's too complicated, I think.
It's too complicated. Entropy's too
Yeah,
complicated.
we
I don't
just
think
go to
entropy's
gas
too
pressure.
complicated.
A tire has air in it. What happens when you poke a hole in the tire?
It
Gravity
Poor
keeps it in.
Sonny. Poor Sonny. You flat tires.
No, not for me. This is great. I love it. This is what I live for.
it goes down the tire.
Because
It goes down in the tire? It goes out of the tire? Is that what you said?
The air, like
it will seek
the hole?
equilibrium.
The hole, so the air go out.
Right.
yeah, that's
So
gas
now-
pressure.
Is there any instance of gas pressure being maintained in a particular area, a specific area, without a container?
Oh.
For instance, a wheel that doesn't have a tire, you just want the gas pressure, you want the air pressure just around the wheel without the tire? Is that a thing?
Or a balloon without the balloon.
You're saying gravity okay, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but are you saying gravity is created? I mean, gravity is causing gas pressure?
No.
That's a good answer if you said no. So, yeah, we would need a demonstration of, let's say, 1 square meter of gas pressure maintaining, let's say, maybe 20 psi in a square meter with only the use of gravity and no container.
You know what? Next time you go to the store and you need a propane tank for your grill, I want you to tell them that you don't need a container, that gravity's going to hold it all together.
Wait a minute, you're being racist. They might not have grills there.
What do you say, Andres? This guy seems kind of mute or something. He's just not responding.
Yeah. Did you hear
I think
what I
his
was
English,
saying?
he's a little nervous about his English.
Andre, do you have barbecues? Do you have barbecue grills and where you come from?
What?
Do you have barbecue grills where you live?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cook food.
They use propane in the barbecue grills, like outside people that have like stands with food and stuff. They cook with propane, don't they?
Yeah.
That noise sounds like somebody's hitting a bowl, like one of those.
I think we're having a French invasion, y'all.
Musical bowls or something. That was
So, him and Gamble are probably friends. They have the same theme going in their PFP.
Oh,
okay, no, bro, shut the fuck up. Okay, no, don't be all.
Okay, well, you got muted really quick. I mean, that didn't take long.
Who's that retard anyway, and why was he so triggered?
I don't know, but I muted him.
He said that the ISS used measuring tape to directly measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
But I wasn't even talking about this guy. I think he protests a bit much. I was talking about the other two, Gamble and Andres.
Gamble is who I was talking about.
Yeah, but Corpuscle decided to speak up there. I don't know. If you sit on a server and you sit there waiting, don't say anything, and then you come up with something like that, really kind of makes one question motives and intentions.
Does Corpuscle have anything worthwhile to add to the conversation? Any globe proof? Any gas pressure without containment proof?
No, the best he did was shut the fuck up. So I think that's about the best he was able to do.
So far, it looks like it.
What happened to Gamble?
Well, he posted some porn or something in the live stream voice text, so he's gone.
Exactly.
How lame is
It was linked to a
ridiculous.
Yeah, it was trolling. So anyway, I did.
Seems like they're all trolling.
I did set to him to read the rules, and it's just post a link to porn content.
Wow, man. Talk about scraping the bottom of the barrel.
This is the best the globe has for us, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, are we surprised though?
This is what it takes to think you're on the globe.
Yeah.
Or at least to believe it as hard as these guys do.
Yep.
Corpuscle.
Beyond moronic. The globe Earth.
Yeah, I didn't want to get off on that gravity tangent because, first of all, the only reason why you would even need gravity is if you actually lived on a ball. And when was curvature ever, measured? It's just always best to go back to that point.
Beautiful cold night here. Yeah, the overnights in the East County have been in the 20s. I'm telling you, Ice Age is coming. We could be in the middle of a day after tomorrow event. Remember that movie?
.54 here in Alabama, so
Wow, that's warm. Wait a minute. That's
it's not too bad.
It's about the same temperature as it is here, which is really strange. We're like 5 to 10 degrees below normal. And really high tides, like there's something called a King's tide. That's what we have right now. 7.7 foot tide. So some people's places will be getting flooded. No doubt.
The biggest body of water around me is Smith Lake. It's Lewis Smith Lake, but we all just call it Smith Lake. It's a man-made lake, and it covers like a whole town. So a whole town is underwater. Full trees are underwater. Yeah.
Sounds like a strategic strike to me. They like just got the whole town. The entire town is flooded. Well, we know that.
They evacuated.
Are we streaming in live stream too?
And probably.
Yeah.
Not on live stream too.
That's what I was wondering. I'm only wondering because I was going to challenge Corpuscle and see what he has to say, but I don't want to unmute him in here.
You could take him to live stream too. That one's not being streamed. Only where you see that that green speaker and the red dot.
Right.
Well, and the 24/7 live.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I didn't know it's on. So
I might head down there in a minute. I don't know. I'm not going down there just yet. Corpuscle can sit on it. Come in here yelling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Someone's got a name down in the cinema. Extremely banned.
And they're a long-time member. What? Oh, that's just a name. What am I talking about? All right.
Ah, man, dude, that was an expensive week that I did at work. I had to buy new work boots, and then the guy that was training me didn't tell me to buy fireproof clothes, and so I bought some other clothes and got those all dirty. But now I have to wear fire-resistant clothing as well, so I spent like $700-800 on that. It's expensive starting a new career. Hey, I've got proof of Earth curvature. Just look at Jupiter and Saturn.
I think the Earth is curved.
Where's your proof?
It's just common sense.
Common sense? What kind of sense? So how much curve is it? How much is it curved?
What's the ratio?
Yeah, do you have a ratio? What do I mean? You said it's curved. So there needs to be a particular rate that it is curved. What is that rate? No, well, I didn't say it was curved, so go ahead. So it's curved. Okay, got that part. So how much is it curved? Do you have a distance that's curved or an amount that's curved over a certain distance?
Not necessarily, no.
Do you like the radius of Earth? Do you know what that is? Or do you
know how big? Do you know how big the circumference of the Earth is?
No.
The radius.
So are you going with
You
just
what? Rely on your second grade knowledge? That's what they taught you in second grade, right? Was that the Earth is a big spinning ball?
Like it's
no, you have no common sense, dude.
Wait a minute, though. He said it was a sense, so we need to find out what sense is it that you're using.
Yeah. Are you seeing it? Are you hearing it? Are you smelling it? Are you touching it?
School.
So that's not a sense. Okay.
That's not a sense. That's not one of the senses.
You want to change your answer, or
wait.
You know, or rethink what you're saying.
Let me think.
Can you speak with your chest?
What?
You said it's curved.
Speak up.
You said it's curved and it's common sense. So we're just trying to get to the bottom of it. So it's not it's not sense in any way, right? Unless you can tell us what sense you're using to determine that it's curved or round, as you say.
So you say the Earth is flat?
No. I'm just saying that it's not curving.
But what is it?
It's a good question.
So if a surface isn't curving in any direction, what would you call that surface?
I don't know. You tell me.
I have a question for you.
I asked you.
It's common sense.
Why do I have to answer your? Do I have to ask the question and answer them as well? I was asking you. If you, what would you say if a surface isn't curved? Pardon me.
If the surface is not curving, what is it?
Then it's nothing.
Then it's.
I have a question for you.
Nothing. We already determined it was a surface, so we're saying it's a surface and it's not curving in any direction. What would you call that surface? It's a surface and it's not curving in any direction. What would you call that surface?
There's only two types of surfaces. It's either curving or it's not. If it's not curving, what is it doing?
What? Not curving.
You know what a curve is, right?
Not curving is correct. That means flat. Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
So
All right, go ahead, Kim.
Sorry. Clearly, you don't know that you live on a globe. You just believe that you do, because you don't know anything about the globe that you supposedly live on. So
yes.
I'm gonna hit the 3 points, or the. What are you doing right now?
Listening to you guys.
Are you 100% sure that that is what you're doing?
What?
Are you 100% sure that you are on Discord listening to us?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Speak up.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Don't be
He said
afraid,
yes.
dude.
Yes.
There you go.
So you can. All right, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Kim. I'll let you go.
So you can tell with your senses what reality is, but you can't. So you can't see that what we're getting at here, right? Because when you look out on the horizon, it's flat. There is no curvature. You can try to find the curvature, but you're going to be able to see too far or see that the horizon is apparent. It's not a geometric location. So if the surface of the earth is not curving, what is it doing?
Not curving.
Therefore, it is.
Flat.
Let me ask it this way, Kim.
Welcome to flat Earth. Okay.
There you go. You got your answer. You understood it. All right.
Shitty cock.
But were there any other questions that you had for us? Do you understand what that means? Like when you can't find any curvature, you can't measure any curvature.
Yes.
Like, you want to know what's a crazy test for curvature? Have you ever seen water? Have you ever seen water curve? Maybe like on a raindrop, right?
Like a wave.
Okay, well there's force involved in that. I'm talking about water that's resting. Like if you had a bathtub full of water, is that water flat or does it curve? If you had a lake or a pond, say a pond in your backyard, and is that water flat or does it curve?
Flat.
If you had a lake, if you went to like a lake that was like 10 miles wide, is that water flat or does it curve? So why would that change on an ocean?
Wouldn't.
It wouldn't. So by all means, if the Earth is 70% water, and anywhere that there's water, it's always flat, there's a pretty good chance that the entire plane is flat. You might have topography and land change in elevation and everything like that, like mountains and above sea level and different changes in topography. But water will always seek its flat.
Question here.
Oh.
One day I'll work on the 3-point skim, but I'm not feeling it today. I've been studying a lot out in the oil field, so my brain's trying to stay focused on that.
I got you. It didn't work on him anyway, so it wasn't a bad call on my part.
But no one ever in the history of civilization has anyone ever measured any curvature of the Earth. You can Google right now. You can go to Google or whatever web search engine you use. Type in what is the circumference of the Earth, and at the equator they'll tell you it's like 40,000 kilometers or 24,901 miles. And with that circumference, you can find a radius because c equals 2 pi r. So if you know C equals 2 pi r, then all you got to do is solve for r. So you just move your divide by 2, divide by pi, and you get your r, right? Your radius. And so with your radius, you draw a radius in 2 different points of the circumference, you get what's called an arc. And so from that arc, you can get a drop ratio. Now they'll tell you that for every mile of curvature, there's 8 inches of drop. But it doesn't exist, man. Who was talking?
Any thoughts, questions, concerns, commentary, velocity? Any feedback?
Andre.
Nah. You're bricked. Thought so.
A lot of people, Andres, come in here thinking that we don't know anything, and we know more about the globe than all globers do. Very rare that we get a glober that comes in here and actually knows what you're talking about as far as the globe.
Yeah, heliocentrism is the most successful religion.
Because you have to believe it in order for it to be true. There's no facts about it. Any questions, Andres? What's up, Bilbo?
I'm just confused.
About what?
Everything, like.
What made you confused? Did I say something that confused you?
On. Like, what you tell me, then when I think about it, it's just.
It kind of makes sense, huh?
Yes.
No, if you actually use your senses and go outside, never once do you ever experience any kind of spinning motion or any kind of like motion at all when you're standing still. It feels like a flat and stationary plane. When you look out, everything looks flat. If you get over a large flat piece of you could do land, but it's much better to do it over water because you know water will always go to its flatness. And you can look over long distances and say, wow, I can see that. That's 10 miles away. I shouldn't be able to see that.
Yeah, and if the Earth isn't a globe, every story that goes along with the globe is also false, moot.
Woman speaking.
Yeah.
Now there are some things that they mix in there with the truth to help the story along, like things that we observe. What?
We got velocity down here talking.
Yo. Where went fam?
Well, we're not talking to you right now, so kind of mute up, dude.
Ain't nothing, fam.
We're talking to Andres over here. All right. Please don't interrupt. Thank you. So like when people say gravity, right? And they say, well, gravity is this downward motion. Well, they got the downward part right, and there is a motion going on. You'll observe things fall if you pick them up and drop them. Things will fall, but then there are things that are lighter than air that'll float up, like helium. Like if you got a helium balloon, guess what? It's going to float away, right? Even though that balloon before you filled it up was heavy enough to fall through the air. So that's a density issue. That's a buoyancy issue. That has nothing to do with gravity. But you take that word gravity and you look up the actual definition of the accepted definition of in the science community, and it doesn't even conform to what you've always known it as a force. It's not a force. It never was a force. But you've always believed it was a force because you have pseudo intellects out there telling you that it's a force, and they have no idea what they're talking
The bending and warping of space-time, which are two abstract concepts.
about. Actually, if I remember correctly, it's the consequence of the bending and warping of space-time.
A pseudo-force, yes. It's called a pseudo-force.
Velocity. Hola.
Tu m'appelles, ça va?
What?
Okay, all right.
All right. Well, we're going to have to ask you to speak English in this live stream, or you can go to another thing down below and speak in your languages.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, because we can't moderate other languages.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Thank you.
So velocity. You got any direct measurement of curvature of the Earth?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, appreciate you being
Neither
honest.
does anyone else. Neither does anyone else.
Not one person. Good job, Kim. But yeah, so like without no curvature, you get no ball. Without no ball, you get no spin. Without no spin, you get no gravitational force. Without no spin and gravitational force, you have no orbit. Without no orbit, you're not shooting through the sky. Without shooting through the sky, there was no Big Bang. All of it hinges on the idea that there's a curve.
Yeah, if you don't have gravity, you don't have. I don't know how they even think that they can use it as containment of gas pressure on the Earth, but you can't have gas pressure without a container. So that means the Earth may be massive. It's still flat, but it's finite because it needs to be contained for gas pressure.
Yep. We all agree. Like, I mean, we don't have the answer to everything, man.
But logically, this is creation, and the antecedent to creation is a creator.
Yeah, just like the antecedent to gas pressure is a container.
This is all just logical reasoning.
And I know I'm guessing based off of the flag in your picture, you speak French as your primary language.
Huh?
French is your primary language.
Yes.
Do research, man. Like whenever you leave here, whenever you're done in here, and you have time, just do research and ask real, legitimate questions and read articles. And I promise you, all it is, they're gonna pseudo wash all the information into your head, but never once do they ever answer any real questions. And they think that you're just going to glance over it and accept it as is, that they're the authority and you're not. And it's very important that that you think for yourself and question anything that is brought to you. That's why we even argue with ourselves amongst ourselves here. especially when we bring in some kind of a pseudo concept. We're like, prove it. You're on now. You made a claim. Now prove it. Do you live near any water, Andres?
Yes.
You live next to a lake or ocean?
No, it's like a beach.
A beach, like a lake or ocean?
Like the sea.
A sea? Okay. So, like, look on your map, like your phone map or a map or anything like that, and go find a cove where, like, the tip of one edge of the cove and the tip of the other edge of the cove are like 10 or 15 miles apart. And then go out there one day and look and see if you can see all the way across it. And I'm going to even challenge you one more thing. Get down to sea level with your eyes, like in a push-up position, and see if you can still see across it. If you can see across it at 10 or 15 miles, bro, there is no curvature. So can I ask you another question, Andres? Anywhere in your life, any time in your life, have you ever felt any motion from the earth outside of, like, let's say, an earthquake? I don't know if you have earthquakes over in France.
No.
Yeah. Do you know how fast the Earth is spinning at the equator?
I know, but I forgot.
So if the Earth is
I learned it.
if the Earth is 24,000 miles in circumference at the equator, and there's 24 hours in a day, how fast would somebody be spinning 24,901 miles divided by 24? And you can even do 40,000 kilometers divided by 24. I'm hoping you pulled up a calculator and did the math real quick. It's important that you see the information yourself and do the research yourself and put forth the effort yourself. Don't rely on somebody else's information.
Yeah, don't believe us. We're not in the convincing business. We're in the critical thinking business. I'm about to hang out with my son before I put him down for bed, so I'm gonna get off here. All right, Gizbo?
All right, dear.
You guys have a good. I might see you soon or later on.
Oh,
soon.
You're going to bed too?
Yes. No, I might see you later on.
Oh, okay.
I gotta go though.
All right, good night.
See you in a little bit.
I'm in the convincing business. I'm the buyer. I'm looking to be convinced that the Earth is a globe. Someone help me out.
Can I mention something real quick?
Yeah.
I was listening on YouTube and needed to step in. Not trying to correct anybody, but the French guy I overheard someone telling them to go to the ocean, to the sea, and find a cove, which is correct. I do it all the time with my P1000. Go up to Lake Michigan, but I don't want this guy to go out on a day that the temperature might be changing 20 to 30 degrees and get refraction, because that could depend a lot. The waves can depend a lot on that. If the temperature's changing too cold, he could get a lot of refraction and bust his bubble.
So what will refraction do?
It will distort just the air. It'll kind of distort the if he's looking at a hill or a mountain, it'll distort all that, make it look like a ship or the ship going over the curve kind of thing. It will.
So it'll distort the image of what we're looking at.
Yes, sir.
So is there a geometric horizon to distort the image of?
Or obscure.
Can't distort an image of something that isn't there. Can't have a refracted ghost, can you?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're trying to get at.
I'm just wondering if there's a geometric horizon there that could possibly be distorted by refraction.
An actual physical hump.
If that's not your claim, that's cool. So be it. Just wondering.
Are you saying refraction exists? I mean, you guys don't deny that, right?
No,
What
of
is
course
refraction?
not. The problem is the thing that is being said is refracted. I don't know if Jeff is making this claim, but Globers often make the claim that there is a geometric horizon, it's just refracted. So nobody's denying refraction. What's in question is the thing that they say is refracted.
You're talking about if you go out and take pictures, right? You're just talking about that. I know what he's saying, but I didn't hear him make any claim like that.
No, I didn't hear it either. That's just why I'm asking.
He said the right thing. It's a distortion. It's not, but there's no light bending. There's no infinite bendy light. It gets blown out of focus because light is bouncing off of the medium, and so not all of the objects is getting to you. That's the refraction. It's not an infinite curvature as Globers like to.
Right, thanks, Gizmo. Yeah, I just didn't explain it correctly, but it is a lot of distortion when you get the temperatures. With the water temperature and the air temperature, it has to be perfect. Like, I don't travel from Indiana to go up to Lake Michigan until I know I check the weather when I take my P1000 up there, and I make sure the weather's perfect because a lot of that interferes with it. I wasn't. When I said refraction, it's a Glober term, but it is distorted and ends up in kind of refracted mode.
They just misuse the term. It's not a Glober term. They just misuse it. They don't know what it really means.
Can we just clear it up? So do you suppose that there is a geometric horizon or a globe that can be refracted?
I'm a flat earther, man.
Okay. I just wanted to know. That's cool.
No, I came on here just I'm hoping this guy will go out there and do his little test. That's the best thing you can do is investigate yourself. I hope he does do that, but I don't want him to go out there and see something with the wrong temperatures and say, "Man, I've been duped," and just lose all interest.
I got you. I just wanted to get where you were coming from. That's all. That's cool.
So here's the thing that I was saying about like getting down into a push-up position and looking out over the water. It like I've done it several times, man. Like when you just by changing the angle, going from standing to like that planking position, I kid you not, like you can still see over the top of a lot of the waves that come in. Like what happens with the waves is the waves don't grow. The water that's the word I'm thinking of. The water recedes underneath it, and that's where the wave goes in. So, I mean, it grows, but it doesn't grow that much. You can see over the top of waves pretty easily on a lot of coastlines.
Oh yeah,
minus certain ones.
The little meme that was just posted, that's perfect right there. That's exactly what you'll see. That's exactly what I was talking about right there. That little meme.
Yeah, but look at the horizon behind it.
yeah, it's bouncing just a little, not as much as the water and the air right there.
Right.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
Jeff,
all. This is actually the first time I've been in here. I was kind of excited to get another Glober over to the truth side, and I just wanted to, kind of butt in with some information so he don't get, he don't say, "Oh, look, I don't see it. I'm running away."
Well, here's the thing: we're not going to convince him of anything. He has to convince himself. Like we're going to give him all the knowledge he needs to go out there and ask the right questions, him or her. But like when you dangle a string out there and they're like, oh my gosh, like they're starting to wake up on it and everything like that. They're starting to pick the red pill. It's like you still got to be careful with what you say, because I mean, people are. A lot of people. I'm just gonna say it. A lot of people are sheep, man, and they get comfy one way and they don't want to change their paradigm.
Oh, for sure. Can you guys help me out? Well, I'm looking at YouTube right now on another screen. How do I see? All I see is all of our boxes. How do I see the chat inside of Discord right here?
If you scroll to your left, where all the channels are.
He's talking about on YouTube.
I got it. Thank you. No, yeah, it was Discord. Yep, I got it. Thanks.
Okay. I see.
Right above it, there's live stream voice text.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I listen on YouTube a lot. Just decided to jump in today. So, yeah, thanks for the welcome.
Thanks for coming in, man. Yeah.
Have you photographed across Lake Michigan before? The Chicago skyline?
That was the whole point of the P1000. Plus, I do make videos. I have one video. I do work a lot, but I have one video of some stars. It's a short video. We go up to Michigan, to the sand dunes. Me and the wife both have Jeeps. And my goal is, since I'm up in the sand dunes, is to get the Milwaukee shot, and that needs perfect weather. And it's been done before, but yeah, the Chicago, I'll have to search for them. But my goal is the Milwaukee shot.
That would be nice. What city is the shot from? Is it Benton Harbor? Because I'm actually from Michigan.
There's a couple different shots. You can get one from the Indiana sand dunes at 40, but I want to do the 63 mile. I got the ones from 40, which isn't a big deal. And even though I know where I live, I don't think that's a big deal. I want to get the 63 shot. It's the one where, where is it? Oh my gosh, it's a little bitty. It's a little bitty ritzy neighborhood. A lot of retired people live there. It's at the top of my head. I'll find out. I can post one of my star videos in this chat. Can I? A link to it?
Mm-hmm. I don't think you have an embed roll, but the link will drop.
Yeah, that'd be cool to see.
Well, good luck on that, dude. And I don't know if anybody in here can give him the link embed roll to see if he wants to drop his 40-mile picture. But no, I'm eager to see all that, and I'm happy that you're out there. How long have you been a flat earther?
Well, I'll give you a little backstory. It's only been a small 3 years, man. But I will say what I do is, and a little backstory. It took me about 3 months to actually, about 4 months to investigate it. when I seen some really good information and accept it. Took me about 3 more months to tell my wife, and she claimed I was lost my mind for about 8 months, and now she knows where she lives. I didn't push it on her. I just planted seeds, as you guys know how that is. But what I do, I go to work. I used to be a big time gamer, sim racer. I have a big $8,000 computer set up where I always went to work and gamed. I quit all that, found my way. I literally go to work, come home, and re-educate myself. So that's all I do is educate. There's no boring thing about being a flat earther. And I didn't really speak much at work about it or out in public about it at first for about the first year until I educated myself, and I can defend all of my arguments because I tried talking about it at first, and no, I didn't have the education about it. So yeah, I just re-educate myself, and my license plates literally say it's flat. So I preach it out in public. I preach it at work, and my company has 2,000 people. I yell it at the top of my lungs.
That's fun. That's awesome, dude.
But I posted one of the videos. I can actually, I'll have to search tonight and get some of the pictures. My computer's full.
Welcome, brother.
Pictures.
Listen, folks like you are why the Globe narrative is done.
Yep.
Oh man, it is. And the reason I wear my shirts is, and the wife gets a kick out of it, is it does spark conversations. We was in a grocery store on vacation in Tennessee in the hills, and I had one of my shirts. The Earth is no, it just said flat earther. I have like a shirt for every day of the week, and I see her, and she's like, "Okay, I got to ask a question. You won't get offended." I'm like, "Nope." And I knew what kind of question it would be. She goes, "Where's the edge?" And it's stuff like that sparks questions. Some people might want to start, off in a not so good talk, but then they get to thinking. I went to a car wash, and they see my license plates as I was paying them, and said, "What's your license plate mean?" And he literally added me on Facebook, and I said, "Just look at my Facebook. I post every day about it." And about a week later, he messages me and says, "Man, my brain is melting. I don't know what to do." But
that's the biggest deal. Is you got to make them curious. Like if they're not curious, and you tell them, it's just gonna like slough off. It's not even gonna stick. They have to want to dive into it.
One more thing I wanted to say is that it sounds like you have incorporated the truth into your life in a way that hasn't harmed a single bit of it, and wouldn't you know it, anti-flat earthers, people are giving a genuine, honest response to it, and it's not negative. It's welcoming and positive. Okay, love it.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. It is, and I work. I work in the. I build interstates, and you can imagine those guys out there. How what they said at first. I ran a crew, and I had 18 on the crew. And at first, hey, and I didn't speak about it at first. Like I said, it took me about 8 months, a year to educate myself. And out of the 18 people, 17 of them knew where they lived, and I didn't force it on them. I just gave them this little bit of information, planted that little seed, and the whole goal is, and I'm not going to get into it, I know the rules here, the whole goal is for one reason: to find out that they are not an accident, they were created.
Nope. Hey, you like this joke, Jeff? You want to know how the Earth is curving?
How's that?
Because it's just like with suspension bridges, right? Like the suspension bridges curve to adjust for the mass that's going to be going across it, the weight that's going to be going across it. So because of all the weight of everybody on Earth, it's flat. But if we all jumped off of Earth, then it would be curved. Also, things like if you're ever driving west and you get pulled over, just tell them you're trying to catch up to the spin of the earth.
They would get a good laugh out of it from my license plate. I'm going to do that. I'm going to actually write that down so I do not forget.
Right? You'll be like, they'll be like, you know how fast you're going? And you'll be like, wait, which direction are we going? Am I going west?
I'm writing that down right now. I do have a heavy foot, so that's going to be good. That might get me out of a ticket.
You're a construction guy. You got places to go, man. You got places to be.
And the great thing about it is we use a lot of GPS, because all our machines, dozers and everything run off GPS and UTS. Oh, man. And the younger guys that do all the setup and
You cut out, man. Or did I cut out? Let's see, who is Max? See. What's up, Max?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
Nothing much, man. I'm just sitting here chilling.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet in here.
It just got quiet. You just came in.
Yeah, I did.
What are you up to today, man?
Well, I just came in and I was seeing what's going on Discord, and I decided to join today. So this is my first time joining Discord, and I'm trying to learn how to work the controls and see where I'm at in the server and things like that.
It's a pretty cool experience. Sometimes there's a couple of seconds delay. So if you're talking over somebody, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Everybody's pretty sincere about it. But if there is a discussion going on and someone's like deep in trying to get a point across, usually it'll be like a gold member or a moderator or something like that, and just or even a silver. If they're having a good point, just kind of like let them keep going. A lot of times, it may take like a good 20-30 minutes to get a point across from all of its aspects. So sometimes you're just sitting there on mute and letting them tell their story, because it is important that you convey the entire message and not lose sight of what the focus is.
I do agree with that. But sometimes people tend to wander off when you let them go on for a while.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's very true, man. Very true. Some people like to hear themselves talk.
I find that a lot on some of these servers when I'm listening. I've listened to a lot of flat Earth debates and discussions, and find them very enlightening. Some of them I find quite repetitive.
Yep.
And it seems like once you become aware that you don't know anything about what you think you know, when you find out you don't know the diameter, you don't know the circumference, you don't know the distance to the sun, or how it was found out or measured, or not measured or calculated, or whatever it was done. You find out you don't know any of these things. It's hard to make an argument against it. And it's time to listen a little bit.
Right. And then what happens? You spend like the next 2 weeks trying to find the answers in your downtime because you're like, well, fuck it, I'm really going to find this now because I know it's out there. It can't be hidden from me.
You find out that the photograph's on photos, and it's like, wait a minute, that's not a photograph.
Right. Bro, the paradigm changes. It's a long, heavy change.
When I started down this journey and started to really explore it, because I've always known that we were stationary. I mean, that wasn't hard to figure out as a child. You, as a kid, if as curious as you are, I'm sure you tested these things yourself. Threw a ball up in the air to see if it comes down where it's a few feet away, or it's like I don't know if we're moving. So I've always had that. But there's never been a place where we can congregate or where there have been like-minded folk until they set up the internet.
Yep.
And when they set up the internet, of course, if you're a curious person, you want to look at the JFK stuff.
Sure.
That's the first conspiracy that I was exposed to as a kid, JFK.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, living in New York City, I knew 9/11 was, a bunch of crock.
Right.
But then seeing loose change and having all of these other folks take other perspectives and break down math, and it's like, okay. And then you just keep looking, and then I started getting flat Earth stuff in my. So what is this? Skip past that for a while.
Right.
That's like looking for lizard people. I kind of skip past that stuff. Tupac is dead. I kind of believe these sorts of things. So, but the flat Earth, I'm like, it keeps popping up. So, I looked at it, and it was the, who put me on, who really got my attention? The English guy who started drinking his urine. The black guy. What's his name?
Dave Murphy.
Murphy, yes. He broke me down. I seen him do an interview.
he got a lot of people in.
Yeah, he was very convincing. And then, of course, the Dubé thing was out. 200 proofs, but I couldn't get through Dubé. So, and then I stumbled across Jeranism, and those guys. And Jeranism was very thorough. And I just started listening to other servers and other folks, and it's convincing. So thank you for letting me into the server and being welcoming, and let's see what kind of conversations get started.
Oh yeah, man. Have you gone and made any observations since you discovered all this?
Well, I live in New York City. So, it's hard for me to make observations living in the city. Everything's congested, building on top of buildings. There is no horizon. You can go out to, I'm over here by the Hudson, and there's no horizon. All I see is New Jersey.
Have you seen New York City I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I just have you seen New York City from an aerial perspective?
Yes.
Well, so then you have made observations, right? Because those buildings are all.
That was prior to me stumbling across, but yes. I mean, I make as many observations as possible. I go out to the Brooklyn Bridge and look. and there's no curvature anywhere.
What about Staten Island looking back into New York?
I haven't done the calculations on how far that is, but I see everything.
So I mean, like there's little things here and there, and there's another guy that comes in this server, and he does observations, but he's more fascinated with the moon and with some of the stars that are out there and stuff like that. He'll get the binos out and he'll look at it and everything like that. So,
Hey, if you guys are hollering at me, I was muted. My mic got muted or something. I thought everyone was just being silent for the last 10 minutes. I'm sorry.
Why is everyone ignoring me?
I couldn't hear nothing, so I had to reset Discord. I'm sorry, but go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt.
What blew my mind about this trip is finding out space is fake. And that, I mean, that blows your mind. It's like, I grew up with Star Trek, Star Wars, all of those sorts of things. And it's like, that blows your mind having to rethink and re-educate yourself on that whole, Mars, Venus sort of, these are places that you could possibly go, the Andromeda, this, and, Milky Way, that, and, Hubble. And it's like, they really sold a good story.
I know. And that's the funny thing. Like, for me, it was the opposite. Like, space was the first to go. Because I never was into any of that space stuff anyway, myself. Like, no Star Wars, no Star Trek, none of that stuff. I like some movies like Starship Troopers was good.
Okay.
And what's another movie that I liked? Like The Fifth Element, things like that. Those are all cool sci-fi movies that I knew were fake, that were never going to be real. But what was hard for me was like literally everything I thought I knew about the physics of Earth. Like I had to change my vocabulary completely, and I had to learn like what I could prove versus what I couldn't prove. That was the hardest thing to let go. So like when I changed, like I went down a similar rabbit hole. Like I was doing all the conspiracy theories and everything, and then I went down I started going down the flood, down the Great Deluge. The Great Flood, and so I like doing my research and everything. Like all of the deities of the ancient civilizations all matched up to the pre-flood fallen angels. And so that kind of blew my mind. I was telling a friend about it, and he tells me about, he's like, you know what they all have in common also, all those ancient civilizations? I was like, what? He goes, they all knew that the earth was flat. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. Are you kidding me, dude? Like, I've always laughed at flat earth. You tell me that I've been lied to my entire life? Yeah, man. Dude, no way. Oh my gosh, it's true. Like, it immediately made sense. And then as I was doing research, like, it was just reinforced, because the one thing I was always told about the true truth is, if you want to know the truth, find out what you're not allowed to talk about. And so when I started doing Google searches, like, I knew there were people out there that are full-fledged flat earthers. And as I'm doing Google searches, you can't find that stuff, dude. Like, it immediately tells you how to debunk flat earthers. It's got all these news articles that tell you, like, this is flat earther was debunked again. Like, it's all these news reports. And then maybe you'll get some Flat Earth Society stuff, which, like, as I was reading into Flat Earth Society, I'm like, why does this sound so stupid? Like,
that's like,
there's got to be a reason.
Double reverse.
Huh?
It's like, that's the double reverse.
Right. Like, you know who Brian Bosworth is?
No.
I think his name's Brian Bosworth. He's the Boz. He was the guy that Bo Jackson ran over. He used to play for Seattle.
I thought you was going there. Yeah, okay, yeah. No, I know the Bosworth. Yes.
Yeah, so he had one of the greatest marketing schemes, but it wasn't like he was the first one to go public with it, right? His thing is like, he's the boss, right? So he's this fucking, he's this egocentric maniac, right? And all he cares about himself. He doesn't care about anything else. And so you know what he does? He goes out and he creates a market against himself. like a bunch of haters, right? And so he's like all this boss hater society crap, and he's the one running the show, selling all the merchandise. Like total genius, right? So how do you control the narrative? You own both sides of the narrative.
Yeah,
And
classic.
so, yeah, it made sense.
Yeah, that's classic. You know, you control both sides.
Yeah, to control the opposition, you must lead the opposition.
Like if you had two football, like say, so you got the Super Bowl coming up, right? You got two teams that go to the Super Bowl. How do you guarantee who is going to win in the Super Bowl?
How?
You own both teams. Paradigm is gone, dude. Complete paradigm shift.
You mean because then
I'm not sure.
Because then it doesn't matter who wins.
Well, like,
see, and that's the thing right there. When you said that, you said it doesn't matter who wins, that's how they have most of the population thinking about flat Earth. It doesn't really matter. And they don't realize just how important it is to realize just how much they lie to you, you know, and just how much they can control you through that, you know. So it's important that people wake up to these sorts of events and these things that are going on. I mean, especially when it can be easily explained when you realize that you know nothing about it, you know. So it's just amazing to me that people will tell you that it's not important because, you know, I've been on top of the flat Earth on YouTube for a minute. I told a couple of friends a few years ago, and they said, "Oh, what does it matter?" Now, one of my friends, you know, he's a Air Force guy. You know, he was in the Air Force for a few years, and you know, and I'm trying to explain to him, and he knows I'm right. You know, and he's just arguing to argue, talking about, well, all lines are infinite because all lines could be broken down to the millimeter to the and I'm like, man, listen, go ahead with that. You know, so I'm not really sure how you even argue with something like that when they start going into that. Well, all lines can be broken down to infinite, and so it is curved sort of nonsense.
You ask them this question. You say, "Hey, are you talking to me right now?" And so he says, "Yeah." And you say, "Can you be 100% sure that you are talking to me right now?" If they can't answer that question and say, "Yes, I am 100% sure," if they say, "Well, I'm 99% sure," or "I can reasonably presume without a doubt that I am talking to you right now," then that just means that they're a sophist. They're somebody that sits there and likes to play both sides no matter what. And you know, they're philosophy type people, and so it's not, you can't reason with those kind of people because they don't live in reality. They have one foot in all the time and one foot out.
And that's what the heliocentric model does to us.
No, that's just philosophy in general. Go back to like I am because I think, therefore I am. You know, and then from that they build on, well, am I really thinking? You know, like they start like literally trying to obfuscate everything. But so one of the things that I like to bring to people that have that conversation is like, does your government lie to you? Does your government lie to you often? Why wouldn't your government be honest this time? Why if they lie to you all the time, or if they lie to you often enough for you to reasonably say that they lie to you all the time, why would you think that they're telling you the truth on this?
That's the argument that I try to present.
And when they start to go off on a tangent, no. Just think about it, dude. We don't need to talk about it anymore because anything that you add to it is just you trying to get away from the paradigm shift. I want you to sit on it. We can talk about something else.
Can you repeat that sequence again?
You know what I mean? Like, make it sit on them, dude. Make them feel uncomfortable. Make them squirm. That's the whole point. What's up?
Will you repeat that sequence again?
Does your government lie to you? Does your government lie to you often enough to say that they lie to you pretty much all the time? And if they do, why do you think they would tell you the truth on this one?
Right. Why do you? Yeah. All right.
Like if they're lying to you all the time, why would you think that this is the time that they would tell you the truth?
There's consistent evidence that they lie to you all the time.
I got one for you that I'd like your opinion on, dude.
Okay.
All right. So there's a dude that runs a, I guess, survivalist. So it's literally called the Survivalist Podcast. And he.
I know who you're talking about. You talked to him about.
Right.
He's an egocentric person, and he knows the government lies to him all the time, but he still thinks
like he literally said today. I heard him speak, and because I saw him speak live today to a room full of people, right, and do a presentation, and then he ends it with you know me, whatever the government says, do the opposite. And I really wanted him to do a question and answer, but he said today that he's going to be around tomorrow and every day there's events going on, like during lunch and then afterwards or whatever. And so I'm trying to figure out how I want to approach it, because I have to call him out. I can't be here and not do it.
Just tell him. Say if you do the opposite of what the government tells you, then why would you believe that the Earth is a globe?
Right. I mean, so I'm just trying to figure how do you think I approached it in the very first place? Just ask him if he found the curve yet, or what?
No. Just ask him a stupid, straightforward question. Like I told you before, appeal to his ego. You just tell him, you can be an asshole about it and say, you're just not ready to give up on that nipple, are you? You're gonna suck on that nasty nipple as long as you can.
Right.
Well, what do you mean? And he's either gonna bite or he's gonna sit there and ignore. And if he sits there and ignores, then I mean, I would just troll him in his channel. Like, well, obviously, in the live stream chat, this guy tells you to do the opposite of everything the government tells you, except for believe that the Earth is
except for the one thing you can't verify yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, you can, but you can't verify space, right? There's no way that anyone could ever.
We can't verify. There's a lot of things you can't verify. You can only see so far because the air is thick, right?
Right.
It's just like looking through water. The water is a denser medium, so water is more thick. So light only travels so far underneath water. Well, light's only going to travel so far through air. When they say, well, why can't I see Mount Everest from New York? And it's like, number one, you don't understand angular resolution and how things narrow and converge as they get further and further away. So you don't understand how your eyesight works. Number two, you're like, oh, well, what if we get a powerful enough telescope or a powerful enough lens? Air is thick. It's not a vacuum. That thing that they believe exists out there in space, you would need that in order to see for a long distance.
Right, because they tricked you into thinking that you can see forever.
Right. The fact that you think that star is 30 trillion miles away, 30 trillion light years away, that you can see that far is ridiculous.
I mean, if you know that the Atmos is a medium, and you want to use, the water reference, you can say, well, if you take that same telescope in the water, how far could you see? Right? Because we're looking through a medium. So, you can take your telescope reference and you can stuff that, because we're looking through a medium, which means, it's going to be limited.
How far could you see through a cloud? with a telescope.
And here's another thing too. When they talk about refraction, so refraction is real, but they're misusing the word, just like when they start to throw gravity on everything. So
Right.
refraction, there is refraction. There is a distortion of light coming through, but it's
it
not in
doesn't
the
delete
benefit.
curvature.
It's not in the benefit of a curvature. It's more in the idea that like it's thicker to see through. So it's gonna get foggier and hazier as things get further and further away. That's where the distortion is going to go. Now there are other effects like with heat and everything where you'll see like a
Right, like a mirage.
rising and lowering of the angle that the light is traveling through. But the image is still there. I don't know how else to explain it.
I don't know. Refraction is as magical as gravity in this in that model. So
Right. Well, I mean, when you're standing in the medium, you can't claim the refraction that you claim. If you're standing outside of the medium, maybe you could claim it, but you're not outside the medium; you're in the medium. So,
well, it's just like another one of those things that they use when it's convenient.
Mm-hmm.
They think it works in their favor. It's just like another one of those like double things.
Mm-hmm.
That's because somebody gave them that idea and gave them a mathematical formula to combat it.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing with refraction, you have to remember. They're not talking about the refraction that actually exists if you look at looming, stooping, whatever else the rest of those five are. The main 5 ones: mirage, superior mirage, inferior mirage. Like, they're not using any of those well-known effects of refraction, which actually only limit your view. They don't do anything else. Now, the refraction they're talking about is what you have to keep in mind. They're talking about a refraction that is able to lift an image of something that is solid into the earth, like those oil rigs, at the seafloor, and lifting them up 80 feet or 67 feet, rather. So 70 feet up into the air, projecting the horizon, like making you see a horizon that makes the radius of Earth 260,000 miles radius.
Well, so that's so a little bit. So it's not physically raising anything. So, like, I get what you're trying to say though, because like it's bringing the image back up into focus when a real refraction you would just seeing a mirroring at the bottom of the surface.
Yeah, you're right. A mirroring. There's a
kind of like gravity. It answers everything.
Right.
Yeah. So projecting up, what I mean is, because see, they're dealing with this. If you deal with, when they say refraction, ask them these simple questions. Okay, that let's say the black swan itself is 67 feet below the line of sight. That has to be driven home. That's an elevation, drop in elevation. So lower elevation. And what else is there about, or characteristic about this surface that's on a ball that's on the other side of the sagitta is what we're talking about, right? And it's a water surface that we're talking about. So that surface, if it's on a ball, is actually facing a specific angle away from the viewer and 67 feet below the viewer's line of sight. Now, what kind of refraction are they talking about? If you point those out, they have no answer. There's nowhere to go.
Well, McToon seems to find an answer. He'll tell you something about some arc second this, or and some mathematical equation, and ask you, do you have a formula for that?
Yeah, so they have formula, but see, their formula doesn't take into account what I just said. Okay, show me the refraction that bounces this image off of a surface that is angled away from you and below your line of sight. Now, tell me what the light's doing again.
Oh, I agree with you. I mean, I agree with everything you're saying.
Right. This is just a good way.
You can play along though.
This is actually just a good way to get to the bottom
This
of
is
the
what we do.
refraction.
We know you're a flat earther, dude.
To get to the bottom, yeah, it's obvious.
We play along a lot here too.
To get to the bottom of the refraction thing, now you can take however long as you want. But if they continue to go with the refraction, if you want to stop it dead in its tracks, that's how you do it. They need to provide that information then. They're the ones that are saying it's doing this. They would agree to that it's angled away from you because it's on a globe, but it would have to be. And it is a drop in elevation as well. So we need to see the refraction that takes that into account for every distance marker.
We have an answer for that. That's 7/6R.
But look, the 7/6R doesn't account for below your line of sight, does it? And angled away from you, does it?
It does with refraction. We have a formula for it.
All refraction is based on a horizontal datum or a plane of incidence is what they actually call it. A plane that they're talking about Snell's law. The only way that light does what they're saying is in Snell's law. It doesn't like terrestrial refraction when they use 7/6R. If I stand correct, is different than what actually happens in the world. So if they can't make up their mind between is it Snell's law or is it 7/6R, and then you drop that bomb about it being a different elevation and angled away from the viewer. I've never seen any of that. Where's that one? Because that's what they're saying. This kills them trying to debunk the black swan. They can't do it. Anyway, I'll yield the floor.
Hey Max, I got some memes for you in the chat.
Let me tell you now.
I never heard anybody talk about those aspects of their refraction before I thought of it myself. I go, well, what is actually really going on here? If you have some distance marker at 10 miles and you have this ball, well, we know what the geometric horizon is supposed to be in the formula, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? So 1 foot above geometric horizon, no further than 1.225 miles. So we have a 10-mile marker. So now they're saying some magic is happening between 1.225 and 10 miles, just in the Black Swan. We'll leave it just with this one incident to not get too confused. So they have to account. Now here's the other thing. If they're saying that the Earth is a ball and there's a geometric limit or geometric horizon, whether you can see it or not, it's supposed to be there, right? So their refraction can only take place between the observer and their geometric horizon. Here's another way to kill refraction. So your refraction can only take place in between the observer and out to 1.225 miles only. That is the limit because everything else is dropped away from the observer and angled away from your eye. They're done. The refraction only applies.
And listen, I agree.
Yeah.
But I listen to these anti flat earthers or anti globers or whatever you guys call them. Right? I listen to these guys, and they are just remarkable with the way they can obfuscate, and really muddy the waters and take you way off course and offer mathematical solutions for things that aren't real. So I agree with everything you said, and the science aspect of it or the observation aspect of it when it comes to refraction, there's no formula for it because it changes. There's too many variables. So, they're just,
sounds like you've been around
arguing to be arguing.
Sounds like you've been around the conversation for quite a while. So welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Good to have you here, Max. Max, number 86.
He discovered this. I know you just kind of broke in, but he discovered this back when the algorithm was feeding him all this stuff.
Get smart.
Yeah.
Hey, did you like that last post that I posted, Max?
Listen now, right?
The Jason with Michael Myers. I know you like the
Just
DPZ one.
downloaded it. I'm looking at the Globus reality one, and hold on, I'll wait for them to trip over the curve. Globus. Listen, fellas, I gotta go right now. I got a call coming in, and it's late on my side. So, but I will check in. I enjoyed it. Thanks a lot, man. Have a good one.
Night, sir.
All right.
See Ron here. Sounds like a great guy to have a conversation. Yeah.
Well, that's cool. We got 2 new people that checked in with us today, and both of them were flattered. Jeff, how you doing? You still there?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I sent you a DM, Jeff, and I subscribed to your channel. I sent you a link to my channel, Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'm reworking my channel. I've had it for a long time. It used to be nothing but live streams and my sim racing. I kind of put all those on private, and I'm going to redo it with my own stuff now.
I don't do a whole lot with mine. Actually, it's been on there since 2017, but it's really just mirrored videos. I have a bunch of liked videos, a couple different playlists, but at least almost 200 videos on my channel. So,
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm going to go check it out right now. You DM'd me, you said, right?
yeah, DM'd you. I sent you a friend request. Anyway, I think I'm going to go out for another ride. It's only 7:30. Too much energy to burn.
Man, I'm driving on black ice. It is treacherous out here tonight in Utah. Holy moly.
Be careful.
Wrecks everywhere. Wrecks everywhere. I went to come down I live on a terrace. It's kind of sticks up out of the city on a terrace.
Right.
And there's this road that you have to go down that's quite steep. They had that. Cops parked everywhere, lights flashing, no access, all black ice.
I bet you could slide off of that fucking hill really easy.
Yeah.
It goes down into a big wash or something, huh?
Well, it's the river bottom down there and the railroad station, but
that makes sense. There's these washes there's this one called Dallas Wash. I think it's in the local deserts here. And that thing goes down about 300 feet on both sides. And it's maybe like 3 miles wide. So that means there was water that filled that whole thing up. And that's just one little piece of a massive amounts of tributaries.
Oh, here comes the cops. Another 3 cops in a row. Vroom, vroom, vroom.
Wow. Somebody slid off the hill.
I'm on black ice right now, and I'm having a hard time stopping. Oh, my God. I'm having a hard time
By
stopping.
the way, if you live somewhere where you don't have any mountains or anything in the way or anything, like tall buildings, tomorrow morning I think is going to be like a real sliver crescent moon.
Really? Oh, okay.
So if you get up probably around like 3 or 4 a.m., you might be able to catch some stuff going on. And if you have a strong lens, who knows, maybe you might be able to see the I haven't seen it yet, but the star in the crescent moon.
I've seen it before. I was in the Navy, and it was before the Gulf Wars, but there was a lot of let's just say anti-Arab, I guess you would have to say anti-Middle East like sentiments and a lot of suspicion. And I remember being in the Navy and being in boot camp and seeing that up in the sky. I'm like, whoa, what does that mean? But that was years away from flat Earth.
I think it's waning, Grace.
Hold on, let's look at the moon, time and date. Let's see where my moon is.
It's either today or was it Friday morning or Saturday morning. We'll begin the new moon.
Man, there's wrecks everywhere. I shit you not. Surrounded by cars piled up here, piled up there.
Be careful, man.
There's an ambulance.
Where are you located? What city?
Stay safe.
And I'm in Roy, Utah right now, which is north of Salt Lake, about 30 miles.
The moon's already set for me, so it's gone off into the west now, and it's 56 degrees already below the horizon. It's 56 degrees below the horizontal plane. How could they have an elevation angle if they didn't have a horizontal plane? That's just stupid. God, really, they pointed out right there, right in our faces. Like, here, I'll do a screenshot.
I think that's the best one to find out, like a litmus test to find out whether people can be honest or not.
So look at that. What the hell? 56 like, okay, when you find out about elevation angles and the sextant and all of this stuff, then you
right.
know, like, how are they giving any elevation angles for anything? How if it's on a globe? It's just not the globe, because whenever they have to do something specific like elevation angles, it has to be a horizontal plane.
I mean,
just like
I know how the internet answers that, but how does an actual person respond to that?
Right. I know it because I learned it in third grade.
You know that, listen, the average person, I'll tell you right away, most of them will have not even thought of this.
Right.
Because they're not as far down, because we've already been rummaging through the rabbit hole, you know, all the way down. They're not here yet. They're going to be going like, wait a minute.
Rummaging through it. I threw that trash bag on the ground. And
I should have said like I should have said rootering through the freaking rabbit hole like a white tornado with razor blades.
I'm so far down that hole. I can't even go into detail on this in the chin chat. Oh my! Question, Sonny. How do you get the images up through there? Like you just did.
I just drag it. Like that was just a screenshot. So I go to my
file. No, I don't think he has image firms.
I go to my files. I just drag that sucker right into that line where it says message.
Yeah, you can DM it to one of us and we can post it for you, but you don't have an image firms.
Mine, I don't have image firms yet, but you will.
Oh, okay.
Just stick around, keep talking. T-Dub might be able to do it. T-Dub, can you do it?
Yeah, I've been listening on YouTube like a lot the last 2 months, but I just haven't come in. I just just kind of waiting and just kind of hanging out. I did my interviews, and then I just decided to pop in tonight and join the talk.
Yeah. So if there's anything you want to post, like you posted your YouTube channel, and I saw that you'd done that. It was only the link that shows up, so I reposted it and then it showed it. So if until you get image perms, then just let any one of us know. Send it. Let us know. I'm going to send you something and we'll post it for you.
Yeah.
Send it.
All right.
Me or Gizbo, if we're here, anyone else that's here.
I think I can send you an image in direct messages, can I?
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, certain sizes, but yeah.
Yeah.
If you're nitro boosting, you can send bigger files.
Don't send it to God Rockin' right now because he's driving at black ice.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
We want to make sure he doesn't fall into a black hole sliding off the black ice. I'm just spit. What is it called?
That one took me a second, but that's awesome.
I'm just shooting the shit here. So gotta give the black holes the credit they deserve. What? Oh, shut up, Sonny. Never mind. Moving right along. Once again, as you can see, the Sonny comedy show is being revitalized as Sonny gets a new brain.
All right. So what's a flat Earth tennis joke?
Flat Earth what joke?
Tennis.
Do tell.
Like something. So I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I've been trying to think of one, and I'm getting nothing.
Let's just make one up. Okay, let's brainstorm.
Something about the balls being fuzzy, or I don't know. There's something there. I just can't. It's not working for me.
I have something that may be a little bit off color, but I don't know why I use that word because it has nothing to do with color. It has something to do with the movie. Real quickly, the reference would be one girl at the tennis court had to stop. She had a bandage on her nose, and she said her doctor said she can't be involved in any physical activity that has to do with balls flying towards her face. And another girl goes, "There goes your social life."
Hey, so I got a flat Earth tennis joke. So if the Earth is curving, then why would you need a net in the center of the court?
All right. There it is. I like that one a lot. There we go. That's the winner. And somehow that'll still be over their head. That's kind of the beauty of it, though, right? It's just like that's what happens to me is, you think about there's so much complexity with it that sometimes, like for me anyway, I lose sight of the simplicity.
Yeah, the simplicity. Wait a minute.
Because
the simplicity of which part of?
Well, like the simplicity of like the significance, right? I guess is that the way to put it?
Yeah, like the reality of it. Like for instance.
Yeah, like just kind of like it's such a big lie that you think like the lie is super complicated, but the reality is very
simple as water finding its level.
Right. 2 cups. I know I said that like 6 times today. I was like 2 cups of water on a table is all the proof you need.
Yep. You can put them at any distance. Put them at 1 inch away, 6 feet away, 25 feet away, 368 miles away, and that top surface is still horizontal.
So they would still be, because even if they were at different elevations, it would still be. So wait, is sea level the same everywhere on the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, like, listen, it may change as far as the up and down level because of tides.
But it's always called sea level, no matter
That's
what.
more or less a bunching up of the water at the shoreline. So don't let that alarm us, So like obviously, so like the main point is that parallel surface of water levels at any elevation, they're all parallel to each other. That top surface is. So that means the upward direction or the perpendicular to the horizontal of any of those waters is the same exact direction. That's how simple. Like you said, the simplicity of it.
Right.
That's it, man. That like if people were at the seashore.
It's so simple.
If people at the seashore, let me finish with this.
Yeah.
All people at the seashore, like say thousands of people, all point directly straight up to the zenith above their heads, right? They're all pointed to the exact same location, no matter where they are. The direction of up is the same direction of up at every location, sea level.
Yeah.
It's heavy.
Right. It's like sometimes it's so simple that it almost feels like a trick.
Well, we forget, man, because like think about that. Because we're left pointing our fingers like where like in our minds. So, right? This ball thing, right? So like we're still kind of stuck with this in some ways the paradigm, and to like get it like right with ourselves and go like, okay, all these people are along the shoreline and all these different locations across the entire plane as far apart as we know they can get from each other. And they're all pointing up all along the way. Every place along the way, their ups are all the same angular direction.
Right.
You're like, oh, boom. Holy shit, it's a plane and there's only one up. There's no up that is like some angle down there, like North America hanging off the side somewhere. So I'm only spinning at 700 miles an hour. What a crazy thing to believe. Once you figure it out, you go like, holy crap, why didn't I figure this out earlier? Like, why? I think that's part of the hijack of our minds is so we don't think about it. We have it cordoned off, like it's somehow they created it. So it was only in our minds, but we separated them and said we didn't connect where my feet were and what I was thinking in my mind I was living on.
Hey, my knee bone connected to my foot bone, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I want to figure out how to embrace the simplicity of it, because I feel like I try to give complicated answers when it doesn't need to be. Like my brain just doesn't go straight to that really just super objective
Okay,
response.
Just go with like anyone pointing their finger, two people across a body of water, no matter how large, pointing their fingers towards each other at any location. Their fingers, the line drawn
Same direction
would connect, and everybody's arm pointed out across the ocean. Their arms would all be horizontal. Their arms would all be parallel to each other at horizontal.
Have you seen the laser experiment?
There's a Taboo Conspiracy. He has a lot of good videos across water. There was a problem. I think that's your.
Have you seen the FEB video? The Founded Earth Brothers video?
Oh yeah.
Wait, is that the
With
dude?
laser test? The laser test. Have you seen the laser test?
No, not that. I mean, I'd feel like that's the channel that.
Not FEB. FE Core. Sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
man, a long time ago, I think. Is it old?
I'll send it to. I'll tag you in the live stream.
Okay, cool. Okay, this isn't the one I was thinking of. I've seen some before, but not this one. Why did Ubay attack FE Core? Do you know?
If you want my honest opinion, I think it's all ego at that level. They all have their own opinions on which way they're going with their channels and their conversations and everything like that.
Right.
And so, they're cornering markets.
Yeah.
And like their videos do get hits among us. Like, one of my favorite Dubé videos is 20 Reasons Why. And it's a simplistic version of the 200 reasons
right.
that the Earth is flat and stationary. But it's a great video. He does a good job with just the 20 reasons. I don't think you need the 200 reasons.
Yeah. Well, because they do get kind of repetitive.
And then Dave Weiss, he's got some great practical experiments that you can do to observe the phenomenon that people are claiming they're seeing when they see curvature. And he shows things from an aspect that would look like curvature as it's disappears from the bottom up or whatever. He does a great job with those little experiment videos. I love them. I think they're great.
Yeah.
They really make you think. And then with it, he's he's trying to do some exploration to try to what is the truth? When they say, well, if it's not gravity, then what is it? And he's going off and he's trying to do figure out what the truth is, because he's curious. He's a smart guy. Wish him well on that. But I think that they all butt heads because they're just so deep in the rabbit hole that they're invested.
It is frustrating with Witsit sometimes. I can't really watch the debates when they go off onto that, because it's frustrating. Why doesn't he just pin them to the three main topics? Why? It's weird to go off and debate, try to make sense of nonsensical ideas, and then you just get off in the weeds,
Well, some people think that if you repeat the same thing over and over again, eventually people are going to stop listening, stop tuning in.
Yeah.
And there's a partial hobby out of all this, and what's the best hobby that you can have? One that makes you extra money.
Right.
That's like that YouTube channel guy that you follow. Like, he doesn't need the YouTube channel. He's got his own life and does his own thing. And he wants to get the word out, but he's got followers. He makes money off of this. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's making him money. So it's beneficial for him to promote things a certain way.
For sure.
It's no different than you go to church and the pastor starts spouting off about hell and how if you don't do what God tells you, you're going to go there. And then they pass the collection plate.
I did always think it was a money thing with that dude. I always thought that, like, flat Earth is not a profitable, and for the most part, you
get demonetized. You get demonetized if you start spouting off flat Earth.
Right, and especially if you're a salesman, you know what I mean, and you're pushing the products, even if they're things you believe in and you use or whatever, right? Like, even if it's like something, a product that your friend's business or whatever, like, if you go that route, it's very risky.
Bro.
I mean, that's what I thought for a minute. I mean, there definitely is an ego component to it, but I always thought just for him, I always just thought it was because it was a money thing. I always just thought immediately it was like, he's a salesman. He's not willing to be honest about this because there's too much risk financially for him.
It's not a matter of willing to be honest. I think he is being honest from his perspective, and he refuses to dig any deeper. But at some point,
because I sent him 200 proof, and he told me that he watched it. Right, and that's why I'm kind of trying to figure out what approach I do want to take, because I have to. I feel like if I don't do it now, then it's kind of like one of those things where, like, if you've been around someone and they've introduced them, like, that their name but you forgot, you only have like that certain amount of time where you can say, like, hey, I forgot your name, before, like, it becomes weird, right?
Right. Well,
it's like that. I feel like it's like that.
If I forgot your name 2 days later, I'm going to go ask you what your name is again.
Right.
But that's just me. I'll make it awkward.
Yeah. Well. I mean, I think that's kind of standard, like, social convention, though, is like it does. Right.
No, I know.
But I mean, with that dude, I feel like I gotta confront it. Like,
but as far as like Dubé and everybody having a disagreement, like, people give Dubé a lot of crap because he's a teacher and like, he has an etiquette of how he goes about doing things and speaking and everything like that. And so, like, I tried to watch his 200 proofs, and it got really long. I couldn't watch it anymore, and it just felt like he was talking just to talk. Yeah. And I'm like, I can't do this anymore. So there's that aspect of it, but I'm not going to put him down for the work that he's done. Yeah, like you like. I mean, there's a reason why classes are only an hour long.
For sure.
I think David Weiss said it best. Eric Dubé, he's one of the best guys to go to for information, but he does not play well with others. I think David Weiss said that well. But all flat earthers, and I'm sure all of us in here, kind of like, I wouldn't debate anybody, and I think this is where they need to go. But of course, they're on a whole different playing field. None of us actually know, for like the sun and the moon, for instance, my thoughts, and I don't know for sure because we don't have the money and technology. My thoughts, I mean, some people say it's from the black sun. I think, this is just me, I think it's an image from the outside. I think it's somewhere up in the heavens in the Creator's clock. And I think because you can cast an image on a glass bowl and make a sun-like image inside. I think it's something like that because we have seen two suns before. We've seen an image behind the sun. So that's my thought. That's my belief. But I wouldn't debate anybody because I don't know, and neither do they.
All right.
And it could be an image from the black sun in the center. I don't know.
Yep.
And I think that's where they should kind of all get together and say, hey, man, we shouldn't be fighting, but, it is what it is. And I don't think it's a money thing because they don't get money. Just like Gizmo said, that they're hit, that they can't get money when they talk about flat Earth.
And here's another thing, too. Like, here's the thing that they don't get. It's okay for us as quote-unquote flat earthers to have those speculations. Some people disagree with that. I personally think it's okay because it's a matter of like growth and trying to learn, expand on the truth and the knowledge and everything like that. But the Glober side is set in stone. You know what I mean?
Right.
So for
Even though
them
it
to sit
changes
there and
every
say, well, this is what I think is going on, and this is what I think is going on. Well, you better go tell NASA because they're the ones that are like up there saying that they know everything.
But they changed the story.
Oh, speaking of that, the NASA thing, there was a problem. You said you wanted to go on this guy's channel because he's against the government or whatever. Is that what I was hearing you earlier say?
I want to go confront him face to face because I have that opportunity right now.
I think
they live in the same town.
This is just and I know you was asking for, what could you start out with? Here's something perfect that I was thinking of when you were explaining it. He doesn't believe the government. No one does, or it's hard to. I sure don't, and they lie. So ask him, and he might not know this. Before you start trolling him, say, hey, do you know who started NASA? Do you know who ran NASA? When he realizes, if he doesn't know already, that Werner von Braun did, and who he was, that might click something.
Yeah, that sometimes does. Hey, I just want you guys to take a look. Look at the size of these storms coming in from the Pacific. They're all just lining up. Look how large they are.
I've been keeping my eye on it. Those storms.
Yeah.
So yeah, we all have.
Second one though, you got to watch for
stacking up. No, they're like stacking up out there. That's the thing.
Those are all going to the West Coast.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Ice Age is coming.
It's hard to look at it from a human. I need a. You know what? I'll go to my weather app and I'll see what it shows me.
That would be strange. Like, think about it. What if an actual ice age started?
It's global warming, dude.
What if Sunny was right way back in 2023? That would be really.
Global warming was super cold a couple weeks ago.
I mean, that weirdo was just talking on the Flat Earth Discord and he got it right. Holy crap! No, just joking. I got to boost myself up somehow.
What is the grand solar minimum? Is that a real thing, or is it just like some
solar minimum?
Yeah, that was like this whole that Mr. B333, whatever that guy named. Like, it's like those weird like weather people. Yeah, like the Above Ground News Network, and it's like there's like this whole little like niche of like people that report on, I don't know, it's super weird. And the grand solar minimum is supposedly like some like cyclical event or whatever, and it has to do with, I don't know, solar flares or something like that.
There's even more of these bad boy storms coming. They're starting in the Sea of Japan.
Did you see in the Hurricane Ian where you could tell, like, you could see on the radar where there was like it almost looked like a tuning fork that they were like, that was being like put into the center of that storm, and it looked like it was to move it and like manipulate it.
Monster storms.
Yeah, Sonny. I'm not sure what kind of. I hope for the best of you out there in California, but I've been keeping up with that crap, just looking at it for the last 3 weeks. But I'm not sure what kind of music you listen to. But about 26 years ago, a band named Tool, Maynard Keenan, sung about this called Enema.
Enema. What does it have to do with the weather? What does Enema have to do with the weather?
Look up the song Tool.
Yeah, what's it?
Enema.
What's the lyrics on that?
Yes, the lyrics on that song is explaining everything what's going on over there.
I probably do know the song. Let me see. Holy crap, that was 26 years ago. That blows my mind. What the heck happened?
So crazy.
Damn.
Yeah, you're old too, huh?
Yeah, in my 60s. I was born in the 50s. Yep. Still remember tube radios.
All right. So I video recorded the storm and what the future projection is. Sunny, and I just posted it in the chat.
Wait a minute. What did you say? Oh, storms. Okay, gotcha. I'm looking at it now.
That one's going a little bit north.
Yeah, look at that one. I don't know. Strange things, man.
Yeah. So I wouldn't worry too much about it.
No, it's just going to get down in the 30s, and that means in the hills. And
Yeah, that thing that's
below
pushing
20
north,
degrees.
the cold front's coming down from the north and going south. So that warm front is pushing up to the north.
And
so Washington's going to get hit really. Not Washington. Canada's going to get hit really hard. And
Yeah,
the South, Alaska is going to get blasted.
Yeah, right there, right along that lower part of Alaska. I've been there before. I've been to Adak, Alaska, on the first naval ship that went up in the Seward Passageway since World War II. And it's been so long ago, I could tell you, my ship was actually meeting up with the USS Ohio, the first Ohio class submarine, nuclear missile submarine, ballistic missile submarine. We met up with it. I got to tour the boat, and until they all said we had got to go. we're on board this ballistic missile submarine, and I'm touring the freaking missiles. And they had to cut it short. They had to cut the tour short so they could dive. They had something happening. What's that? I hear a beep. Uh-oh. It's the submarine days coming back. Dive. Just kidding. I wasn't on a sub. I was on a tender ship. Just like I worked on a bunch of Los Angeles class submarines, like dozens of them in my 4 years. Just like the one in the Red October, the fast attack subs. Those are the kind of submarines I worked on. Yeah, I used to have really, really great eyesight. I still do with magnification, but my right eye's got some severe problems. But we
Hey, Sonny.
adapt. Huh?
Can you post this video? Then not post it, but play it. I shouldn't say play. Don't watch the volume on it because it might have a copyright.
I think I seen this yesterday. Is this where he takes the work bag up and throws it to the worker?
Nope. This is the one where he dances.
Oh, even better.
I'm telling you, man, the robot dogs are coming. They're literally
the watchdogs.
Well, see, there's this conversation, and we got a clip of it, and I sound stupid because I'm outside on my bike, and I come barging into the conversation, asking because I was outside at the spooky little mansion place, like
the robot dogs.
I like to go. Yeah, did you hear that conversation? Anyway,
yeah,
I go. Bzzz, I kept hearing this. It freaked me out a little bit, man, because I'm outside and I'm like, I started looking around me for real because I had literally because I had just started learning how to use like a Bluetooth device, so I could be hands free and like, man, I'm from the old fashioned days. So anyway, this is like Dick Tracy, like I don't know what you call it to me. And sometimes I have these moments where I go, what? Like all of the things that we thought were impossible, like back in the day when I was growing up, have all come true, and I'm still alive and able to use them. I feel like George Jetson or something.
Hey, Sonny, did you see what's his name? Elon Musk's New Year's resolution. Look at the chat.
Okay, hold on.
Right underneath the video that I posted. I tagged Drace.
Gotcha.
Elon Musk's New Year's resolution.
Flat Earth. Is resolution.
Yeah, 12/31/22. He decided he's going to
read resolution now. Gotcha. Yeah, it's got to be a flat earther. Anyway,
it's super weird with that dude, right? Like,
the whole thing is weird. I mean, you couldn't think of a weirder like sci-fi like freaking
yeah.
Like if you were to go with a narrative, like that is the strangest kind of narrative of what we're actually going through right now. Like what's next?
So, have you seen Elon Musk's tweet that he sent out?
Since he's
I don't know. Twitter is super weird now. Ever since he Elon.
I'm so sick from any of those medias. Like I don't watch any kind of media at all. Like I just watched a clip of the weather. I just watched the local weather for the first time. I watched a little clip of it just now. First time in like 3 years.
Here you go.
Weather.
What does that say?
Probably most in space you could possibly feel by being in a glass dome. I don't get it.
You don't get it?
You know, he's been saying a lot of stuff the last month. Just like he made another post with a few astronauts in space with holding the gun to each other. Like it's like with the flags on them. Did you see that? He's been doing some weird stuff. I don't trust the guy, but he's been saying. I told one guy, I'm like, I think Elon's going to be the one to just bust it wide open and come clean, or he's going to put the mark of the beast in everyone. One of the two.
Right.
There's no in between.
Wait, okay, so being inside the space shuttle is the most in space you could possibly feel by being in a glass dome. But what about, don't they claim that they go on like missions on the outside of these things to fix them?
I don't understand this.
Yeah, he's doing this stuff on purpose to rile us up.
It's some kind of sorcery for sure.
So, you guys have heard of the George Santos? No.
What about
he's a guy like that Republican from like well anyway, yeah, so I can't remember what state he's from. I'm drawing a blank for some reason. So he no one really knows his real name now. He's got this complete made up history. Like one time he did a GoFundMe for a dog he had that was dying, but he didn't have a dog. Like he went into he went into politics because he couldn't make it as a drag queen in Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
All his money is old money. He's got like ties to some sort of nobility.
Sure.
Like they really think his name is actually Andy Duvall.
Okay.
Like, have you heard any of this stuff like at all?
What was the point?
The point is, it's kind of like with Elon Musk was saying weird, crazy shit. I think it's just something in the air with people just saying some randoms. I mean, you check the guy out too. It's hilarious. He's hilarious looking. He looks like kind of like an Elon Musk, like just like some sort of weird mongoloid looking facial features, and like when we see Elon Musk and he tries to smile, it actually looks like a frown, like because the skin suit doesn't fit well.
Oh, I don't believe in any of that weird stuff. I know there's transhumanism concepts out there, but I don't think any of that stuff's real. You have to show me some evidence.
You don't think the skin suits are real? Is that what you're saying?
Evidence? No, just take about 10 of these red pills.
All right.
Well, how about like let's say that if someone were to do something like completely dehumanizing to like large swaths of people, would you say that is a very human thing to do, or would that be like a reptilian thing that they would do?
I would just say that the person was being mean. If you're saying dehumanizing, I don't know what you mean by dehumanizing.
Yeah, well, let's just say we're just going to randomly sprinkle a bunch of toxic waste in some like homeless people area just to see what happens. Like, what was going to happen to these homeless people with like just spray toxic waste into the air?
People like that have been doing science experiments on other humans for all throughout history. There's stories that Jack the Ripper was a surgeon and he was learning about the female anatomy. He or she, whoever it was. And they chose prostitutes. Speculating. That person chose prostitutes because they would be the least missed.
There are also just sick people out there who do really sick things.
That's right.
Yeah, it's probably somebody that was like abused as a child or something. I mean, I don't know about skin suits, but they definitely have like crazy advanced silicone masks and stuff. That's like publicly acknowledged, you know.
Yeah, but they also use like Photoshop in real time. There's programs out there that do that stuff too. So as far as that goes,
stuff, you mean?
Right. So as far as that goes, there's a lot of different factors that could be going on that could explain this phenomenon that they're saying is occurring. But I think all of that is getting you set up for what they're going to have as a fake alien invasion.
I don't really know what the phenomenon is, but I mean, I have in the past looked at kind of like those disguise type, like researching like disguises like that. So I don't know. Is this like a thing that's showing up? Or is it just some kind of speculation people are doing about Elon? Like, isn't that how we got started on this? So I'm just trying to like track.
I've heard everything. I've heard they thought that Elon was from Saturn or something like that. It's ridiculous stuff.
Well, we already know he's from Mars, right? It was in that book.
Sure.
No, he's going to be the dictator.
No, what is that book?
Yeah,
that
it's
book
like
says that
first
he's
men
gonna
on
call-
Mars. No, he's going to be the dictator of. What they're going to do is like they're going to get to Mars. Neo Nazis are going to land on Mars and set up like Fourth Reich on Mars. And Elon Musk.
Whose book was that? Was that Werner von Braun's book?
Yeah, Werner von Braun. Check it. It's a good read. It's only like 180 pages. Like it's I guess depending on what format you print it, but it's not very long. It's like like you think it's like novels are like 300, 400 pages long. No, it goes quick. You can almost read like in one sitting.
You can just have like a PDF reader read it to you, right?
Yeah, you could do that too. Yeah, just get like whatever if you got like a text to speech program or something.
Do it while you're driving or something. It probably only take like an hour and a half.
Or not even. I mean, it's really short. It's almost like a short story, not a full novel.
Yeah, if you look back, space travel, rocketry, going to the moon, that was in a sci-fi novel as well. Satellites, sci-fi novels as well. It starts as a fantasy story that people like, and so that they think they can sell it.
Was it Arthur C. Clarke that did the first ones, or was that just that was Satellites, right? Or was that
he did the satellite?
Okay.
I think he did the moon one as well. He did like they shot like a giant bullet all the way to the moon.
Okay. How many people do you think have fired bullets at the moon on this Earth?
The funny thing is, before that novel, the idea of anything going to the moon was just absurd. Like no one even considered that.
Right, like it wasn't considered like a place.
Yeah, it wasn't considered a plausible thing.
Yeah. Well, right, the whole idea that you can see through the moon during the day, how that doesn't raise flags to people. Like, it's so weird. I guess they just don't really pay attention to their surroundings at all. They just think that their surroundings are in a book. They're not actually around. Their surroundings are like, you know what I mean? Like they think reality comes from a textbook, not from like actual what they see. Like they just don't trust their actual senses, right? I mean, that's the only really explanation I can think of.
Yeah, it starts when we're kids. At the same time we believed in the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus.
Right.
When we didn't question nothing.
Right.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of zombies still doing the same thing, not questioning anything.
Somebody posted that study last night of like the psychology of how the children are taught about the Earth and space, and I was kind of like reading some other things about it, and there was this one study that I read that said like there was something like I want to say like 43% of third graders don't believe in they don't believe in the globe. They think the Earth is flat.
I've been seeing some good things here recently. Actually, in high school, these kids got together and they're going to be debating some physicists, and they're all flat earthers. So there's some good stuff going on in the young kids, the younger generation. I think they're seeing a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I think the bad guys basically want to have this great reset, and I think the creator has his own plans, and it's not going to go their way.
I have a naval intelligence friend that used to be on this radio network that I was a part of, and he used to say if you think of like the cabal or whatever you want to call it, like the controllers or whatever, like that, if you think of them as like bank robbers and they just rob the world and the people are the police and we're like chasing them down, he said that they would if you think of it as that, like they threw flat earth out the window, like it's like evidence, and then we all stopped and looked at it and like it's true, but it like got us off their tail so that they could basically pull off what they have pulled off over the past, few years or whatever.
I wouldn't say we're off their tail at all. If anything, we've kind of broken the containment, and everything's out the window. Like everything's under suspicion now from them, whereas before it was. You don't believe in the government? You don't believe in the nation? You're not a patriot.
Yeah, you were crazy, right? Because it used to be like, I feel like, 5 years ago or whatever, if you asked like 1,000 people, random people on the street or whatever, if they trusted the government, it would probably be like, maybe half or something around that would say no. But now, if you do it, I think it's. I mean, what do you think that number would be? It's got to be like 75% would say no, they don't.
Yeah, I would say around there. You can see it with the Biden approval ratings.
I think that
well, those numbers
I
can't be
think
real.
that people. I think that the people are scared of the government, and they're scared of what they might do to people that try to get a force up against them in any way, shape, or form. I think that what most people are scared, I think, to do anything at this point. And
yeah,
I just hope they don't wait till it's too late. That's the only thing I can say, because they're just passing these laws now. They're trying to go after everybody's guns now. First, they're starting with assault rifles. They put out a thing. They want everybody to, well, they're trying to make them illegal in California. They're starting right there. It's been all over the news. So they're just going to take away more and more and more and more until we don't got nothing left. And people need to stand up and stand up now before it's too late.
That's how it works. You take away as much as you can until they finally stand up, and then you say, okay, those guys were bad guys. We'll roll it back, but they won't roll it all the way back. They'll just roll it back a little bit, and people will be like, oh, okay, yeah, it's better than it was. It was going to help, but okay, it's better now. But it's not all the way back, and then another guy gets into power, and he starts putting it back all the way to the shitter. They use this technique and have used it for decades.
Yeah, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile an inch at a time.
Yeah, like the more you give them at a time, the more they'll take, and that's what they've been stutter stepping it and taking small things at a time. And with Biden, they kind of just went like, go all in, bro. Like,
yeah. They're using Biden for that very purpose. Yep.
Right.
Yeah, just get as much through as you can before he's unusable, and then you get rid of him.
Yep.
Like I think the term for that is like the totalitarian tiptoe.
Yeah.
And then now it's like it became like a sprint there for a few years, and it's kind of like we're in like a calm period until like the next time reality changes forever in one day. You know, like.
Yeah, I think the elites know full well that like the tide's gonna break, and that's why they're pushing like more and more extreme craziness, like recycle your loved ones, and we're gonna have pod babies grown by the government, and like everybody's gonna get a microchip, and you can see like the trust in the government dropping with all these things. So they see it as well, so they must know that people are not liking this. But they're doing it anyway because they need a bad guy. They need someone to make them look like the good guy. Otherwise, people are not going to trust them.
Yeah, there's no use for them otherwise if there's not fear of the unknown.
Yeah, you need a bad guy so that you need them to protect you from the bad guy. Otherwise, bad guy's going to turn the world into a shithole again. So please, sir, no, let us be your sheep. That's what they want you to say.
I think the world's already a shithole. People just don't see it yet.
Oh, it is. It is, because they want you to ask for help. They want you to plead for them to save you, which is basically happening all over the world right now. They're pleading for safety and security, and the economy is going to shit everywhere. And the bankers are going to give you a sweet deal that's going to sound much better than the other shit. And the World Economic Forum is going to be like, oh, we're not with them, and there's going to be these other bankers that are not going to be tied to the World Economic Forum, and there's going to be bankers tied to the World Economic Forum, and they're going to say, oh, these are the bad guys, and these are the bad guys, and that's how everything's going to go to shit, even more than it is right now. That's going to be truly World War III, because they have been making this bad guy. We just haven't seen a hero pushed into the public's eye to for everyone to latch onto. They tried to do that a little bit with Trump, but at the same time, like, they didn't. They also burned him too much.
They're going to use food. You watch. They're going to use food, the food shortage that's coming.
Yeah,
They gave everybody for the last 2 years. They've been giving everybody like $250 a month food stamps if you qualified for food stamps. So everybody's been getting like $250 to $300 per person in the household. They're cutting that off next month, and with the price of food that's gone up, and with the food shortage coming next year, they're going to use food. You watch, it's going to be a weapon, and they're going to say, okay, if you want to eat, we got food, but you got to take the mark.
Yeah, that's why Billy Gates, who also gave us the last few years of happiness, is also buying up all the farmland. Like, the same guys are all tied into the same bad stuff, even tied into Epstein, and we don't have his client list, but all of this is hidden somewhere, and it's going to be used eventually, be like, oh, here's Epstein's client list. All these guys are verified bad guys. We're the good guys. We're not on the list. But they, who knows if they edited the list? Who knows if they intentionally had Epstein as one of their providers for these guys, but had a different child sex trafficking ring for themselves? You don't fucking know.
Yeah, that's probably true. That could be very true. You never know. But I'm sure they're going to use food. You watch and see. They're going to weaponize food very soon because of the shortage. You know, there's 127 food processing plants that burnt down in the last 2 years. 127 food processing plants in the States burnt to the ground. Just think about what that's going to cause.
Well, at the same time, they've also built over, like, I think it's 50 insect processing plants to create insect food for you. So
I know.
There's that.
That sounds just lovely, doesn't it?
It
sounds really good.
we just divvied up 80 pounds of heirloom organic seeds a couple weekends
if you
ago.
don't want insects like the plebs, then you can get Bill Gates synthesized human meat and just eat humans. Or if you want to be really green, you can eat recycled grandma. So it's all going to be green going forward. ESG.
I think Soylent Green took place in 2023. Somebody could check that, but I'm pretty sure that's when that.
I don't think eating humans is a good idea. I don't think the creator is going to look very.
Yeah, but people have already been
eating humans. I don't think. I know they've been putting it in as a food flavorings up to now. They've been using that. I know
the HEK 293
going on with that, but I don't eat fast food anymore at all because of that. I will not eat fast food, period. Haven't eaten it for 2 years or more. Won't touch the shit.
Well, if you're depressed or tired or lonely, the government will just assist you in dying, and then you can be recycled for food.
Yeah, you can do that. They're doing that in Canada now, I believe. You can get the assisted suicide if you have a disability.
Oh no, it's even if you just are depressed, and so they even did that for a teenager. So, yay, world is progressing.
Right, we're being inclusive, right?
Apparently. Yeah, we're so inclusive that now we have after-school Satan clubs.
Right. Yeah, taught to you by trannies, right?
I don't know if this one specifically was, or the one I'm mentioning, but it can be pretty bad, yeah. It's funny, like, they want to tear down all of the statues of the founding fathers in America, but at the same time, they want to put up all these satanic statues everywhere. I'm like, you don't want to tear down those, but you want to tear down the guys who kind of gave you the freedom that you have right now.
Why do you think they took down the guide stones?
Why do I think they blew up the guide stones?
Yeah.
To get the time capsule?
Or was it because of the hole that you could see Polaris then.
I don't know. I think it was just bad publicity for them. I think they thought that would go like less noticed because the public is so clueless, but like it kind of spells out that they want to murder the world, and when they started murdering the world, then having the evidence kind of right there is not great.
Yeah, you literally carved it in stone, right? So there's kind of no denying it if you don't get rid of that. I don't know. Do y'all know who Del Bigtree is?
Del? Beyond the Imaginary Curve?
No. Del Bigtree is the guy. He has a show called The High Wire, and he has an organization called it's called ICANN, Informed Consent Action Network, and it's all about like bodily autonomy and stuff, right? And he's been kind of exposing all the stuff that's been happening. So anyway, he spoke yesterday, and he said that like we are now the majority in the sense that even the people that went along with it for the first round, now more than half of everyone is saying that they'll never go along with it again. So
yeah, problem is it's worse than most people realize, because this is a gene therapy and experimental one at that, and from what people are figuring out right now, they can actually transmit it to the unvaccinated. So it's much bigger than most people realize, because like they continue to produce those spike proteins, and they accumulate within them in different places in the body, which can get transmitted.
I think we probably have to use different words, but yeah. But his point, I totally hear what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you. But I think his point was that like as people start seeing that people are dying, like even the people that went along with it are going to be insanely angry, and that's going to cause like there's going to be a tipping point for those people when they realize, even the ones who got tricked, what it's done to people they care about. And then there's going to be kind of a, if you want to call it a vigilante. No, that's not the right word.
Yeah, if you just look at previous similar procedures that were called because of adverse reactions, and the amount of adverse reactions before it was recalled, it's day and night.
Right.
Currently, we are in a horrible crisis, and people are dying left and right.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's.
Because old Billy Gates, remember he said.
Worst part is I predicted all. Yeah, I predicted all of this before it happened. Just when the Chinese stuff came out, I was like, "Oh shit! This is exactly what Billy talked about in his TED talk. What he wanted to have happen. His fingerprints are all over this. I better not get close to any of this." And so that's what I did, and convinced my family to not take part in it. And we don't have myocarditis.
Right. It's the best part about being a conspiracy theorist, right?
Yeah, you lose a lot of the fear that's created out of nothing just to drum up people to follow a retarded cause so that they have the excuse to put in laws to restrict everybody. You get to be free of that and actually think for yourself and vote against these things and actually try to help the world be better instead of actually helping it go down the toilet, which is what most people do.
Dre, so I was going to ask, when you said before about the spike proteins and that can be transmitted in other ways, can you what do you mean by that? Like, do you mean sexually or something like that?
Yeah, that is leaking.
Yeah, that's one of the ways, because it tends to accumulate in the sexual organs. I've been watching a bunch of doctors and things on this, and you know, there's a lot of things that basically just you can't talk about on YouTube, and even when you're talking about them with all the prerequisite degrees and whatnot, like I like watching an MD who really dances around the subject to protect himself from YouTube, but he also brings on highly respected expert virologists and people who are actually looking into this, and so even he gets a lot of issues because of censorship, and so there's not a lot I can say about it. Like, I can point you to a bunch of guys that maybe you could look at who can speak about it without getting censored as much, but even they get censored when they speak anything that's not in line with the agenda.
What? Yeah, I used to watch. I watched a lot of it when it was all happening, and then now it's kind of doesn't even get talked about over here anymore. Kind of dropped off it a bit, so I'm a bit out of the loop on what's actually happening and what's come out. So I know we've got a thing here. There was a newspaper article, I think it was yesterday or today, about excess deaths, which is coming out in Parliament as well. So there's a lot going on here that the actual mainstream media is not releasing at the moment. So
the dam is kind of breaking. Like there's doctors coming out on BBC saying things that shouldn't be said, and then getting fired, and then there's people on Twitter now, like, because Elon unbanned a bunch of people. A bunch of doctors and experts who basically have been speaking up against this since the start.
Yeah, it, like on Twitter, it like comes up on your like the basic feed now.
Yep, many of them just got suspended or banned from Twitter, so they couldn't speak anymore. And the same thing happened on Facebook. So a lot of these professionals just got like shoved into a box almost, like online, and couldn't communicate. And so like a lot of that's breaking now, and their research is coming out, especially because in Japan a lot of them got together and managed to publish their research in Japan. So that's why the dam is breaking, because it wasn't allowed to be published here, so in the Western world. So
I also
it's
think
changing.
Part of it is that the evidence is becoming undeniable too.
Yeah, it's becoming insurmountable. The numbers of deaths are just far exceeding any expectations, and people are just, what? I thought we were saving people.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's quite the rude awakening that's going to occur. It's, you know, try to think of it as like a dark comedy in my brain. That's how I like try to cope with it, I think. But yeah, seeds are still cheap. You can still get heirloom organic seeds that will produce beyond 3 years, unlike the Monsanto seeds. You can still get those. not a bad thing to start collecting and start learning how to use if you don't know.
Get some chickens, maybe some goats.
Yeah. Yes. Some rabbits as well. Rabbits
a great idea.
Rabbits are very cheap. They're very easy to feed. They're very easy to deal with, and their poop is so good for a garden.
They're also delicious.
Right. Well, just all of that. Like it's you don't need a lot of space, like just anyone with really any size backyard. I mean, you can raise rabbits on a apartment balcony if you really want to. But yeah, I mean, I think we're going to reach a point where we can only talk about the problems for so long, and we're going to reach a point where we have to collectively, those of us who are awake, we're going to have to focus on the solutions and what we can do and creating parallel communities.
Yeah, I think it's also important that we try to attack the problems from every angle. Create alternative medias, alternative entertainment, like novels, TV shows, cartoons. Get into Congress, get into the educational boards, get into your school boards. Make a difference. That's what matters. Like, and try to work towards making a difference. That's what me and Karma are trying to do, but like all that stuff takes time and takes planning, and like it doesn't happen overnight. And I think everybody can work towards their own version of trying to work or help this go forward, and what form that takes, I think, is up to each individual person.
I can't imagine ever putting a child into school at this point, like into a public school at this point. I mean, I know that there's not. I don't know. I mean, it's difficult. It requires a lot of sacrifice to do it without going that route. But, like the idea of giving children to their minds to the enemy is it's kind of insane. And
the public school system isn't the best at education. Everybody knows that. You can, however, teach your own children with homeschooling and that kind of stuff, and you can create educational groups if you know other people who are like-minded, where you can educate your children together.
That's what we're doing.
But there's also nothing wrong with sending the kids to public school if you understand that, like, you need to teach them beyond that, because the public school is not gonna teach them what they need to really take part in life and be successful. It's just gonna teach them to be followers, to swallow other people's nonsense and evaluate things on feelings and have this whole programmed reality. It's fine if you teach them alongside it, because then you can teach them to be critical. You can teach them, and the public school can become a learning experience for them, where it becomes more about friends and the social aspect, and the academic aspect is secondary instead of being pushed as a primary. They'll get good grades because you're helping them understand it critically and helping them learn, but it takes far more work if you're gonna have public school. So I don't see it as a benefit, but I think it can help the kids understand a little bit better other social dynamics. But you can achieve that if you're just attentive and find kids for your child to play with and stuff like that. It's a give and take.
It's not about babysitting time. It's they're supposed to be learning fundamental skills.
Yeah.
Which I doubt they're learning.
Yeah, that's the problem with public school. It's a lot of waste of time. And they kind of let the kids raise each other because it's not like the teachers are it's not incumbent upon the teachers to be their parents. And so the kids just end up raising each other poorly, and you end up with like grown-up children.
Yeah.
Yeah, these schools, they pump out a lot of people that don't know jack shit.
Education is the kindling of a flame, not the filling of a vessel. What the public school only does is fill the vessel to the brim so nothing more can enter, and doesn't spark that passion for learning, which is what education really is. It's that desire to learn more and want to know, which is what Flat Earther gives you.
Kind of designed to crush that the kid.
Yeah.
We used to have what they call trade schools here. Where you go get your normal kind of public education, but you'd also learn a trade while you were there. So carpentry, plumbing, electrical, things like that. And the government got rid of them.
Yeah, right.
I don't think there's any around anymore. So
it's like, do the kids even know like how to change a tire or anything? Like, do you remember like your car manual used to come? It used to tell you like literally how to take apart your engine, and now it says like don't drink the oil.
Please consult a. Well, they don't even call them mechanics anymore. They call them
technicians.
Technicians.
Yeah,
Right.
technician.
Right.
Right. All the modern cars, you can't hardly work on them. They're all computerized and shit. You don't have the tools.
Yeah, if it's a foreign car like Mercedes-Benz, they literally make specialty tools to like take apart certain parts of the engine and whatever. They're not even metric. They're totally
some weird ass thing.
Yeah,
that's no accident.
No, you have to take it to the dealership, and if you're not a certified dealership mechanic, they won't even sell you the tool.
Yeah. My friend took his.
I was just going to add, then there's a problem of, like, it's not like we can just make our own cars because they wouldn't be legal.
Maybe electric ones would be, I don't know.
You would have to get them certified for the road, and that is a lot of hoops to jump through. There's a guy in my country who built his own Jeep, and they gave him hell so that like he wouldn't be able to have it on the street. He had to go through so much litigation. It was insane.
My friend drives a BMW, and he took it in for there was a recall on parts, and he found out that they're going to start a subscription plan. So if you want to be able to use the accessories that are inside the what do they call it, the features, like basically like he said like if you want like basically what they're saying is you'll have to have a subscription plan, the amenities or whatever, like to be able to use your heated seats you'll have to have,
and even the glove box, like like all the small features that they can limit you on, they're going to limit you on, and then you're going to have to subscribe. This is part of the World Economic Forum plan where like you're not supposed to own anything and you're supposed to be happy.
All right.
You have to subscribe to make your heaters work in your car.
Yeah, you're about to get to the point where you're gonna have to pay to open your fridge.
Yeah, they're gonna make it so that it's gonna be a cheaper deal if you just rent the car and have a subscription on using the car, and so you don't own it. BMW still owns it, but it'll cost you less to have access to all of the amenities and have a working BMW versus driving a half shut down BMW.
Yeah, I have a feeling they don't want a lot of people driving who don't need to be driving.
Yeah, they just talked about that. They want people living within 15-minute communities, they say, where everything is within walking distance and you don't travel outside of that little bubble.
I mean,
and so
some of these ideas sound decent, but I'm sure what they have cooked up for us is going to be hell.
Yeah, you're probably going to have to get a permit to go into the mountains on a camping trip.
Oh, hell yeah.
All that kind of stuff. Yeah.
I mean, isn't that the
You're
point,
not supposed to leave your district.
Right. Exactly. That's the 15-minute cities, right? It's the Hunger Games.
Yeah. They want to keep the humans in very, compact cities and whatnot, and make the rest of the country off limits.
Yeah, they're gonna say that it's uninhabitable. That was part of the they call it the Wildlands Project.
Right.
So crazy.
It's all done in the name of saving the earth from
Hey, have we
climate
talked
change.
if there was a problem?
Yeah, I'm right here, man.
The shape of the earth, I mean. Has anybody ever talked to you about where you stand with that? Okay. Well, we can cover that right now. So what do you think the shape of the earth is?
I mean, I don't think there's a shape, but it's not round. Obviously, that's a shape, but I don't think that flat is not a shape. So I don't really claim a shape.
Okay. What do you think the earth is?
Because I don't think it's an object. I think it's a place.
All right. So yeah, what do you think it is, though?
Well, do you want to ask a better question than that?
What is the earth to you?
It's a place where we live.
Okay, is that the only way you would describe it?
I mean, it's a ground that I walk on every day. Is that what you mean? What? You got to be more specific. I feel like.
Well, I think that this server kind of speaks volumes for what somebody would perceive the earth to be, and so, the reason why I'm asking is because people have the conversation of what they think the earth is and how they can describe it. So, I don't know if that's really a stumbling block for anybody to describe what the earth is. In this server, we talk about it all the time. So that's the reason why I'm saying it. It's how would you describe it?
Well, description, it's obviously flat, dude. I don't like the word shape whenever it comes to that. I feel like that's
right, but then the floor is yours to kind of describe what it is.
It's like a level ground that we walk on everywhere, right? It's an immovable place.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm asking you is because you have a VC verified tag. Usually when people come in here, they're asked a certain questions as an introduction, and then given a certain
I talked to it's like Heratosthenes or whatever that dude. What's that dude's name? That was the very first time that I ever came in and I talked to him and I told him that I know about the Earth. It's not they're really that serious.
Well, the seriousness of it is that we're assigning tags so that we don't come up to new people that have VC verified tags and then have the same conversation I just had with you. What's people?
I mean, I wondered about that too. Why I wasn't assigned flat earther, but I mean, in my mind, I don't like that question because we're all flat earthers. It's just some of us haven't admitted it yet.
Yeah, but the question is standard for any new person, so it doesn't matter if it's something that someone likes or not. It's a way that we're going to decipher whether the person is being genuine about the conversation. So. Yeah, it's cool if he's a cool dude. I don't mind. But when they have VC verified tags, we always have to be aware of like the person is wanting to have the discussion of the shape of the earth conversation. Black pills and that are fun, but it's always coming back to the understanding of this topic because of the fact that new people, they don't know the conversation about like why we're having this and why it's so important to have it. So black pills are great. You know, we can get on that topic every now and again, but the most important thing with the people that are new is to talk about this, because the world doesn't know that they don't know. So we're always generating the content for people that are, you know, don't have that tag. Somebody's chewing on something. I keep hearing like a little chewing noise. So yeah, that's to you. There was a problem. So what I'll do is, if you're claiming that you're a flat earther, and you know, I mean, I just want to give you that tag so that maybe you don't have to run into that same question again.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
All right. But then again, the flat earth tag is given to somebody that just says, you know, I've been looking into this, I'm researching and all that.
No, but, I mean, I've been openly, admittedly, a flat earther for almost a decade now. So,
that's no problem. And what I would say is, it might have sounded a little weird and harsh because I interrupted like maybe a flow of the conversation.
I know what you're getting at. I don't like that phrasing, and I'm gonna answer you like very specifically, because you asked me specifically what I think about the shape, and I don't claim a shape because I don't think flat is a shape. When you ask me the description, sure, I'm gonna tell you it's flat, but when you ask me a shape, I'm not gonna say flat because that's not a shape. That's a dumb answer, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's no worries. We got to the point that where you kind of exclaimed what your position was, so at least that much is known. But like I always talk about, the flat earth tag that's given to people in here are given under the understanding that the person is going to carry forward like the same conversation. There's a culture here in this server, is what I mean to say, and the culture.
I understand what you mean, man. And I mean, we get off in the weeds sometimes, and we've been doing that for an hour and a half or so now, and
yeah, it's all good though, man. I'm not. Yeah, we talk about different subjects, but what I'm saying is, when I see somebody with the VC verify tag, I'll usually have that conversation with them straight away. So I don't know.
I had that conversation.
You might have, yeah, you might have had that, but the tag wasn't given, so I don't know you from anyone else. Right. So if that tag was given to you, then it's like, okay, he knows what he's talking about.
All right. Well, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. Moving right along, though. Yeah, we got some people in here tonight. Looks like Matthew Curves has joined us again. And Indio, what's up? What's up, dude?
I'm here for the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord after show. The late night.
Damn. The Helio edition. Look, yeah, he's not here, I don't think, but
Helio's the weekend edition.
Yeah, that's the weekends.
Yeah, that's the weekend edition.
Okay. Yeah, the round table with Helio and Flat Earth Dude, and who else is in here? Let's see. Yeah.
Don't forget about me, from the guy from India.
What's up, SD?
What's up, my man? What's up, India? We got.
What's up, man?
India, yeah. What's up, man?
I wish there was something wrong with my computer so you could fix it.
Well, there's something wrong with the curve. We need to find the curve, Matthew. We need to find the curve, Matthew.
You seem trustworthy. Let me give you my login credentials.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I can't provide it for you.
So we were having a discussion like a prior time with Richie. Richie was in here. So I didn't really get too far with Richie because he had to go. So Richie, if you're there, I would ask you the same thing as I did with There Was a Problem. So on the topic of the conversation of the shape of the earth, what is your description of what you think Earth is, Richie? Hello. You got the lunar lander, it looks like. Go ahead.
Did you get him to speak before, did you, Miggy?
Yeah, he was a guy that we were having a discussion about nutrition. I don't know who was it in here.
And he said something about he freaked out about nutrition and then left.
Yeah. He said that he's malnutrition for 5 years. God Rockin' was in here, I think, at the time. He was
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, he said I've been
wasn't the guy
malnutrition
that
for 5 years.
spazzed. He wasn't the guy that spazzed the other day, is he?
No, I don't
Remember the guy that
know if that was
spazzed? He
him.
was like, "You're not going to talk about flat Earth, somebody." That guy.
Maybe.
Hey, Mickey,
Yeah, 'cause he-
Mickey, can I interrupt just for a minute? I want to ask Matthew just one thing. Hey Matthew, we have this conversation last time. Remember
I've had lots of conversations. I'm sorry, which one you were
about the Jupiter gaseous planet? Remember?
Was it with me?
Yeah, it was with you. So I'm just asking you, can I post that video because it's live streaming on YouTube? I got my video, so can I post that video on my channel because it was with you? So I'm being
yes,
very
yes, for sure. You have my
Yeah.
permission.
Okay. Appreciate it, brother. Thanks, Mickey.
Yeah, no worries, dude.
And drop the
Wow.
link when you do. Maybe we could see it.
What were y'all talking about Jupiter?
Well,
didn't need
he
his
was
permission.
he was all about the curve and the space, everything, and I was into the second law of thermodynamics. So what I was asking Matthew was if he believed Jupiter was a gaseous planet, and he replied yes. And I asked him, so is it round? And he replied yes. He even stated there were moons that he saw in a telescope. Then I asked him again, like just being a normal guy, I asked him that breaks the second law of thermodynamics. Pressurized environment and non-pressurized vacuum, i.e., it's together. Second, it's a gaseous planet. How can it be a spheroid when it's gas? You know, a gas can never be a spheroid just lying there. You can't. And third, it's in a vacuum. It's spinning.
It's not possible.
It's like scientifically it's impossible. Scientifically.
It's like mechanically impossible is the way I like to say it.
And we talked about the solar system, and Matthew was like, I seen the solar system, and I asked him, have you seen the full solar system as represented, sun and the center? And he was like, no. So how can you be, sure of it? How are you believing the heliocentric model if you don't know, if you have never seen it?
And one thing I don't understand is the planets, right? If they don't produce their own light, is what they say. So that would mean for us to see them in the sky, they'd have to be reflecting light, right?
Right.
So how would a gas planet reflect light?
Gas can make up clouds. I mean, there can be clouds in the gas, and the clouds reflect light.
But does
how can it reflect?
How can it reflect though? Sure, like a cloud can illuminate, but it doesn't reflect.
Oh yeah, it's not like a mirror. No, you're right. It's more like if you put something in a beam of light, it lights up, and that's what they mean when they say reflect.
But again, look again. It's a gas. It's a gas.
So
but yeah, the gas part doesn't light up the clouds.
What about Venus though? Right, like it's the third brightest light in the sky, right?
Yeah,
like
Venus it's always covered in clouds.
And is it so? It's supposedly a rock planet, like it's supposedly like a dirt planet. I don't really know about the planets or whatever.
Right, but you can't see any of the dirt. It's just the clouds above it.
So once again we have clouds reflecting light to create the third brightest light in the sky.
Right, just like after sunset, if you go outside and there's a nice sunset, the sunset's going to be the lightest thing out there.
There are two different things. It's the sun and other thing. Sun is a luminary. That's different thing.
I'm just saying the story doesn't make any sense. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense on that. Any case scenario, the Jupiter and the moon, gas, round, reflection, nothing makes sense.
Well, like
you're going to go around in circles with Matthew about something that he's got no proof of, and we're talking about science fiction, and it's.
I mean, I don't think
he's got the same answers for every.
It's weird though because he doesn't really defend it. He just doesn't like. I feel like he'll almost even admit it doesn't make any sense.
Oh no, it makes sense. I don't admit that it doesn't make any sense.
You think that it makes sense? That,
Oh yeah, yeah, perfect sense.
And you still believe in a heliocentric model?
Yes.
All right. Let me
Now
bring
that
some
doesn't make
information.
any sense, Matthew. I don't mean to be racist, but now that doesn't make any sense.
No,
Racist? What do you mean?
Matthew, let me bring some information that I was talking to you about, and just to cite a source. I want to make sure that we had things in context. I put in live stream voice text the information that I was talking to Matthew about, the balloon technology with Google Loon. It's discontinued, but however, the website that I just gave you guys right there goes into like very descriptive ways of like how they were attempting to do this, and the different paragraphs. Matthew, if you can click on that link that it talks about with the different ways that they're talking about, like the diagram for the different wind currents. Yeah. If you just scroll down on that, you keep scrolling down, you'll see the different topics that they have set up there. There's one called Sailing the Stratosphere. Wind patterns in the stratosphere are layered with prevailing winds at one altitude varying in speed and direction from those at slightly different altitudes. One of the original insights from the Loon team was to take advantage of this variability to sail, in quotations, the winds rather than to fly against them. By designing a balloon capable of ascending or descending to catch a favorable wind, the Loon team could sail through the stratosphere with no propulsion, reaching locations around the world. To identify wind patterns, Loon used an advanced predictive models to create interactive maps of the skies. These maps allowed the team to determine the wind speed and direction at specific altitudes, times, and locations. The team then developed smart algorithms to help determine the most effective flight paths through the varying wind layers. With the aid of these algorithms, the balloons could accurately sail the winds over thousands of kilometers to reach a desired location and remain clustered around those destinations in order to deliver constant connectivity below.
Yeah, it's pretty cool technology.
Well, there's your geostationary satellite there.
Let me put what I gotta do is I gotta, because he was questioning that it's not possible. At the time we were having a discussion, and I was just telling him you haven't seen. I'm gonna take a snippet and I'm gonna put the.
What about the Corona program from the National Reconnaissance Office? You aware of all that?
No, I haven't heard of the Corona program.
I look at the design real quick, Matthew, in the last image I just put up.
It's. Here, I'll let Maggie finish.
Yeah, I just wanted him to see.
I'll get a source.
Yeah, so they can go up and down and see and like determine where they want to be by going up and down.
Sure. And not only that, they can cluster in one location, giving constant connectivity. Now, mind you, I have to keep reminding that this project was discontinued. It says so at the very top of the page, but it's not the fact that they couldn't. I mean, maybe the funding wasn't there, but like the technology was already set up to do such a thing as what they're describing.
Yeah, so they developed this new technology to let a cluster of balloons sort of hover around a certain area so they could provide constant internet. Is that the idea?
Okay, so the Loon balloon delivering connectivity from the stratosphere. Rough conditions. While in the stratosphere, balloons encountered 150 degrees Celsius temperature swings, with temperatures reaching as low as negative 90 degrees Celsius. Each tennis court-sized polythene balloon was built to survive for hundreds of days in the stratosphere's harsh conditions. Altitude control, changing the airflow into a smaller inner balloon called the balloonette would also cause a balloon to change altitude and, by catching a different wind current, its direction as well. And it shows how it's a little picture there. But, I mean, okay, there's other things. Expanding the internet coverage, the Loon communication system, solar panels are powered the communications equipment during the day and charged onboard batteries for nighttime operation. Flight avionics. The avionics system contained technical brains that controlled and commanded the balloon. Parachute. Onboard parachute allowed for controlled descent and safe landing. Communications payload. Transceivers and antennas relayed a high-speed internet signal across the balloon network and to people below. So, I'm not going to go any farther because I think that I've reached a place where I'm already comfortable knowing that if this can be done, now here's what I'm saying. It's already been done. Like, I don't think Google Loon pioneered this technology. I think this technology has been pioneered already, and they're using that as the idea of what you would understand to be satellites. This has been in play already, just not the advanced technology part of it. They were using a different type of like understanding of using these balloons, but from what I gathered, even flat earthers that look into this, we already knew this. So there's an extreme other side to this conversation about satellites, where there is no satellites, and none of us in here, well, at least from my knowledge, would say that that's the case.
Yeah, this is cool stuff. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. I didn't know how this worked, and it's
now.
There's also hold on, Miggy. There's also something called the Lagrange Space Center. I think it's in Norway, but they have a list of balloon launches. Like, it's a super long list, and like 1,000 or something. But it's oddly enough, they have the same names as the names of satellites. Like Mir, Eurosat, shit like that, and it's balloon launches. They're not rocket launches.
Yeah, rocket launches.
That list used to be on ESA's website back in 2015, 2016, thereabouts. That's where I saw it.
Did they scrub it? I got a video from Robert Pisano that has the list. I mean, we still have the evidence.
I know they changed their website and don't have it anymore. I just know that they had a copy or a version of their own on their own website, with also lists of Mir space station parts, known satellites that are supposed to be in space but are repeatedly launched as balloons.
Yeah. So, like, I just want to read a little bit more here, and before I kind of put a fork in this. It says, despite Loon's extraordinary technical progress, the path to commercial viability proved much longer and riskier than hoped. So in 2021, Loon's journey came to an end. To help further stratospheric research and innovation, the team published the Loon Collection, a catalog of Loon's technical, operational, and scientific insights. The collection includes flight data from 2,100 of Loon's flights, including sensor data and electrical measurements for scientific and climate research. Some of Loon's technology, like the high bandwidth optical communication links first used to beam a connection between balloons bopping in the stratosphere, lives on in Project Tara. To support ongoing innovation in the high altitude platform station, or HAPS, communications industry, Loon transferred a number of stratospheric ballooning and networking patents to partners working in similar fields. Loon also made a non-assertion pledge for the free use of more than 200 other patents related to launching, navigating, fleet management, and more. Just as Loon's technology is built on the pioneering work of others, we hope that these resources will support future exploration in the skies and keep stratospheric research and innovation aloft. Mic drop.
Yeah, so what did they invent, or what did they do new?
Well, the algorithms that they were pioneering to actually keep the balloons where they at, so they can have better management and use for these balloons to be in the conditions where they're at. So they're pushing the limits of like technology to make sure that like high speed. We didn't have like high speed connection internet like in locations where, so this is kind of new in that way. But the idea that balloon technology is not new. They're just putting this other new innovations up there, and it has to do a lot with like why people like think Starlink is like running around in Leo, low Earth orbit. Like that is it's what the driving force is, like why people would think that Elon Musk is doing what he's doing in low Earth orbit. It's not the case. This is like more for having a stratospheric, what we talked about, the boundary, the Kármán line, right? And so these guys that are flying these things, like the balloons, the balloon technology. When I say balloon technology, it most often than not gets laughed at by the globalists. The globalist is like, you you're lying. All this stuff you're just making up because you just don't want to. And I'm like, no, this is actually real technology. Like you're the one that's actually laughing at something that is already known by people that have been studying this. So why do I have to?
Easily verifiable.
Yeah, it's easily like it's everybody knows. Like I don't know why globalists seem to be like there's only one type. Yeah, there's only one type of like way to explain this, and that's rockets deploying these things in low Earth orbit. But that's not the case, Matthew. This has been done already, and these guys are just building on top of what other people have been working with. And these guys are just telling you straight up like how it's done. So it's really a mic drop for us. Like you don't need to go any farther than this. If you really want to pioneer some new technology, you can do so at a lowest efficient cost rate. Like it's not going to cost the people like creating innovation on this way. So it would behoove a company to actually move in this direction versus the high cost it would take to like think about deploying a rocket and the cost for that to deploy 1 or 2 satellites. It's like you could send up many satellites with the lowest cost, with a balloon, and have the same end result of having high-speed connectivity on places and have stationary satellites over a location. Like all that is still the same end result. You can have one up there for over just close to a year, 360 days. That's insane. And it just furthers the conversation of what we're talking about here. So it doesn't sound like we're just making shit up. Like, and I think that's the big shtick around here. Like if people are saying things that don't have any like citations or verified sources that people can actually know, like, because we can all agree on one thing, that this is true, right? Globe earther, flat earther, doesn't matter. Like there's technology flying above our heads. If somebody says it, the extreme case would be the denial of that, or the denial that it actually exists, the denial that it doesn't exist, and the denial that it does exist. Both sides. I've heard globalists deny the fact that this is the case, and I've heard flat earthers deny the case that this actually is the case. Like there is technology floating around above our heads. So I think the media, or the place to meet in the middle, is that agree that there is technology, but it's not the kind that people are thinking about with low Earth orbit, because this is more efficient. You can have something where a company doesn't like. You think of their overhead, man. Like how much would it cost to actually get this done versus planning a rocket launch to send a satellite up? That's the difference. This makes more sense, using this.
Have you ever heard of the blimp the U.S. military was using in Kabul? It's called something like Thousand Eyes or something.
I haven't. No.
I was actually asking Mickey, but during
I haven't heard
the Gulf War, it was pretty controversial because they were going to float one in Texas, I think in Dallas or something. So it's a camera on a blimp, and the blimp is moored on the ground, and but it flies, but it's floating high enough where no one can actually see it. So like 1,000 feet or whatever it is, I can't remember. But the thing had like 4,000 lenses, and it could identify and track 40,000 targets simultaneously. So like for people walking around on the ground. Yeah, Jesus is right.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
I don't know whatever came of that, but I know that they were testing it in Kabul, and like there was a big controversy. This is like in the mid 2000s, because they were gonna try and like I don't know if you remember, like during that whole sort of when Iraq and Afghanistan first kicked off, there was protests and and free speech zones and all that shit, and they were talking about deploying them, to monitor crowds that were protesting, George Bush, etc. But they had actually were flying it in Kabul, Afghanistan. And I don't know like what it ended up being. But the point is that they have, whoever they is, right? They have extreme technology to do aerial surveillance.
This and along the same vein, Indio,
above our heads like overlords, right?
Along the same vein, the conversation with Matthew, and I don't know if it rubbed you the wrong way, Matthew, but like when we had this conversation prior about the Kármán line, I think along the same lines of why we're even Indio's talking about right now. I think the reason, it was that military operation, Indio, what you just described with that blimp?
Oh yeah, it was a military operation, but I think like it might have been a contractor that ran it, but it was like for the U.S. military because they were having like a lot of people blow themselves up in the Capitol, so they wanted to be able to track everybody basically. So basically, make like a little box, like a little digital box around everybody. So if like like if you go, okay, this is the guy that blew up, like where did he come from, and then you can like retrace his path, like exactly where he came from. He came out of that building like 2 hours ago, and then he was like loitering in the bazaar, and then he was like, talking on the phone for 20 minutes, and then he came over here and detonated himself.
Ooh.
Yeah, and you can see who other people he connected to, and then they can track it down.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so and the reason I was asking if it was a military campaign, because I'll go to the Kármán line. So I'm going to attach everything I've been saying so far with satellites and Kármán line and all that, put it all together, kind of paint a picture even. And with what Indio is saying, I think it just makes more sense that I'm going to bring this up now.
Yeah, I posted a link to it. Actually, it was NATO, I guess. NATO was running that shit.
Well, that's perfect. So now, like the link I put right above yours, Indio, it's an article in The Verge, but The Verge was having conversations with different people here. So, and I'll just read a little bit of what it says. Down the middle of that page, the link that I gave, it says, the truth is defining space could make international relations and regulations a little murkier. If there was an internationally agreed upon solid line for where space begins, then other countries could cry foul if the U.S. flies a super high altitude above a foreign territory. But below the space line, technically, the U.S. could be flying through another country's airspace. As it is, there's nothing to stop the U.S. from doing that. They want to, this is quotations here, they want to keep it undefined primarily because the U.S. military feels it gives them the flexibility to do things at any altitude, says Gangle. You can't break a law, in quotations, that doesn't exist. End quotation. Ultimately, setting the line could help countries parse out what types of laws should apply to each area of the sky. The laws for aircraft or the laws for spacecraft. But things get even more complicated when you consider the fact that there's a big gap between where the highest aircraft can go and where spacecraft can go. The highest balloons can only reach about 50 kilometers or 31 miles high, and most airplanes operate much lower than that. So in reality, there's about an 18-mile zone between the highest an aircraft can go and where space begins. So should laws for aircraft apply to this region? This gray area, in quotations, of the sky is really only used by spacecraft, either going to space or leaving it. Plus, some spacecraft may even fly lower than this gray area to get back to Earth. The space shuttle, for example, used to fly as low as 34 kilometers over Cuba's restricted airspace when it returned from space, according to Gangle. That's why Gangle argues that a spacecraft could be defined by where it's meant to go. Any flight, in quotations, takes off with the intention of reaching the 80-kilometer altitude should be covered by space law, end quotation, he says. It's really, another quotation, it's really the intention of a flight that dictates what legal regimen applies, end quotation. Gangle talks about a little more, but I just want to end there to show like the conversation that we were having, Matthew. This is why I was saying it's important.
Yeah, I understand now. I thought you were talking sort of about scientific definition and stuff, and there isn't really like a defined line scientifically, but it totally makes sense if you're trying to write laws and military stuff.
Well, I mean, these guys are explaining it as a gray area, so it stands to reason that nobody knows. Like, I mean, in the heliocentric paradigm, to say that the Earth is a globe, let's say people are standing up for this, right? There's no hard stance, because we would say, well, the Kármán lines, where this, obviously where space begins, and then of course outer space is another thing, but we're talking about space. And so the stratosphere or the thermosphere, the highest level of the thermosphere to space, and the transition over to that was a Kármán line. But this doesn't sound like that. This sounds like a 18-mile like gap or gray area, if you will.
Yeah, gray area. Yeah. So you're talking about the gray area legally or trying to define it.
Yes.
In terms of like legal precedent and human laws.
Well, if you're gonna say somebody went to space, right? And depending on like, and he was putting it like spacecraft or just an aircraft. Like the laws that govern each one of those are different.
The only scientific definition I could ever find that actually said it was a scientific definition, I think it was from the organization that makes the International Terrestrial Reference System. I can't remember the name of them. Anyway, their definition was the altitude at which your aerodynamic control surfaces do not work. Right.
Yeah,
so if you're flying a plane and you go higher and your wings don't work no more because the air's too thin, right? Then they consider that space. But I mean, that's a really shady definition because, like, if a badly designed airplane won't fly at 6 feet off the ground.
Yeah. So they're not in this. They're not in space.
I flap my arms, man. The aerodynamic control systems don't work, so I'm actually in space and I'm only 6 feet off the ground.
I heard a similar definition that said something to the effect that space is where the aerodynamic lift is less than the orbital, being in orbit. Not lift.
Is that why you said you went in an orbit? Like when orbit is. Is that why you were okay? Well, I didn't. Okay, so I just point of clarity.
Isn't that like a difference in speed and not a difference in right? Because you have to be going a certain speed to maintain an orbit at whatever particular altitude you're at.
The escape velocity is.
So theoretically, right, you could maintain an orbit at 6 feet off the ground, but you'd have to be going really freaking fast.
Yeah, and the air friction would probably melt your airplane into
We're gonna just pretend we have some unobtainium, and the thing is made of unobtainium, and it's a frictionless surface. So you could technically orbit 3 feet off the ground. If the Earth was smooth as shit, and
right.
Look at Top Gun with his 10G like space or aircraft. You seen the movie Top Gun? He was pulling 10 Gs and it's like
how fat?
Was
Oh
yeah. I'm trying to think how fat you'd have to go slower, closer to the ground. That's kind of weird. Because to get into a higher orbit, right? They say you go faster. So what they say is, if I was on the International Space Station and I took a baseball and chucked it, that eventually that baseball is going to end up over my head because it's going to go into a higher orbit. Because the height of the orbit is directly related to the velocity of the object.
Right.
Right. So the lower you are to the ground, the slower the orbital velocity.
I mean, there's a lot of technical talk when it comes to these things, but at the same time,
obviously,
what's viable and practical? You know what I'm saying? Like because we're dealing with things that the idea of where you're at.
Well, yeah, but I'm trying to figure out you have you don't get enough lift because of the air, but if you go faster, you increase the lift.
Yeah,
right?
See,
so it's like you have this thing like, am I going faster at increasing the lift in thin air, or am I orbiting? Like, what am I doing?
Exactly. That's kind of the thing. I'm like, there's a couple of things that are happening past that. Like, how are you going to define now? Because it's gray area, bro. Like, so what are you?
Then there's the weird shit with the thermosphere, right? Right. It's supposed to be 4,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Like, well, the air's like the gas molecules are so spread out that they don't heat things up. Well, then how did you measure the temperature in the first place?
Well, that's not what we hear with these guys re-entering the stratosphere. I mean, when they're entering the thermosphere, isn't that like the reason why they have to have like this super high material that conducts, like, was able
Well,
to
that's not because that's
insulate.
because of friction, right? That's because.
Oh yeah, but how is there friction when there's not enough particles to give friction out of? Like,
they're all, because they're going so fast, they're all piling up against the front of the spacecraft.
Is that the explanation to that?
Yeah, of course it is.
But I'm saying because they don't have the particles up there, so like no particles, no friction. But now particles are clumping.
Yeah, but when they say that there's so much gaps between the particles that the particles don't heat anything up, that doesn't make any sense because the particles are still moving and they would still hit the objects and therefore transfer the energy. There's also the issue of what heated the particles in the first place. Isn't it supposed to be the solar radiation? And so all of that solid matter should be heated even more.
Yeah, it should be
it starts not making sense. Yeah, well, like I said, but how did they measure the temperature in the first place? Because a thermometer works, right? It works by transfer of heat by the surface area of the thermometer. Same with like a thermocouple or anything you think of. Do you actually, whatever gas, air, whatever touches the sidewalls of the thermometer, and it makes the temperature inside the thermometer go up, right?
Okay.
But if it doesn't have the effect, like, so how did you measure the temperature in the first place if there isn't enough particles to heat anything up?
Yeah,
because it is mechanical. At the end of the day, it's mechanical. It's the ballistic, what do they call it? The ballistic theory of gases. The kinetic theory of gases.
It's opposite of heating up, Drace and Indio. Do you know this? Like, it's when they sent the Go Fast rocket, and I think that's the one with the camera showing the temperature, or maybe it's a different one. It's one of I think it's the Go Fast. Maybe not. But it sent one with the temperature gauge on it. And when it reached its pinnacle, like its like point where it was like it could go no farther, and it apparently used an anti-spin gyro to stop, according to what they're saying. It was abruptly stopped with. The temperature reading on that was negative 300 or something like this. I want to say that's really close to like liquid helium, like.
That's beyond liquid helium. Liquid helium, I think, is negative 297, maybe.
Yeah, it was. But what I'm saying though with these things is that there's ice chipping off of them. Why is that? If the thermosphere is supposed to be super hot.
Yeah, well, we live in a temperature gradient, so it's hottest at the bottom and then gets colder and colder the higher you go. They tell us that gets inverted at some point, but I haven't seen any evidence.
That's the thing. Like, we don't. It's the opposite. We see, things getting super cold and ice chips falling off of these like the rockets that get sent up. Like, Elon Musk sending his, like, the rocket that can land back on its legs again. Like, that rocket that goes up, it has like the second stage or the one that falls away that comes back to Earth. It's reusable. It has ice chipping off of it, like as it's. And I heard this explanation of what this guy was saying, but it's the same. It's like, well, why is it getting hotter? How come you have the opposite idea when in reentry stuff is burning up, but stuff going up is cold? Well, that's just weird, isn't it? That's confusion.
It just reminds me of this interview. Dude, whenever I think about this, like, this guy like really screwed up, man. Whoever wrote this script, man. So it was a Russian cosmonaut talking about how he just re-entered from a Soyuz capsule from the International Space Station. He said that as he came closer to the ground, he started feeling gravity take over. Now think about this for a second. He's falling from outer space. He's in free fall. The same as a zero-G plane. He's falling, like, just the same as a zero-G plane. He's in free fall.
Yep.
How did he feel gravity take over? Think about it for a second. Exactly. Whoever wrote that script, like, screwed up their physics or something.
Oops.
Like, they're like, shit, yeah, oops. And it was a translation in, like, because he's Russian, right? So I'm like, as soon as I saw that, I was like, wow, man, they really screwed up this one. But the ISS is like hanging out in the thermosphere, and it's going 17,000 miles per hour. So now you have that other thing, right? Well, even though the air's because it's not absolute vacuum, right? At the International Space Station, and it's going 17,000 miles per hour. Why aren't those 4,300 degree Fahrenheit molecules that are already that hot? Why aren't they piling up?
Yeah, slamming against it.
It should be hitting them.
Freaking decaying orbit for over 20 years, bro. Decaying orbit for over 20 years, and it hasn't hit particles enough to.
Then how does it? I've never had a satisfactory answer to this. Kosho tried. I'll give him credit. He gave a whole college try. How does the ISS lose heat? Right.
That was my point. Love you.
Yeah, when we make a thermos, right? A thermos has a vacuum wall, right? Like you have the inner wall of the thermos, a vacuum barrier, and then an outer wall, right? So because heat doesn't transfer through vacuum, the ISS is supposed to be sitting in a vacuum. How does it dumping heat? It should continually get hotter and hotter until everybody like turns into beef jerky on the inside.
Yeah, they also have a horrible problem with like. They actually claim to get all of their oxygen from splitting water or electrolysis. And
where's the hydrogen go?
Yeah, they don't have any resupply of the water.
Oh, you could drink your pee.
I've asked Obers this too. How did they pressurize the fucking thing in the first place? Did they send it up pressurized? Right? Ooh. Did they send up the entire of the 300 feet of the ISS? Did they send it up pressurized, or did they pressurize it in space?
Where did they get all the oxygen from?
Yeah, where did they get the oxygen?
Yeah, exactly. 300 feet of oxygen. I mean, maybe it's not that much oxygen. I don't know, but the thing is, they had to pressurize it. Right? They had to pressurize it in space. That means they had to send up, right, a smaller volume at a higher pressure and then empty that into that, right? So you send up like an oxygen tank that's at like 100, that's smaller, that's at 200 psi, and then you pressurize the ISS. I don't remember them sending up a giant fucking tank of air.
Yeah, let's keep making this. Go ahead, Timbo.
Imagine the weight of the oxygen tanks, because you'd have to they'd have to be so thick, and then you'd have to make I don't even know how you'd do it, to make a special valve that would be able to stay onto the bottle when it goes into that type of negative pressure. Like
exactly, man. You have like a catastrophic failure, man.
Well, think about this. Just really quick to get our minds wrapped around like the impossibility of the tin can that's flying around the Earth, I suppose, allegedly. So if you think about it, just a regular airline, cruising altitude, 40,000 feet, let's say. What is the cabin pressure, and what happens if somebody was to have like a window or a hole in one of the windows and it busts open? What do you think has happened? Like if somebody was standing next to that window, what would happen to them?
Well, they get sucked out, don't they? They get sucked out.
Somebody's arm there was a story about I've seen one time where it blew open like a hole and the person got like their arm ripped out or something. Like it was like a.
No, what happened was they got sucked halfway out, right? So that their head, they couldn't fit out the window, but their arm was out of the window, and their arm froze because it's like negative 50 degrees. So their arm froze and then broke off. Frozen.
So
fucking horrifying, dude.
Yeah,
hell of a way to go.
Think about it like this, though. That's just a plane at 40,000 feet. Now, they're saying that it's not that big of a deal, man. The tin can that's flying around the Earth at 17,500 miles per hour has nothing more than, what happens if you have a leak? Well, you have a leak. There's no protocol. There's no security
they did get a leak. They did get a leak once with a so-called micrometeorite, and the pressure seal of the ISS is only 1/10 of an inch of an aluminum. So it's really an aluminum can. And they got this hole, and they supposedly plugged it with their finger until they got the duct tape.
What the hell is this little dyke boy, the one that plugs his finger in the dam? Like, this is not like, this is stupid. Like, it's really retarded, because you take a look at like what happens in a plane flying at 40,000 feet, and you'd multiply that to how high the ISS is and the danger that would cause. Like, you can't tell me that it's less of danger. Oh, it's not a big deal. Like, yeah, don't worry about it. Like, no, you're gonna have to actually take from the airline. Like, what would happen if a hole gets busted in that cabin? Pressure is going to be like a problem.
Like, it's only 15 pounds per square inch. That's all that matters is the absolute value, like the difference.
That's between. A load of horse shit.
Yeah, no shit. That freaking dude's missing arm says it's a load of horse shit.
I could tell you. I could point to the guy who lost an arm in an airliner at 40,000 feet versus what you're saying.
Well, they ended up dying because, like, it was catastrophic injury. Like, it was like it wasn't like just his arm. It was like basically from his shoulder, right from the top of his shoulder, like his traps. All that shit just froze solid, dude, and broke off.
Yeah, bro, that's.
So I can give you some numbers here.
I don't know how you're gonna rescue that, man, because the airliner is. I'm telling you, man. If somebody got their arm ripped out by just the cabin depressurizing from like that altitude, what is?
We want a demonstration. Screw it.
Jeez, man. Like.
So, how about this, Matthew? We get you into a big vacuum chamber and then section it off. So, like, we pump only the air out of half of it. And then we make a hole and you can try to plug it with your finger.
Oh, shit, dude.
Sound good?
We try to
level. It's 15 pounds per square inch at sea level. But up where planes fly, it's like 3 pounds per square inch. So planes are already holding in that pressure differential 15 to 3, although they actually use a lower pressure inside. So the pressure differential is not 15 minus 3, but maybe 12 minus 3, something like that.
Well, here's the problem. That person that got sucked out the window, right? They weren't strong enough to pull themselves back in, and neither were 4 passengers that were trying to yank them back into the airplane.
Yeah. I'm going to go with reality this time. Mathematics ain't going to do
and I'm sure they were pretty motivated, and like you can put your legs like on the sidewall and pull it as hard as you can.
Dude, can you imagine?
They could probably exert like 1,000 pounds of force between 4 people to pull somebody up.
Yeah.
When they were trying to pull the person back in, the pressure inside the plane and outside the plane was equal.
What?
Didn't feel equal,
bro.
Wait, you think it was
how could they not bring him back inside though? Can you think about that? Like what?
Yeah, because of the wind outside. I mean, he was being sucked, by the wind pressure, not the.
But you're saying but you're saying the speed that that's just like the. But you're talking about like when you're in a car, you stick your hand out the window, how fast it's going to the wind resistance. Like
I'm gonna get that article.
Yeah, let's see. Let's look into it.
Yeah, as soon as there was a hole,
I know what you're saying, bro.
As soon as there was a hole in the fuselage, the pressure inside and outside of the plane, it immediately depressurized, and the pressure inside and outside was equal.
Well, but
the depressurization sucked him to the hole and stuck his hand outside the airplane, and they could not remove him from it.
Yeah, your mathematics can't save you here, man. There's just no way. I don't care what you say. It's just barely an inconvenience. A human being was taken through the window of a freaking plane. Like, that's obvious. That's reality. I'm going with reality. I'm not going with some. Well, the math says that it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Not reality.
So before
Matthew's essentially saying. He's saying after the plane has equalized and people have gotten sucked out of the hole or whatever, then the air pressure is as low inside the plane as it is outside.
Right.
Oh God, yeah, that's
like after it depressurized is what I was talking about. Like obviously you're right. When the hole was created, all of the atmosphere in the whole plane went through that hole. Very quickly, and that's what sucked her out initially.
Well, look, the citations here.
That would mean like the ventilation system is trying to push her out of the airplane.
Well, you realize that at that altitude, there's not enough oxygen. If they were to equalize and the pressure were to, then the oxygen level would also equalize. everyone in the airplane would have passed out within 60 seconds.
That's why they have oxygen masks. You're right.
I know, but not all of them obviously couldn't get to their masks. Not all of them. What about the people that were trying to pull them out of the window and shit? They were wearing masks?
I don't think they were, man. They couldn't be.
Weren't. No.
Let me just read a little bit just to kind of put in perspective what we're talking about. And so there's no qualms as to like
Yeah, just think about it like this, Matt. Now you're going to design a pressure vessel with a hole in it that'll shoot out a human being out of the hole, right? And it's the size of a fuselage of an airplane. How much pressure do you need to shoot someone out of that hole?
Yeah, not much. So you better.
You don't think much?
That hole.
Not much.
Look, okay, so there was I'm just going to start reading a few bits here. There was a loud bang, and suddenly the Southwest Airlines jet rolled 41 degrees to the left. Smoke began to fill the cabin, and flight attendants rushed row by row to make sure all passengers could get oxygen from their masks. When flight attendant Rachel Fernheimer got to row 14, she saw a woman still restrained by her lap belt, but her head, torso, and arm hanging out a window. Fernheimer grabbed one of the woman's legs while flight attendant Sianki Malloy grabbed her lower body. They described being able to bring the woman back in the plane until two male passengers stepped in to help. The harrowing details from the April fatal flight were released for the first time, and National Transportation Safety Board began a hearing Wednesday into the engine failure on Southwest Flight 1380, which carried 144 passengers and 5 crew members. After several failed attempts to reach the pilots by intercom because the rush of air and noise, Malroy was finally able to relay the situation to Tammy Jo Schultz and Darren Ellisor, who had already planned an emergency landing of the crippled Boeing 737-700 in Philadelphia. We got unintelligible words, a window open and somebody is out the window, Malroy said. According to a transcript, she adds a little later, yeah, everyone's still in their seats. We have people have been helping her get in, and I don't know what her condition is, but the window is completely out. The flight attendants told investigators at least one of the male passengers put his arm out of the window and wrapped it around a woman's shoulder to help her pull it back in. Fernheimer said when she looked out of the window, she could see that one of the plane's engines was shattered, and there was blood on the outside of the aircraft. The passenger in the window seat, Jennifer Riordan, was fatally injured, the first death on a U.S. airline flight since 2009. 8 other passengers, including at least one of the men who helped pull Riordan back in the window, suffered minor injuries. One of the men, an EMT in Texas, and a retired school nurse began CPR on Riordan. But according to interviews with investigators, they said her injuries seemed too severe. Emergency personnel took over once the plane landed, and passengers gathered her belongings to send with them. The accident was triggered by an engine fan blade that broke off. A piece of engine cover struck and shattered the window next to Riordan, a 43-year-old mother of 2 from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Wednesday's hearing in Washington focused on a design. Oh, it's talking about the design here, but we basically just covered like the thing. I don't know if there's anything else to add here.
I posted a picture of what the window looked like.
Okay. It's just, man, like, wow.
What a horrible way to go, man.
Well,
she was probably sleeping too, and was just like woke up with her head sticking out of the airplane.
Man, but it's Matthew, like, it's hardly an inconvenience. Like, I don't know, man. Like, that's too big of a stretch for me. Like, I think that's serious. And if we're talking about 40,000 feet, this happened. The ISS is a much greater risk factor.
Yeah. So what happened in this accident is that the fan blade struck the window broke, and then the entire pressure of the whole cabin went out that window and sucked her mostly out. And that happened like almost immediately, with surely within a couple of seconds, I would imagine.
How did the fan blade reach there?
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, how did
it go through the wing or something?
The engine exploded, and one of the pieces hit the window.
Yeah, but look at where the window is, and look at Where is the engine at?
It must have
The engine
exploded
is
forward, and then as the plane went forward, it covered or got over the wing. But it's weird.
The
regardless.
engine is in front of that.
Well, okay. I don't mind.
Yeah, well, yeah, I understand the engine protrudes past the front of the wing, but they're flying, right? So there's the wind pushing things backwards, to the back of the plane. You'd think that
700 miles
if
an
it
hour.
exploded out, it would just fly through the engine or to the back of the plane and wouldn't go through the front.
It almost
those blades are going really fast. I don't know how many RPMs they go.
Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't think of that. They're going. They go like it's fast. It's like into 70,000 RPMs or something.
Yeah, as soon as they're free from that rotation, they're going to go to the side as well.
Well,
my God, you're lucky this didn't go right through the plane and out the other side.
Well, okay, so it was on a roll, wasn't it? It said there too. Where's it at?
Yeah, 45 degree.
45 degree. So it was rolling at the. So yeah, everything just works out to be wow.
They should have made the engine out of steel I-beams, man. They would have bounced right off the plane.
So, all right, but that still remains to be the case that it was an issue, a severe issue, even though it popped that window open. She got pulled out immediately. There was no thinking about. She was. Can you imagine the frantic panic that would that would have just been a sight? And then people were struggling, and the two flight attendants couldn't get her back in. So 2 men that were there helped her. So people were struggling. It wasn't just an inconvenience. It was there was no way you could pull her back in.
No, I agree. They couldn't pull her in.
Well, and what do you think's gonna happen to the ISS, man? This meteor that slammed into it and poked the hole. It's if this happened in this altitude, what would happen at the ISS at that altitude? Catastrophic.
Yeah, same thing. If there was a hole in the ISS that big, it would be bad.
Bro,
No
problem. That's not the.
I'm just kidding.
No, it's shoot a bullet through a soda can. You boom, it would explode.
Even if it was a tiny meteorite, even if it put a 1 centimeter hole in there, it would rip into a big. It would rip into a big basketball size hole within a split second and equalize pressure with the outside. You wouldn't be able to stick your finger in there, it's stupid.
Yeah, it would be
catastrophic. It'd be catastrophic, even if their Atmo no sphere went out to the moon. It would still be catastrophic.
Was it their movies where they show this kind of idea happening to these floating space stations?
Sandra Bullock and Gravity.
Sandra Bullock. Oh, that's it right there. Yeah,
good movies, man. What?
But no, why do they depict it a different way though, Matthew? Because the reality of the situation, it wouldn't be a bother. It's well, that's not
Who
what
said it wouldn't
Hollywood
be a bother?
Is. Well, what would it do? It wouldn't just be a hole that they have. Well, just what's his name? Don Pettit or Petite, if you want to. I don't know how you want to call him. Well,
you got a hole.
You got a leak. Dude, that he's saying this. That's why I'm saying, who's saying that? Well, Don Petit is. That's one, and he's an astronaut, Matthew.
Yeah. So if you had a hole the size of a Southwest airline window in the side of the ISS, it would be similarly.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
A tiny little hole.
Then you have a leak.
A tiny little hole would be catastrophic. Are you kidding me?
And what you would do is lose air. Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off.
No.
And then
probably
a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's
I don't know.
Replacing the mechanism might
These
require
doofuses again.
Freaking clown, dude. I don't know the protocol. Although I'm aboard every person that's in a submarine.
Dude, he was the very first diversity hire in the history of America, man. He had to be. He was
glad.
we have to send a handicapped person to space because of diversity. They stuck him on a rocket.
They
But
would
you
have
got Matthew.
to know about those guidelines.
You got Matthew talking about. Well, who would say that? Well, this guy. and probably many more that would say it's not a just a
He
mere
was
little.
talking a small little hole. Nobody would say a big hole like that airline window would be just no problem.
What?
Are you kidding me? Who cares? That's an aircraft. You're not talking. We're talking about something that's supposed to be 250 miles away from Earth.
Well, I'm talking about the differential of like pressure and also like the catastrophic, thing that would happen if something like that would occur in that particular area of in elevation. So if you're dealing with the pressure differential, similar to an aircraft.
An aircraft has probably 8 or 9 psi difference, whereas the ISS has what?
Dude, that's horseshit, bro. Like, I don't understand. Why would you think that's the case? Like, there is a huge amount of pressure differential from where that is.
Just subtraction. 15
I don't know where
somebody help me out here, man. Like,
Matthew, I don't know where you get this information from. Above 50,000 feet, the air is twice as thin, so you could at least double the pressure.
Yeah, so let's just call
he doesn't understand that it is the differential. Look at this image, Matthew. This is a vacuum lift or a crane that can lift tons. So if I have a very weak vacuum, it cannot lift tons. The air pressure was the same. You see, you are just avoiding the issue, Matthew.
Yeah, I'm saying in the ISS, the pressure differential was 15 minus 0. And in aircraft, it's what? Maybe 12 minus 3.
So just a small inconvenience or different in like the actual type of danger that would cause. Like it would be less. It would be almost equal to almost no danger from difference from the airliner.
And regardless of the pressure difference, we're talking about. Look at the speed difference. Isn't your precious ISS going 17,000? Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Having a collision at that particular speed, nope. Because you could just imagine shooting a bullet through a soda can, like it just explodes. Like there isn't, or I mean, just think about a BB gun and a balloon, like just anything. Any little puncture or anything with that amount of pressure, the high pressure inside of that thing with the low pressure outside, oh my gosh, it would pop like a balloon would. I don't understand. Like, why do you guys? Where do you get this like physics that you try to apply to something up there? I don't know, man.
Well, they did have that micrometeorite hole, remember? And the guy fixed it with, what was it, duct tape or epoxy, something like that.
I just can't with these guys when it comes to like the way the working. Like, it doesn't make any sense to anyone like that knows physics.
Yeah, I'd be curious to hear you find someone who knows physics who says it doesn't make sense.
This is also obfuscation. Like, it's not about hyperbaric chambers can have more pressure than the ISS. That's not a issue. If you have a hyperbaric chamber with more pressure and you puncture that what somebody's in there, that's going to be devastating for him.
Right.
Yep.
But on the ISS, you can just doodle around, wait until you find the hole, and then put your finger on it, and then just put some duct tape on it, and you're good.
And you don't even have to know the protocol. That's how bad this is. Like, especially people that supposed to have the right stuff when they go up there. Don Petit, supposedly he had the right stuff, and he didn't even know the protocol. It's something, I don't know what it is. He's fumbling.
And float around in khakis and t-shirts. Sorry, Miggy.
If it was for real, there would be a protocol, and if there was one, they would definitely know it. So what's that say?
It speaks volumes. But you're dealing with like supposedly $1 billion of like machine going up the rockets and all this technology, and you hear like these stories about like how they go through rigorous training and all kinds of stuff. People aspire to be these individuals. And then you hear this guy just fumbling around, like not knowing what he's saying, and just a bad actor all around. But it's like, doesn't it paint a bad picture for those who are looking up to these characters? It's like, you aspire to be this? Like, wow. It's a letdown, like, for anyone trying to look into. And so, no wonder why people are confused here. And they don't know any pressure differential, like, from, like, how detrimental it would be for something like that to occur in that area.
Well, let me ask you this. What do you think would happen if there was a pinhole leak in a commercial airliner?
A pinhole leak?
Yeah, like a little tiny leak. Like smaller than a nail hole.
Yeah, but you're comparing what happened with the window and what we're saying with this meteorite slamming into the ISS to a pinhole. That's the analogy is not the same.
I was just asking a question about an airliner. I'm curious what you would say about a pinhole in an airliner.
Well, they pretty much have to have like the integrity of the hull to be intact. Like, there's certain materials they're working with here. But if we're talking about having an opening where there's, like, pinholes in that, like, you can say that what they're working with right now, it's to have that pressure in that cabin, you'd have to have a sealed cabin, wouldn't you?
Look, that pressure would cause it to actually tear the material. It would rip it apart.
Yeah, I'm saying in an airliner, if you had a pinhole leak, it might just be a slow leak, kind of like tires sometimes have, and it might lose pressure very slowly in that airliner.
Probably.
Scott Rock, and you have a hot mic.
I'm not sure, but wasn't that image approved to be the album cover of a Christian rock band too, Trace?
Yes.
But we're not talking about an airliner. We're talking about the ISS.
Yeah, so my next question was going to be, how would it be different? Like, I would think a pinhole leak in an airliner is not a huge problem, and my question is, what if you had the same kind of pinhole leak in the ISS? How would it be?
Yeah, it would rip.
That's
it would tear it like a piece of paper.
Yeah, it's all over.
It depends on the material, doesn't it?
Boom.
But we keep getting obfuscations away from the reality of the situation, which is, what would occur if this thing happened? And the scenario has to be analogous to, like, the actual, what actually did happen. And so that's the whole, I guess, Platter and Drace and everybody's putting it up on their live stream voice text.
And how big is that?
Comparable to a submarine, but only like in the opposite way. Like that's the kind of thing you'd be looking at. It'd be like, instead of like an implosion like a submarine would do, it would just do the opposite. It would still tear it apart, with especially the flimsy materials they're claiming to make these stupid little space toys out of.
A hole big enough to plug your finger in, Matthew.
For your viewing pleasure, so they can crash them into the ocean out there. That's what your money gets you. A bunch of rockets going into the drink.
Okay, let's use this for an example. Let's say you say, how thick is the ISS skin? You said like 1/10 of an inch aluminum, something like that. Thickness, is that what they claim?
It sounds right. I don't remember.
Okay. So you take a 1/10 of an inch panel of the same exact panel that the ISS is made of. And then you build a vacuum, like people say, put a wall in the middle of a vacuum, and then put that thing in the center of the wall where there's a window. Cover the window with that sheet of aluminum, and then start pumping the air out of the other side. I guarantee you that after just a few pounds difference, that thing would start to bow outwards and would pull it right through the window. It would pull it right out of there, and not very much pressure to do that. And I think that's proof that if the ISS were truly in a vacuum, the entire ISS would expand and would just come apart, because the inward-outward forces for trying to equalize with the pressure outside would be so great
that the ISS would grow and expand and bust open within a matter of a second or less.
Explode.
I just know that's what would happen. I mean, it's common sense to know that would happen. That's why we know. That's one reason why we know that the ISS is not in a vacuum, with a pressurized system in a vacuum. I mean, that makes no sense at all. It would just completely expand and be destroyed within seconds. I mean, it's ridiculous. Totally ridiculous.
Yeah, but airline cabins do that all the time with more than just a couple pounds, right? They also use aluminum, and they have a pressure differential of what 9 or something like that. 9 pounds per square inch.
Well, like I said, I guarantee if you built a wall inside of the vacuum and put a 2-foot square panel in the middle of it, like a window, and you started pumping air out of the one side, that panel at not very many pounds difference would start to bow inwards into the vacuum area and would soon just pop right out and fly into that, and then the two chambers would equalize almost instantly.
Yeah, but here's the thing: we have to figure out what is the pounds per square inch differential between inside and outside of that window. And you said just a couple pounds a square inch would do it?
I think you would notice it start to bow at a couple pounds, yeah. By the time you got 5 pounds, 6, 7 pounds difference, it would pop right through the other side. I'm saying
the airlines do this all day long. They have a 9 pound per square inch differential.
Well, that's because they've got braces on the inside. They've got girders that go all the way around, and those panels are screwed to them.
So it's designed to withstand the pressure differential.
Of course it is. You got those girders that go around the plane in a circle. They're aluminum like I-beams, and the panels are screwed or riveted to those. And they're one about every foot or 2 foot that goes all the way back to the fuselage in a circle around. And then those panels are riveted to those.
Yeah. So commercial airliners are carefully engineered and designed to be able to handle 9 pounds per square inch pressure differential inside versus outside. And my question is, why?
I guarantee you those planes are more than 1/10 of an inch of aluminum. That's too thin to me. That's way too thin.
And so my question is, if they can engineer planes to withstand a 9 pounds per square inch differential, why do you think it would be impossible to engineer an ISS with a 15?
Because of the vacuum difference. Because it's so massively different. I mean, it's
9 versus 15
between 30,000 feet in elevation than in a vacuum, in a complete, almost a near perfect vacuum. There's a whole lot of difference with that.
It's not even twice. Not even twice the difference. It's 9 pounds per
No. Bullshit. That's negative 17 torr. That means negative 7. It's magnitudes less, not just 15 pounds, Matthew.
What is it?
Goes to 0. It goes to the minus 17 torr.
Yeah,
0 is smaller.
I know 0 is smaller, but look, when you were dealing with vacuums here on Earth, what is the strongest vacuum that could ever been done with that big vacuum chamber? You remember?
I don't know. It goes to the negative 2 or 3, maybe.
No, I think it's 6. Anyway.
6. Yeah, they got it down to 6.
But so when you get to that level, it starts seeping through the concrete walls.
Right.
Like it wants it. Yeah. So the difference is like a lot more than it would be for where the airplanes are flying.
Exactly.
How do you calculate the difference between the pressure differential inside and outside?
Don't they have real live tests like where they have vacuum chambers that go that low? Not the one where the ISS is. That's even worse. Like if it's seeping through concrete walls, though, Matthew, like why is it difficult for you to understand? Like the pressure where the airliners flying at versus like where this is at to where like the pressure that would be like applied to the force, like it's just such a vast difference, man. I don't know, like it's for you to
magnitude's different, major difference.
Yeah.
So the pressure inside the ISS is 14.7. Let's just call it 15. And the pressure outside is close to 0, so it's 15 minus 0, 15 pounds per square inch difference. That's all.
Nope.
If that's not how you calculate it, would you have an alternative? way to
Reality, man. Like it's obviously like you'd have to be going to a place where you're going to reach a vacuum that's close to the one that they had with the vacuum chamber that not even walls of concrete could withstand, like the pressure difference.
Okay. I think I understand what you're saying. So, if 15 minus 0 is 15, what is 15 minus 10 to the negative 17?
Yeah, where the ISS is.
Yeah, the 15 on the inside.
Okay, wait a minute. So are we
10 to the negative 15?
Are we now going to say that the ISS is swimming around in like that pressure difference from 14 like breathable air psi to like where the negative pressure would be lower than any vacuum chamber has ever gotten here on Earth?
Right. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm asking, what is the pressure differential? 15 minus 10 to the negative 17.
Well, we have real world examples, don't we? Here on Earth. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like,
I'm just asking the number. That's all.
But why is math so? Why isn't reality more important? Like that's to me is like,
because when your math is important when you're designing and engineering things. You need to like plan ahead.
Yeah, and so if you're gonna make the integrity of some type of craft to be strong enough to withstand that, then you'd have to have something that could withstand the pressure difference stronger than concrete. Like what type of material they're using? Like that's because they're reinforced walls with these gas chambers or vacuum chambers.
Yeah, they're 6 foot thick of concrete, 6 feet thick.
Yeah, and this isn't.
Oxygen seeped through that wall.
Yeah,
when it got down to a 6 minus 6 torr or something like that, and they could no longer. The vacuum pump continued to run, but the air would seep in at a speed that kept up with the pump through the concrete walls. That's as low as they could get it. The pump they didn't turn the pump off. It's just the pressure stopped getting lower because the air was being replaced through 6 feet of concrete walls.
Mm-hmm.
That's a whole lot different, Matthew.
Try holding it back from 3/8 aluminum or something.
And that was -6, dude. Imagine 17. Oh my god, dude! I think would have. Yeah.
I just round off to 0. 10 to the negative 17. I just rounded off to 0.
Yeah.
Why do you do that?
It's convenient and close enough.
0 is close enough to negative 17.
Not negative 17. 10 to the negative 17.
The 264,000 mile radius. That's close enough.
So Matthew, what's the point in them saying 10 to the negative 17 if it's just the same as 0?
For all practical purposes and all the engineering, they treat it as 0. 10 to the negative 17 is usually brought up by flat earthers.
So where would flat earthers get that number from?
Measurements they've done at the altitude of the ISS.
So it's not a flat earth thing then?
Yeah, so that's just the raw measurement. When they're doing calculations, they just treat it, they round off to 0.
So what does the raw measurement mean?
That's the measurement of how much pressure is at that altitude.
So what's the difference between 0 and 10 to the negative 17?
Very small. Rounding error.
How do you know that? Like what makes you know that?
Math degree.
Yeah, but in practicality, when do you get to a negative 17? So you might as well in your theory, you might as well just say 0.
Yeah, there's a huge difference between negative 17 and 0. I'm talking about the difference between 0 and 10 to the negative 17.
Sorry, 10 to the negative 17 just means that there's 17 zeros after it, yeah?
Well, before it, but yes.
Before it.
Yeah, Bendy Light is talking about like how we're trying to teach Matthew, our math teacher, how to subtract numbers. This isn't the case. Math is a language. We all understand that. But then the description, like you're saying, Matthew, in reality, you have to engineer for real world practical use cases. You're not going to do that with something that is not engineered to do the thing that you want it to do if it's not practical. It's just not, man. How is the integrity of that vacuum chamber compromised and the one of the ISS is not? How are they? You see it? I don't know. Does anybody know the problem here, or is it just me? Am I the only one noticing that there's a big difference between like reaching a vacuum at -6 to one that was just where the what is the pressure differential for an airliner versus like where that thing would be?
Well, it's obviously massively different, or the air wouldn't have seeped through 6 feet of concrete.
That's what I'm trying to tell Matthew, but it seems to be not sticking with him because it's like, well, it's not that big of a deal.
It's a huge big deal.
Yeah, you're talking about building
man.
something that tries to keep pressure out versus building something that tries to keep pressure in. So that's the difference.
Yeah, but the difference in pressure is the issue between the two.
Right.
Or am I not getting that correct? Like you
No, you're right.
Well, and that's why I'm saying like there either is going to be an outward or inward kind of like pressure differential, and in the case of what we're
you're right. So the pressure differential between the inside of the ISS and the outside of 10 to the -17 torr, that pressure differential is higher than the pressure differential of that NASA concrete, test facility of 10 to the -6 on the inside and 15 on the outside. So you're right.
Yeah,
the ISS pressure differential is higher.
But I'm saying though the integrity was compromised of that chamber, the vacuum chamber, and so
they had to work to keep it out. That's right.
That's
much less of a vacuum. It was compromised. The pump continued to run back, Matthew, while the oxygen seeped through the gas through 6 feet of concrete.
Yeah, I don't think the ISS is made of 6 feet of concrete, man. That's keeping it from.
By the way, where are the massive pumps and valves and ducts that it would take to pump that much pressure and to keep it up against that much differential in pressure? There would be giant pumps like there are in submarines.
There is.
Valves holding back the pressure.
You don't need those when you're falling at 17,500 miles an hour around Earth's curve.
Yeah, the pumps. Where's the pump that keeps your soda can pressurized before you open it?
It's the aluminum itself, bro.
What's the ISS made out of?
The container.
Aluminum.
Yeah, that flimsy aluminum would not withstand those differences in pressure. You would need giant.
The difference is only 15 pounds per square inch.
Wow.
Comes back to pressure needing a container, doesn't it?
That's one way to get pressure, yes.
One way? Well, you're talking about pressure. We're talking about gas pressure, not just pressure itself.
You can give us
that's the
another
rub.
way?
No, he's talking about pressure though, Godrock, and that's the bait and switch. When we say pressure, we're not speaking of gas pressure at that moment because you're just saying, well, you said pressure. If I put my hand against your hand, that's pressure. We're not talking about pressure. We're talking about gas pressure.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what we mean. Pressure.
That's different, grasshopper.
Very different. We know the old bait and switch. So we're not talking about just pressure. We're talking about gas pressure.
So I would submit that there's more than one way to get gas pressure. Gas pressure being gas hitting a surface and causing a force on that surface.
Yeah, but if there's nothing to contain it, or if it's not inside of already a gradient, then you don't have pressure in the first place. You have to have it contained. It has to be contained in the first place.
Yeah, but even inside of a container, you can have different pressures inside that container
within
that will push against.
Yeah, no doubt.
They're very, very minute, Matthew. They're very, very minute differences.
Well, you can't have gas particles bouncing off of one surface and making pressure.
Yeah, you can. That's how ships sailed the world before steam engines.
Not a constant pressure. You need a constant volume. Sorry, out of luck.
Yeah, because there's still a density gradient inside too.
Sonny, you've been on a sail ship for multiple days recently. That's gas pressure pushing your sails so that the sailboat moves.
To do with the container?
It would work within a container, yes. I would say it wouldn't have to, but that's a separate question.
Okay, where was the pressure created with one surface again?
On your main sail on your sailboat. The wind pushes against the sail and moves the boat.
That's like Miggy was saying. You're talking about pressure.
Right, gas pressure, gas pressing against the sail, moving a boat.
It can press against the sail because, yeah, but where's your constant volume? Doesn't have one. A sail is analogous to our discussion.
Yeah, I thought maybe being an educator, you could see the difference, Matthew. I don't know. Maybe it's just me that hears you saying things that like is not conducive to having somebody being taught something that could give a critical thought to this. It's not, man. You got to put somebody in a mindset of like what the idea would have to be there, and it's like it's not analogous. So
There's already pressure at the surface, and there's wind, so it's like a force. It's not the same.
Yeah, wind is a better name for that pressure that pushes your
Well,
sailboat.
wind is also flow, so it's not just pressure differential.
Yeah, we're talking about a pressure within a contained system.
Right, and so the pressure on the front side of the sail is different than the pressure on the
No,
back
stop
side.
using it. It's not analogous. Sorry, stop using it.
That is due to our dynamic environment.
You're missing the
Nobody
part.
knows where wind comes from.
You're missing the part about constant volume. It requires constant area, surface area.
Wind is air, and you can't have the air without the containment to begin with, so all moot.
all right, we got Ciros in here. See if anybody else wants to chime in. Ciros, are you there? And
Yeah. I'm just happy listening.
Oh, cool. Ascensionist also. Welcome, Ascensionist. I guess he or she might not be there. But yeah, you're here, Ciros. So what do you think about the conversation so far? And also you have a VC verified tag, so I'll go through with you. The conversation is always brought up to the new people or the VC verified tags. The conversation is always about the shape of the earth here in this server. So per this forum, what do you think the shape of the earth is and why? Or rather, what do you experience?
I guess those are two different questions. I mean, what I experience is, just from my walking around. I mean, I can't really tell what kind of shape the earth is. But I guess, yeah, my personal belief is that it's a globe. But I'm just very curious about this whole, why you guys believe it's not. And so I'm just here to listen and try and figure that out, basically. That's why I'm here.
Well, I would put it this way. I'm going to give you the globe earth tag. But you at any time, you could change your mind and then go right back to anything you want to. We could switch that for you. But
yeah, sure.
I would make sure that while you're in this chat, and for Ascensionist also, look at the live stream voice text channel, because everybody puts a lot of good information there. So I would say keep up with the chat there and the live stream voice text. It's the text channel right above the voice channel you're in right now.
Yeah. I've been following it. Yeah.
Can
Put
I
that
do
out
the
of the
3
way.
points with him?
No, Matthew, I think I'll take control. But you pretty much have the handle on it. But I have to. There's a few things I navigate through, nuances, let's say, that I would go through when I do it. It just depends.
How do you say the name? Is it soiree or?
It's Ciros.
Ciros. Okay.
I should probably change that. That's like my default. Usually I change it to something else.
I don't.
easy to predict.
I don't think Timbo was just asking like what it is. I don't care.
Yeah, it's hard to pronounce.
Yeah, it's not the usual name I use. Usually I change it. But oh well.
Okay.
Too late.
Well, okay. Let me just start going into a bit of the introduction with you. So I'm gonna point out to you that you don't know what you think you might know about the globe, and that's going to be apparent within our discussion. However, if there's globe earthers in here that want to chat you up in the DMs to help you out with this, that's fine. I don't care. I think that it's good to get help from other people that are on your side, like kind of to boost your answers or whatever. So if you do happen to get some DMs, yeah, if you do get some DMs from someone, that's fine. I'm not gonna like, oh, are you getting DMs? So what? I don't care. So the thing that would stand to reason is like what you would say. So here we go. It's an exercise. It's basically the three tenets of the globe. So it's what props up the understanding of it being what it is. So the first one being Earth's curvature. The second is axial rotation. And the third is the vacuum of space. And if you answer honestly, okay, so intellectual honesty is the only thing that matters right here in this conversation. So I'm prefacing this exercise with that to say, if you don't know, just say, hey, I don't know. And we'll move on to the next question. If you say you do know, I'm going to need
probably going to be saying a lot of that. Yeah.
But that's fine.
I'm not claiming to be an expert on any of this stuff. I'm just here to, listen and learn. Mostly. But go ahead, ask me questions. I'm happy to answer.
Okay. All right. So the first question would be the Earth's curvature, right? So at any time in history, when has the Earth's curvature ever been measured? And because they said, I've seen I won't say an article, but it's been said 2,500 years, or at least that amount of time, we've known the Earth to be a globe. So at what time in history, or maybe you've done it yourself, how has the curvature of the Earth ever been measured? And so the things that I'm going to need is the radius, diameter, and circumference of the Earth, the geometric shape, being an oblate spheroid, right? So we're going to need to know how it was an oblate spheroid and who measured it. And you could use three things easily. Go to the primary source, who first started saying this. Citation, where does it say it? Like on the internet or in a book somewhere. And also demonstration to show us that it actually is curving at the set rate that it should be to follow the radius, diameter, circumference. So go ahead and turn it over to you. Either you know or you don't know.
Well, I'm going to probably say I don't know. The only thing that I know, as I've been told, is that it was the ancient Greeks apparently measured the Earth. Was that the 2,500 years ago you were talking about?
Well, I'm saying that's where I'm not going to go into like the specifics of what I know, because it's just what I'm doing is just going purely off what you know. So this is just basically your information coming in.
I don't know shit, man. I fully admit that. I'm not here to educate anyone. I'm not here to convince anyone of my point of view. I'm just here to listen to what's going on. Yeah, and get into some discussions as well.
Let me roll on to the second question. Like, once again, if there's something you really know in detail, then that's fine. You could tell me in detail, but if not, just say you don't know. Second question. There's only three. So the second one is going to be axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. It's said to be rotating at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So any time in history, how have we measured the rotation or the axial rotation of the Earth, spin of the Earth, and by what type of way or what apparatus has been used to measure the spin of the Earth? Excuse me. And you can go to primary source, citation, and then demonstration. So, if you know.
Yeah, I got no idea. Got no idea.
All right. So I'll go to the third question, which is the vacuum of space, being that it's said to be next to the pressure air we breathe. There's according to the conversation we're having, a pressure differential. But obviously, to some people, there's an understanding that it's just a gradient that goes all the way up into the vacuum of space, and it doesn't actually have like a point of where like the vacuum is stronger and so forth. But the explanation of what they're saying is that this low differential in pressure would stand to reason that it's an open system. So the Earth being a globe, it's an open system. Matter and energy can transfer back and forth from it. Like rockets can leave the Earth and so far being. But then we would say that in an open system, we have the pressure air that you and I are breathing. So how is it possible that we have pressure air in an open system if in every instance we see gas pressure needing a container? So it needs to be contained. Like when you achieve pressure in any type of gas, you're going to need a container to store that gas. So gas pressure needs a container.
I've heard that claim.
Yeah, it's the antecedent. It's the antecedent for gas pressure container. It is. So you need a container for gas pressure, right? So now we're going to get to the part where we're going to ask the question: if it's an open system, how do we have gas pressure without a container?
Well, my understanding would be gravity, but I'm guessing you're going to have a response to that.
Well, I'm just going to respond to like, go ahead, and then if you answer something, remember to qualify that you need primary source, citation, and demonstration.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I haven't got any of that. I'm not.
Okay. Well,
I'm not really that interested in like convincing you that that I know what I'm talking about.
So the exercise.
That's not really why I'm here. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, the exercise is not to convince anyone. It's just to give me your information of what you know. So the exercise is just to expose what you know as far as like you thinking that the Earth is what it is. That's all it's doing. So your information coming to us or everybody here listening to you is to know whether you know what you know or you don't. So
that last question, I don't.
Go ahead.
No, wait. What do you mean? Know what I know? You don't like
You're telling me based on the information that you've been given, either you're gonna know the answer to what I'm asking or you don't.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
Either you know or you don't.
Well, I do not know. I fully admit that.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Oh yeah, totally. And so let me just go ahead and close it up. I usually do. So that now that you understand, I took you to the exercise, the three main tenets that prop up the Earth being a globe with the curvature, the set rate of radius, diameter, circumference, and the axial rotation, Earth spinning on its axis, and also that it resides in the medium of the vacuum of space, is just a belief that you have because you don't know that it's a globe. You just believe it to be true. Based on whatever, and it's factually true from your position because we all heard you claim that you said you think it is, but you don't know. So it stands for us to just kind of like listen for your position that you think it's a globe, but you don't know how it's a globe. Like because the only thing that you know is what you've been told, and maybe some videos or images or whatever like could correspond with that belief. All right. So that being the case, like I said before, it's just a belief that you have. And it's not something that you could say, I understand to be, this is the case for the cosmological paradigm in which I reside in. So, and just pointing that out.
I don't have a problem with that though. That's fine.
Well, you might be one of like many, or I'd say, because they're not.
I don't think you have to know something 100% to be justified in believing it. Like I don't think my belief is completely without justification. So I'm not.
No, you can believe in whatever you want.
It could turn out that there is a plan. I don't know. I could be completely wrong, but I still feel at least somewhat justified in my belief. So I feel fairly.
Anybody can be justified in anything because they've been told ever since they were young or something, but without any evidence. You can't stand to reason that it is actually true. It's just something that you believe based on whatever information you've been handed. Like it doesn't matter whether it's math formulas or images or whatever. But if you can't apply it to practical reality, then there's no way that it's possibly true. So it's just something that's.
Oh, it's possibly true. I just can't prove that it's true 100%.
Well, if something is possibly true, then it has to be practically. So if you can't put it into practical use in any way, like actually show that it's demonstrated to be such, then it's not even possibly true because you just thought about it like as it's a globe. But when you further investigate it, you're not going to be able to put it into reality anyway. So not even in the possibility realm could it be a globe because it has to. Go ahead, Tim.
You said you didn't know much about it, but you said you've got a justified belief that is the way it is. So what would be your justified belief?
Yeah, somewhat justified. not like perfectly justified, but I'd say that.
What is the somewhat justified though? Like, what is that?
That I guess trusting in mainstream scientific institutions and believing, they have it right, and then that kind of thing. Like, it's not.
No, that's all right. That's all I wanted to know.
It's not
he wanted to know
an appeal to authority. Then, okay, got it.
Yeah. He just wanted to know where that justification was coming from. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, I'm not sitting here saying the Earth is definitely a globe. You should all believe it. I'm just saying that is my current psychological state. That is what I believe.
Well, there's levels of where people are at with this understanding. Some would side with the fact that it absolutely is a globe, and then some would take the very extreme way of saying that we can't know anything to be true. And would you say that's the case for you? That we can't ever know anything to be true?
No, I don't think I go that far.
Would you say truth is subjective or objective?
Yeah.
I can't put words in your mouth, so you have to answer for that.
No, I know. I'm just like, it's not a simple question. It's a very deep philosophical question that I don't know if I have like a simple answer.
I mean, truth is truth. It's truth. It's true. What's true for you is true for me. And it's, if we say the objective truth of the issue is we live on this specific place, then I can't say that I live in a different place. It has to be the place that we all live in.
Yeah, in that sense, I would say it's probably objective. Yeah,
objective,
like the physical reality of the world and et cetera.
Correct. So it's gonna be self-evident, meaning that it doesn't matter how I feel about what the subject matter is. If the Earth that we stand on is whatever it is, then that's going to be the case. I can reject that. I can say no, I don't. I disagree. I reject it. I don't want it to be the case. Well, it doesn't matter how I feel. It only matters that it's true. That's it. So,
yeah,
irrespective of my feelings, it's still going to be.
This is feeling very Morpheus and Neo, which is hilarious because the poor guy's like, "Do I have to take the red pill or the blue pill now?" It's like, no, you get to. We're just going over how to describe where you're at in the flat Earth, knowledge, etc. So, this is the fun part now. I think that, that's all I wanted to say. Don't get scared.
Okay, no, I'm not scared. No, it's just I'm perfectly happy, admitting I don't know, and and it's just based on a belief. But yeah, I'm just here to find out more about flat Earth.
Well, the finding out more about it is that we're defining the understanding of our known reality. So, if you would agree that it's objective, you're starting to move in the right direction. We're starting to now see how we can reason with each other versus being unreasonable. Being unreasonable would stand to say that you just can't define your reality in any way, shape, or form. It's all subjective, just based on whatever anybody conjures up in their own mind, what they think their reality is. That's what it is. And that's
there's not much point having a conversation at that point, is there?
Well, we've had those conversations with people who actually say that. As a matter of fact, there's a few of them in here. But that aside, we understand who we know, people that can identify. Like, if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. And I don't mean exactly, generally. What are you doing? Like,
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay. So maybe I put you in the wrong category. So maybe you do sit with the rest of the people that can't discern what the reality is. So, and I'll give it to you this way.
What do you mean?
So here's the issue, right? So if you're telling me exactly what you're doing, right? Because that's what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So when is it that reality that you're describing to me is not the case for you? When is it going to be ever that that's not the case for you?
All I mean is, like, I don't know that I, for 100% sure, and I'm not dreaming right now. I'm not in a simulation right now, etc. Those kinds of things.
Why?
So,
why? What gives you the?
Why don't I know? 100%?
Yeah.
Because I can't. I don't know how to rule it out 100%.
I can.
Okay. How do you rule it out 100%?
How have you ever been in a different state to actually acknowledge that are in a different state right now? A different state meaning, are you hallucinating? I'm going to ask you that. Are you hallucinating right now, Cyrus?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Let's see. Are you in a dream right now?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. What else is there? Are you dead?
No, I don't think so. No, that wouldn't make sense. Probably not.
Are you inside? Are you a brain sitting on a shelf of some laboratory in a jar?
I hope not. Probably not. No.
I might have stepped on one here. Okay, so you hope not. That's one that had a little give and take there. So okay,
I mean,
so
maybe
you might
it could
be a
good.
brain. So you might be a brain.
I don't know.
Okay, what gives you the idea that you could be a brain sitting on a jar in a laboratory somewhere?
Well, I don't think. Maybe that's not the right way to phrase it. I don't think it's likely. I think it's a very, very, very remote possibility.
Okay, with that possibility, what would give it the remote possibility? Why not? Why not? Why can't you rule it out?
Well, I don't. How would I rule it? How would I definitively say 100% that that's not the case? I'm not sure how I would.
When has it been? Because that's I could easily tell you. When has that ever been the case?
Well, I don't know. That's the point.
Well, you do know. Have you ever been a brain in a jar sitting on a shelf somewhere?
I don't know.
Well, you should know if you've been a brain in a jar, because the idea of being a brain in a jar, I just told you. So if you couldn't tell me that you were sitting on a shelf somewhere, then how could you know that if you were?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
So if you were a brain in a jar sitting on a shelf somewhere, you would know the difference between being in a brain in a jar sitting on a shelf somewhere, because you could tell me about your experience being in a brain in a jar sitting on a shelf somewhere.
Well, not necessarily. The idea of the brain in the jar is that the brain in the jar is not aware of itself as a brain in the jar. It's plugged into the matrix or whatever.
Yeah, but you're not aware of it.
The brain in the jar is having the experience that I'm having right now.
Yeah, but you're
That's
not
the idea
aware
of the brain in the jar.
Okay, so reality is made of things we're aware of, right? Because we've given definitions to things that make sense to us. Being hallucinating is a different state. Being dead is a different state. Being in a dream is a different state. Using VR technology, that's a different state. You're engaging in a different state. We are defining different things for you. And when you're in these states, you know that you're in them, right? Yes or no?
Wait, when I'm in these states.
Yeah, the transition into the state from being where you are right now,
dreaming to waking, or sleeping to waking,
to waking, to everything, to being sober. Let's say sober-minded and being how you are right now. Can you know that you enter a different state? To name them what they are named.
Can I know that I can enter a different state to name them what they are?
Yes.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay. When you're dreaming, you go to bed at night, right?
I go to bed and then I dream. Yeah.
Okay. So you enter into a different state.
Yeah.
Okay. You know when that happens, right?
Sometimes, yeah. Not always aware when you fall asleep.
So
yes,
I'm not talking about being aware of falling asleep. I'm saying the transition. You know that you have to go to sleep in order to dream.
Oh, you can have daydreams, I suppose. But yeah, generally dreams happen.
We can talk about daydreams and define that, but let's get. I'm just one thing at a time.
Yeah, to have the traditional kind of dream, REM sleep dream, you have to be asleep generally. Yeah.
All right. So you have to go to sleep and to enter that state. Okay. So when you hallucinate, let's say I don't know if you've ever done that, so I'm not going to say that you have, but taken drugs or whatever, and then you start
I've done that.
Okay, but you're in a different state. But in order to hallucinate, you have to take the narcotic. Okay. So you know the point of transition, right? This is what I'm talking about. You're aware of the point of transition, correct? You know that there's going to be one anyway.
Yeah, transitioning from one state of consciousness to another state of consciousness.
Okay, we're on the right track. I think we're on the right track. So at that, you've named or the defined terms for these things that you're having. It's great to know that your reality you can have discernment. So in these different states, you can name them. Oh, I was dreaming this one time. I was on drugs this one time. I was in a VR goggle headset this one time. And so you can say that I was lucid dreaming. You could just add a whole bunch of stuff. But you transition over to these states. And these other states, you can know when you were in this particular one you are right now. The awake state, the sober mind state, where you're experiencing collectively the same reality in which we all are experiencing as well. Follow me? You tracking with me so far?
I think so. I'm not 100% sure where you're going to go with this, but I'm ready to hear where you're going to take it.
All right, so now we're going to dive into why the uncertainty. So now we got all these different transitions in different states that we've discussed, and why people would say that, well, I don't know if I'm in a brain in a jar. And maybe even that to you would sounded like, well, yeah, I don't know that I'm in a brain in a jar somewhere sitting in some laboratory or whatever, But the thing is, have you ever transitioned to understand you've ever been in a state where you could know that you're a brain in a jar on a shelf in a laboratory somewhere?
Not that I could know that, no.
All right. So the
no way I could know
unknown.
that.
Well, this is the thing.
Or maybe there's a way, but I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know what you don't know, and you know what you know.
Right.
It's redundant, I know, but just for the sake of saying that we can understand reality
Well,
for what it is.
there's some things that you know that you don't know, and there's some things that you don't know that you don't know. Right?
Yeah, but what we're understanding right now is the transitions of states that you're in. We're not just talking about all things because we'll be here all night, but the transitions of states right now is what's most important. In this reality, in the sober-minded one with your fully cognitive speaking to me right now, you describe what you were doing. And then I went through a few things of what it could be. And you said, possibly a brain in a jar somewhere. Now, my thing is, you never were in that state to say that you could be in that state. So it's not a possibility. It's not even a thought to be brought up and saying that it's in the realm of conceivability. Because you couldn't even tell me a time when that could even be the case. So I would say, well, let me just dismiss that out of the way and say that you don't even have to think about that because you've never experienced.
Could be the case.
No,
right
it's
now.
Never the case. It's
Why
never
not?
the case. Because
So
have you ever transitioned?
Just to be clear, right? I don't think it is the case. Like, I don't think I'm a brain in the jar. I don't think that's true. I don't believe
what
that.
am I
right?
qualifying? What am I qualifying
But
this with?
I don't see how we can 100%.
What am I qualifying it with? I'm asking you the question. What am I qualifying everything that I'm telling you with? The transition, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm qualifying this with the transition. You understand when you say, well, it is like some people say it could be a dream, it could be a simulation. Well, there's different states that people transition into. And what qualifies them for understanding this isn't that is because they know how it feels like to be in that state, or there's a transitioning period. Like to be in a dream, you have to go to sleep. But you're awake now, and you know that you're awake. You follow me so far? Like you had to transition into that state in order to understand you're in that state. And then from within that state, you could say, I don't know if I'm awake or asleep in my own dream. But that's in the transition state. However, the other states that I mentioned, or the ones we discussed that could be, these possibilities are not even in that realm of transition. You've never transitioned, so the thought about it could be something else is giving your mind a very confused state of being in this natural, physical, and known reality. So we can, however, have a great understanding of how we can speak to each other about what we mean to say because we say what we mean. So if I tell you that I'm sitting down right now talking to you on Discord and I have a microphone, I have two monitors, one bigger than the other, I'm actually telling you a state of sober-minded, natural, physical reality. And this is transitioning to you as a understanding of what I'm doing. Furthermore, third-person perspective can also confirm somebody in my household could say, hey, he is talking on the microphone on Discord, sitting in front of two computer screens, one bigger than the other. Like, I can confirm that. So you're living not in just this reality with your own mind going through it subjectively, but you're also in the same reality with all of us collectively. So you're experiencing this world subjectively and objectively. And hopefully this starts to make more sense as we further the conversation, because how can I say that you're not a brain in a jar sitting on a shelf somewhere? Well, it's easy because you're collectively going through this life with everybody else. And we know most of us are like, I'm not a brain in a jar sitting on a shelf somewhere. How do I know that? I've never transitioned.
How do you rule that out?
I've never transitioned into that state. That's how I rolled it out.
What if you were just always in that state?
So
would this even be a question if we didn't have the metaverse and movies like The Matrix now? Would you be sitting here asking yourself, am I really a brain in a jar or in a plastic sack somewhere? Or would you know where you really are?
I think there are philosophical ways of ruling it out too.
Well,
I think let's just stick with like how real reality is. It's been around quite a lot longer than that.
But if you're sober-minded and you understand cognitively, like the world that you're going through is the same one we're going through. When it really counts, Zeros, you're not a brain in a jar, and you're not going to say that in any way, shape, or form.
I agree with you.
Yeah, because you're I know that, because how can you? It's absurd. Well, even
it is absurd.
Well, even entertaining it is absurd, because, like, I would say, have you ever? Fun. Yes, no, it's not. It's not fun. It's confusing for people who are trying to talk about.
I personally find it fun.
Well, yeah, for maybe just as a like, hey, have you ever thought of a funny joke? Like, we're probably a brain in a jar. Like that kind of fun is different than the kind of
I mean like a fun philosophical exercise. That's what I mean.
Yeah, but it has no bearing on reality whatsoever, so it's nonsensical. And it's really just.
Well, it might not. But that doesn't mean it can't be a fun philosophical exercise.
So we're dealing. Well, we're dealing on the really as level zeros, and the questions that matter are the ones of like physical, natural reality. So we're dealing with what the world is and not what it isn't. So we're not entertaining ideas of. Because listen, and this is why it's important.
I agree with you. We're not a brain in a jar. So
well, that's beyond the case, because what I'm talking about is just not even that. Like that one instance is one thing we can talk about. But what I mean to say is that when you start mentioning what physical reality is versus your philosophical fun thing that you want to do, has no bearing on the topic of conversation to a critically thinking human being. So if you're speaking to somebody and say, yeah, but what if we're brain in a jar? I would be like, dude, I'm just going to hand wave this, man. Dismiss it, because this is the most absurd conversation. Because you shouldn't be thinking when we're speaking of what reality is made of.
That's fine. I'd have to have it with you.
But that's not the case, though. Like you want to have a discussion about what reality is, then speak about the things that can be known. Like this is the issue. When you start to think that it's all just fun and games, then the art of confusion is what really
that's
matters.
Not what I'm saying, I'm not saying it's all just fun and games. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, why are we having a discussion about it being fun and games if it's not fun and games?
No, you said there was no usefulness or no reason or something like that.
There isn't. Yeah, it's no usefulness.
I was responding to something you said. I can't remember exactly what it was. But it was a specific response to something you said before. But I'm not saying it's all just fun and games and it doesn't matter and who cares.
It just appears that way. It appears that like people that are speaking of their known reality.
Giving off a mistaken impression. That's not the impression I meant to give.
Man. When we talk to people about this is serious business, because, and I'll tell you why, people are confused daily about their known reality. Why? Because people that think that it's great to think about stuff like that, like other things, make their reality subjective and not objective. So the idea that reality is malleable in that way becomes something of a way to think about how reality is perceived. So it's not just that you said, well,
I'm not claiming reality is malleable necessarily.
Well, it is because you said, well, I can't rule out the possibility that I could be a brain in a jar.
Yeah, that doesn't mean I can change the fact whether I'm a brain in a jar or not. It doesn't mean I can mold reality to my whim.
It's already molded. It's confusion, is what it is. So it's
possibly.
Well, it's not possibly. It is confusion because now that was just entertaining that specific idea. It was just one instance of how you can be confused. Now I could further that by saying, what if you're in a simulation? Do you know that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's just another, example of that same kind of idea.
Right. So, and I can go on, and different examples could keep someone with the understanding that they don't know the makeup of their own reality. And so they're going to come back every time saying, I don't know if I'm a brain in a jar. I don't know if this is a simulation. I don't know if this is a dream that I'm all going through right now. So the art of confusion is what has been done with this philosophical, nonsensical bullshit. Sorry about that, but I have to say it that way because it is.
No, that's fine. It's your opinion.
It's not an opinion. It's absolute fact because the people that I speak to that come in here, the people that I come in here that speak about this topic, they talk about reality as if it were something to say flippantly, like it could be this or that. And it's like, no, reality is whatever. We all have these defined terms, and a sober-minded, critical thinking human can actually say what it is because they mean what they say and they say what they mean. Other than that, you're just somebody who doesn't know what reality is. You're just in here saying, I think I'm a person sitting down on my chair. And it's like, no, I'm a person sitting down on my chair. And I know this because I'm telling you exactly what I'm doing. Why wouldn't it be the case? What have I done differently to change that? So it's the opposite of subjectivity. It's objectivity. It's you understanding that you can say something with assurance and certainty. So whatever stance you have, I would implore you to reconsider because of the fact that confused state, even though it sounds like something to be entertained, can lead you down a path of nonsensical ideas of what reality actually is. And that's a lot of the places where people
see how it could do that. Yeah, I'm sure that's a possibility.
Dude, I got recordings of people having the most warped and distorted versions of what they think reality is. And then, because they're so confused, they believe it. They don't just think about it like maybe on let's have a fun conversation. No, these guys actually believe what they're saying is the reality in which they live.
Yeah.
And I don't take it as for me, it's not a fun and games thing. This is like we're dealing with levels of cognitive dissonance at like levels that we couldn't even you can't get somebody back from that mindset. It's so damn far down the rabbit hole. Like they're so confused and lost. They don't know which way is up. They can't discern reality anymore. It's almost like somebody else is driving that car. They're not in control of it anymore. They're not behind the wheel. So the one that you're speaking of, you either gain control or you're going to let somebody else take over. The experts have your mind at the moment, apparently. Until you gain control, access back of your critical thinking and what reality is, you'll never understand reality for what because you'll always be in a state of confusion. I don't know if I'm a brain in a jar. I don't know if there's a simulation. I don't know if I'm dreaming. And then you say, how can you be so sure? You're asking me. I'm telling you.
I characterize that as confusion, but that's fine.
It is. It is because of the fact that you don't know. You don't know. And I'm telling you, I do know.
Okay. That's fine. I just don't agree that confusion is the same thing as saying I don't know.
Yeah, it's not.
I don't know. What the score for the soccer game was yesterday. It doesn't mean I'm confused about what the score for the soccer game was yesterday. I just don't know.
We're not talking about the soccer game because that has to deal with data that has been. Listen, I could break it down to you because it's not
any other example you want. The example
that the example that I want is of our known reality. Give me an example of our known reality being one way, and then you saying that it's another, like as in the state that you're in right now. That if you're not in a simulation, that's analogous, not scores on a game. Do you understand the difference? It's either the reality and the makeup of your reality is one specific way, and the makeup of your reality is another. And so that's what we're getting to. That's causing confusion in people's minds.
The only point I was making is that I don't see not knowing as synonymous with confusion. That's all I was saying.
It is because you're confused about your known reality. You think that reality is something subjective. I could be.
No, I don't think that.
You just said you did. I rewind the tape and we can go back to the place where you said, I don't know if I'm in a brain in a jar.
That doesn't mean I think reality is subjective. That's not the same thing.
What is it if it's not subjective, being that you don't know what state you're in right now?
It could be objectively the case that I'm a brain in a jar. I don't see why.
It's not. It's not, and I told you why, because you told me.
I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it could be. Like, the fact that I'm a brain in a jar doesn't necessarily mean that I think reality. Like, if I can believe that I am a brain in a jar, and I can also believe that reality is objective at the same time. I don't have to believe that reality is subjective to think that I'm a brain in a jar. I don't see.
Yeah, therefore you're confused about what objectivity is, and you think that objectivity.
So when you say objectivity, what do you mean there?
It's objectively true that you're not a brain in a jar. Objectively, like that's
right,
reality. That's truth.
Yeah, but what do you mean by objectivity?
It's obviously it's self-evident. Let's put it that way.
Oh, self-evident.
Yeah, self-evident. Yeah. It's self-evident, and it's empirically true that you're not a brain in a jar. So the brain in a jar instance was it's a scenario that we give to people to kind of think about, like, what is their reality, what it could be. But the idea that people actually entertain this as a possibility of objective truth is so far out and nonsensical that it's beyond absurd. And so, yeah, it is a very confused human that has this idea as to thinking, well, it's just something fun that no, it's not something fun. You actually entertained it as it's a possibility that it could be the case.
Yeah, and I find that fun.
I know.
I mean,
but it's
if you don't find it fun, that's fine. But I do. So, I like.
You're going to continue. Yeah, but you think that it's fun to be confused about your known reality as well, because you don't know if objectively you're a brain in a jar.
It could be fun to be confused, but I don't believe that not knowing again is synonymous with confusion.
Right. So what we're doing is that this mind virus that you have about this confused state that you're in has been given to you via this, whatever education system that you were under, and now you've adopted as like this really high way of thinking, which is really the most idiotic, absurd, kind of nonsensical viewpoint of reality that most people have. And you're not the only ones. So it's not just like I'm picking on you. I would say that the rest of the lemmings would have this idea in their mind that they just follow orders.
You're not picking on me.
But the thing
is, you can.
But the thing is,
it's well deserved.
Yeah, the thing is, though, people would have us. Yeah, people would have us believe that this is a great way to think, and it is the most absolute idiotic way for anyone that's cognitive and that's sober-minded to actually critical thinking minds would have us to kind of like engage in this futile discussion. It frustrates me because it's like, how can a person, you might think it's fun, but what it's actually doing is psychological damage to you and everybody around you. It's a mind virus, and it latches on to people. Yeah.
If it is the case that people are receiving psychological damage from thinking about these things, then yeah, that's probably not fun.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I guess that it potentially could lead to some mental illnesses for some people. I've heard about philosophers who have gone crazy thinking about this stuff.
Exactly. Now we're hitting some high points. We're hitting some high points.
I don't. It's definitely possible to go down that rabbit hole.
So there was also one thing that you said. So you said you wanted to come here and learn what flat Earth's all about, but you don't know anything about the globe. Like, how are you going to understand what flat Earth's about if you don't know anything about your own version? I'll call it your own version of where you live, because it's not in reality. So how are you going to discern what's right and what's wrong between the two?
Well, I'll have to do some research, I suppose, won't I? I'll have to do my own research. But I think it's a good jumping off point, though, because I can listen to what people who believe the Earth is flat have to say, and then I can go and research those points, and then I can come back and ask questions.
I want to circle back. I want to circle back to the fact that I was talking about objective truth and subjective. And so definitely the thought about like, I don't know how you look at this anymore, whether it's fun to have an exercise in futility and think about like what the possibilities of what state you could be in versus what you actually are. Like that is just, I don't know why people want to live that way. But the more confused they are, the worse off they are with the idea that they can never discern what reality is. So Timbo's asking a very right question. How is it possible that you're going to further your research in anything when you can't even hold a stance as to what objective truth is? Because in your mind, it could be objectively true that you're a brain in a jar. And I'm telling you, then you're missing the point of what objective. So you're mislabeling what objective truth is and putting it on something you think is objective.
Well, you said by objective you meant self-evident.
Yes.
That's different to my understanding of the term objective.
I know, because it's been like hijacked by great thinkers who thought themselves into a grave. Like there's nothing to deal with reality and no reason why we should be going into these exercises in futility for there's no reason why. I mean, other than being a fun bar discussion with some friends and being that's dumb. But like when it comes to like what reality and the makeup of it is, this is like serious business, and there's psychological ramifications that we have to deal with the damaged. The damaged people that come in here have no understanding about their known reality. And so it's far beyond the conversation of flat earth and globe earth. This has to deal with what is the makeup of your own existence. And you're saying that you don't even know what it is. Because you could be a brain in a jar sitting somewhere.
Well, I mean, that depends how you define knowledge. I say for all practical purposes, I know pretty well.
But can you know you're a brain in a jar?
If you want to define knowledge as like 100%, no freaking possible way it could be otherwise, then no, I don't know in that regard. But
because you can know that, like, oh my gosh,
purposes,
like
I probably know.
You never were a brain in a jar, ever in that state to ever say that you can be a brain in a jar, ever. I could tell you that because, like, when at one time, is there ever been somebody that can exist as a brain in a jar and come into this Discord and say, "Hey guys, I'm a brain in a jar right now"? Like, there's never been a time where you're a brain in a jar or ever known to be in a state in that way for you to transition over to a brain in a jar to ever say that you were. So the idea is far beyond absurd. So you can't even, and you're like, well, how do you rule that out? Well, easily, because you never were in that state. Were you? Were you? Were you?
I've never experienced being a brain in a jar. Is that what you mean? Because no, I haven't. Is that? I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to make sure I get the question right.
If you're going down the logic stream that I'm taking you, then it's going to lead you down the path of listen. Hopefully,
I just want to make sure I understand the question that you're asking and asking it. And I'm answering it.
If you've never been in the state of being a brain in a jar, then you can answer yes or no. I've been in a state where I was a brain in a jar.
By that you mean like I've never personally experienced being a brain in the jar. Is that what that question means?
Have you ever transitioned into a state where you were a brain in a jar?
No.
Okay. Then why think that that's a possibility? You've however, I'll qualify it this way. You've been in a state where you've hallucinated before. You've taken narcotics. Right? Okay. And you've known that. You could say that with assurance, right?
Yeah. I have those memories. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we now have something that qualifies this transition of states. Do we not?
Qualifies it. Yeah, I mean, it supports it with evidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we're on the right track. And you've also fallen asleep. So there's a transition in state to be asleep, correct? To have a dream? Okay. So at no time can you entertain an absurd idea that you're a brain in a jar sitting on a shelf somewhere. However, if you've ever transitioned into a state and you're right now of a sober mind and critically thinking, then you could tell me that, you know what, I've taken this drug like 2 hours ago, so I might be hallucinating or whatever. I wouldn't know until there's some qualifiers there to tell me that you're in a different state. And plus, I can't talk to you if you're sleeping because you'd be snoring. You wouldn't be able to respond to me. But that's still kind of like, there's states that you're in that you couldn't be cognitive of, sober-minded, and having a discussion with me about what reality and the makeup of it is. Do you understand now with this logic stream where I'm taking you down? So,
honestly, not really. I mean,
what makes you confused? Where's the confusing part about what I'm telling you? Being sober-minded and being in this reality, and telling me that you mean what you say what you mean. What's so difficult about it that you can't do that? Where's
well, I just don't see how you're 100% ruling out this possibility.
I've never been in a state. I've never been in a state.
Yeah, and can you explain how that? Yeah, I get that. You've never experienced that state yourself, but how can you rule out the possibility that this experience that you're having right now is is not the physical reality that actually exists, and actually your physical form is something different?
Because this is physical reality. We define reality by what we know, and this is what we know. This reality and this physicality that we have, this body, this understanding and words that we define things with, this is reality. This is the makeup of it. There isn't anything like outside of what our known reality is, outside of what like spirituality is another thing, however. We can discuss that later, but this, however, describing the physical and natural world around me and defining terms and agreeing with other people about defined terms is a great way that I have an understanding of what reality is. So I can't say that it's something other than what I've and other people have defined the terms to be, other than what I can know from this existence. That's how I know. It's pretty simple. And, the simplicity of it keeps me away from thinking absurd, nonsensical, idiotic ideas of me sitting in a jar, in a brain, in a jar somewhere. Like, that just keeps me from that. And it also keeps me sober-minded so that I don't have to exhaust myself in philosophical masturbation. And that's what it is.
Masturbation can be fun, man. What's wrong with masturbation?
It's an exercise in futility.
I love masturbation, dude.
Now listen, it's an exercise. This mental masturbation is an exercise in futility when it has no bearing on our known reality. Like, thinking about shit that doesn't even adhere to reality is just wasting everybody's time and energy. Like, there's no place for it.
You don't like read. What about like fictional stories? You don't read fictional stories? Like,
well, we're talking about entertainment versus like having a discussion about known reality. Like, this is the difference, right?
But when I say philosophy is fun, I mean I am entertained. I can entertain myself.
Have you understood that people that work in these things, they have their heads in the, like you said, they've gone insane. Why do you think that's the case? Because they've turned what was something that they were just thinking about as entertainment into something.
There are examples of that, yeah. They're not like plentiful. There's not like heaps of them that I know about.
But the problem is, in this reality, people actually think that the earth is what it's not. So along the same line of just like having this discussion with you furthers the example as to why they would believe that something outside of their perception, right, what they perceive, is happening to the earth that they live on, and the physical and natural reality is made up of something that has no bearing on what reality actually is. So in the case of the globe and the case of like people thinking that they can understand their reality, only that percentage like you gave, 99.9%, what happens is your reality can be molded by those who give you an extra perception. So if I was somebody to say, okay, I'm going to tell you what your world paradigm is. I'm an expert. I'm a qualified PhD specialist in the field that I work in. So I'm able to tell you, I've been studying this for 20 years and I know what I'm saying. So take my word for it. I've done the research. I've done the work. I did the field test. All you have to know is that my work is complete. I have published papers. And so the information I'm giving you is all you need to know. So you as a person just have to believe in what I'm saying. Therefore, I've created a structure in which you will hear the information and adhere to it, or reject it because like it's what I've come with my years of experience. So it would negate the fact that you have anything to say about it because I'm an expert. Therefore, you have already capitulated and given yourself over to these guys who have no idea of their known reality because they've come into this Discord. We've had conversations with them, and the ones like, I would say it this way: the guys that you say,
who are these guys?
I'm about to tell you. So these cosmologists, right? Cosmologists, people who describe the paradigm in which you would consider to be like the heliocentric, globe Earth, ever expanding universe. Those guys have come into the server.
Yep.
And when we hear people in here saying, well, I'm not an expert or I'm not a scientist, right? That's an easy way out for them to have no accountability for their known reality. And once they give that up to someone else, and then the scientist comes in here, well, we have a chat with them, and guess what they say? Well, it's our best guess that the sun is made up of this particular element, and so far in the center, it's producing energy that's rising to the surface at 1 million years. And once it reaches the surface, it hits your eyeball at 8 minutes from the surface to your eye. And so all these ideas and things that they've conjured up and they support due to the fact that there's other people previous to them saying things similar, have conjured up a reality which bears no real objective true meaning to the reality. They would say it's our best guess. So everything that you have, you're betting the farm, you're going all in, you're saying I trust the experts. You're resting that on them saying this is our best guess.
Well, not implicitly.
But I'm saying though, you've sold yourself out to these guys and they've taken the wheel, and when they come in here, we completely eviscerate them, and all they have to say is this is our best guess. And we're like, so you mean to tell me that the droves of people that you actually have conferences and whatnot, and you're speaking to audiences who have your attention, you actually mean to say this is your best guess, and furthermore qualify it with saying this is how science works? Well, that's how science works. Interesting. So now all these people are hinging their worldviews and coming into this server saying, we know the Earth to be a globe 100%. And I'm like, you foolish person. The person that you even tell me that because you don't know, you're not a scientist, has even said they don't even know. It's their best guess. What is gravity? They asked Neil deGrasse Tyson. What it is, we don't know, is his answer.
Well, we can find common ground there, man. I think Neil deGrasse Tyson's a bit of a tool as well. So,
well, yeah, he might be a bitch, but look, check this out, man. People follow him because he has master classes. And I'm not even kidding, on subject matter to deal with like cosmological paradigms and such, and going into the intricacies of like what they know, and they would even say we don't even know like 98% of what's out there, like stupidly. But that's the issue. We're dealing with people who are following. It's the blind following the blind, my man. And happily following the blind. It's like, we're trying to wake you guys up, man. Either one at a time or listening. 34 people listening right now on the YouTube live stream. At least putting the word out there for you guys to consider. I implore you to reconsider your position on reality. Because you're going to go in a bad way if this is the route you continue to move forward towards. Because you can know you can know your own reality. This is like the hope in all of this, right? The hope, the silver lining is that if you look at reality in such a way that you can say assuredly, I'm sitting down in my chair and I'm talking to you guys on Discord. And if I was to ask you, you know that to be 100%? You're like, absolutely. Why? Because I'm doing exactly what I just told you. Why not? And just it would end right there, and I'll be like, wow, dude, you actually know what your reality is made of because you just told me? That's profound. What's even more profound is that you can actually acknowledge that that's true. But to say that that's not the case, or that you assume that's what's happening, well, that's nonsensical. Then why would you say such a thing if you didn't know that's what's really going on? You see where I'm going with this?
I guess, like, if you define reality as what is experienced, and then I think I can see your point. Like, what's real is just what is happening to you. Is that
the question? Yeah, the question has to be understood in the sense of saying, collectively we can experience this reality, right? All of us together, and then subjectively, how you like apples, I like oranges. Like, you know what I mean? Subjectively, there's things that you experience in this world that will be your own experience in this world. But then again, you're in this world with everybody else. So third person perspective can confirm if you're doing something or not. If you just finished saying you're sitting down in a chair talking to us on Discord, somebody can pop in. I use this example once again. Somebody can pop in your room and say, yeah, he's doing exactly what he's saying. I'm looking at him right now. So you can't say you're a brain in a jar because the guy's like, dude, I'm looking at you right now. You're in the room. Like, what are you doing? Like, so you see?
How does the other guy looking at me determine that I'm not a brain in a jar?
Because there's qualifiers. So qualifiers are things that you would lean on to give the whatever you're talking about, lend it credence. So once again, the makeup of our reality is what we know. So if you don't know that you're a brain in a jar, then you don't know. Then you just leave that out. You don't know. Just why are you talking about things that you don't know? Does that make sense?
And he looked at you and saw that you weren't a brain in a jar.
Yeah.
And confirmed it.
It's confirmation. Yeah. It's a qualifier. So let us reason together, Siruz. At least.
Can I ask you like some like basic questions about flat Earth?
You sure can, but I mean, did we reach a logical conclusion to this point? Because I'm hoping, like I said, at least I implore you to reconsider. Let's put it that way. You don't have to do it. You can continue to think that you're a brain in a jar and so on and so forth. Like,
I'll definitely be considering this for sure. Like, you know,
like we're calmly think of it like we're calmly telling you that your house is on fire. Very calmly.
And the boards are falling down, and you have like about 5 minutes to get out.
So the house on fire in this analogy is my worldview. Is that right?
Yeah. Okay, and if you allow it to collapse, you're going to be swept away by every wind of philosophy that comes your way. And to you would be none the wiser. Anything that anybody tells you outside of your perception, Cyrus, will be something to be like, well, let me consider that, and it's nonsensical.
I do appreciate what you're trying to do, and I will consider it. I will be thinking about it over the next however long. So definitely.
Yeah, if you have any questions, go ahead. We got a panel of people here. I wanted to take up your time about this.
I just had one basic question that's probably like you've probably heard a million times and all that, but
Don't say, can you fall off the edge? Don't do it.
Why would they lie?
I knew it.
That's
it. You got it. Why would they lie? Yeah, you got it. Yeah, that's it.
Timbo, if you want to take, or Kim or somebody, like I'll.
I'm not a good one for why would they lie, because
I can tell them. I can definitely tell them. I don't.
Go ahead, Miggy. You're on a roll.
I don't think it's that important, but yeah, go ahead, Miggy.
All right, so once again, if we're talking about like information given to us and via these people who give us an agenda, so we have an agenda at hand. Oh, cool. I'd say multiple agendas, right? To tell us what the paradigm or cosmological paradigm in which you and I reside in is right now, currently. So if you go back to the point of origin, right, where this information started, what was the purpose of the information? Because look at the cosmological paradigm. Nobody looked upon the Earth and said to themselves, I think this Earth is a globe with a radius, diameter, circumference of the metrics of, nobody thinks that way. This was a deep-seated kind of idea that took root in hierarchy positions. Like, people with power have to see this information. And I would say it would have to be more religious than anything, because if you go back into history, the things that take root are things that are in the religious realms, and religion were the gateways to like hierarchy. So once hierarchical structure was put in place in power, kings would have priests and such. You know that, right? Like there's just the idea that these religious groups would have a hold on what people's knowledge of like their cosmological paradigm would be. You do understand that, right?
Okay. I see what you're getting at. Yep.
Okay. So if that's the case, then the structure of how you learn something comes from top down. It doesn't come from bottom up, where as in bottom up would be you and me investigating this earth and saying, well, we can reason with each other to say what this earth is based upon our natural experience of the world around us. No. This has been given to us by a hierarchy structure, which tells us there's a perception of earth that we have. We are the gatekeepers and the key masters of this information. You now are the ones who are going to listen to what we have to say, because we have rockets, we have technology, and we have superior intellect. And we have superior intellect, by which you as a commoner don't have any of these. And to attain such a thing is a very rigorous and very hard to get structure. Therefore, this hierarchy that's set in place are said to be these lofty positions that when people give you this information, you take their word for it. Now, one of the things I do hear from everyone is like, I trust. I'll get to the bottom of like why would they lie, it's for sure. But I want to build you up.
I think he's pretty much already answered it, man. Like that makes perfect sense to me. Like, because they want to control the information that's being out there. They want to control the populace.
That's
it. If they can get you to, buy what they're selling, fine and sink it, then they have control over your mind, and they can mold society the way they see fit.
Go. That's it.
That makes perfect sense. That's like the best answer.
I wish everybody. My goodness, I wish everybody would ever take it that way. Like you know how long it takes.
Yeah, I mean, like, dude, like, I don't have to agree with you to accept that your answer makes sense. Like that answer makes perfect sense. Like,
that's good.
There's also another point too. Yeah, like so there's what would be more important to you, that they lied or why they lied?
What would be more important to me, that they lied or why they lied? Like what? Can you? I'm not sure. Quite understand what you're asking. Like, what would be more important?
The evidence versus the motive.
Yeah.
Like, so which one would be more important for me to know?
Yeah, the evidence or the motive.
Well, you're not going to know why they lied if you don't know that they lied. So
yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. So I'd probably rather know that they lied first.
There has to be a lie for there to be a motive, but you don't necessarily need to know the motive to know that they've lied.
Yes, 100%. That's correct.
Okay.
So what you're saying is like,
sorry,
whether the Earth is flat or not doesn't hinge on like the motive for the lie. Yeah, that's 100% true.
Yep.
Correct.
Yep.
It was just like a curiosity that I had because I couldn't like.
Yeah, but
I couldn't find an answer within my own mind. But that answer you gave makes sense.
Yeah, it's sufficient because of the fact that history tells us it's a roadmap to like why people hold positions of power, and it's easy to see to have dominance over the subjects that they subjugate. So if you want to have a docile community, then you have to be the keymaster or the gatekeeper of that information. And therefore, lording that over them, saying that we have these positions where we have our priests and our kings that are going to hold this information, then the only way you're going to understand the extra perception of what the overall realm of your existence is through these people and no other way. So the only way you know that... the only way you know that is deferring. Right. There you go.
So do you know if anyone's ever measured the ball, or if they have measured the ball, how did they measure it? What method did they use? Do you know any of that stuff?
I don't know the specifics of that stuff. No.
Yeah, he went to the 3 questions, so he doesn't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but no, we've covered a lot of ground, and there's a lot to think about. I would say, Zeros.
Yeah, for sure.
That's something to sit on.
There is a lot to unpack with what I just discussed with you, like a lot, especially if you had this. It's not easy. Well, okay, so I was talking about psychological damage. I'm dead serious about this stuff, man. Like it has such terrible implications on the human psyche, because people are walking around thinking that they live on a globe, and it's extra perception that they only understand this information through. Because I asked them, how do you know the Earth's a globe? Well, I just believe it. Well, in the case of what you just said, I believed it because, it was something that I was told as a young child and grew up, and that's just the way it goes for everyone. But
it's how we all knew it.
Yeah, it's not question. You don't rival this information. It seems that you're taught to mock the opposition of anything that comes toward this. Well, of course we know the Earth's a globe. Duh. Like we got rockets and shit. And so you're taught
satellites, man.
You're taught
satellites prove the Earth's a globe.
To be fair, I've heard that on both sides of the argument. People make fun of globers, people make fun of flat earthers, so it goes both ways there.
Yeah, and that whole, that would be a standpoint of looking at it from a third person, kind of like, there's on both sides, there's people mocking each other. Yeah, I get that, but like the idea that so we were all brought into this paradigm of the Earth being a globe, and we were taught to mock Christopher Columbus, thinking he was going to fall off the edge of the Earth. Were we not? All of us, every single one of us. We were taught to look at it like people used to think the Earth was flat and they would fall off the edge. Come on, guys. And kids in classrooms everywhere would laugh and chuckle at this idea. So we were taught to mock the first notion that the Earth was flat. We were taught that as a young child. So the position was originally to mock the flat Earth. So it's ingrained in you to come at it a very visceral reaction. So whenever anybody mentions flat Earth,
but I feel like I've done a pretty good job of overcoming that. I think. Just me being here and talking to you, I think is evidence.
Well, it's not. Yeah, but and I would say that the fact is this is told to everybody. So you are just one person. Well, the next guy comes in here is going to be like, dude, you guys are idiots. Freaking Earth is a globe. Like so.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that happens all the time, but I just don't see the point. That doesn't lead to productive conversations. So.
Well, I know that, but like the issue is because of this like ingrained knowledge that it was a foregone conclusion the Earth is a globe, then we have the mocking of it, and so what we do is retaliate. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, wait a minute. No, you're the freaking idiot because you're the one that thinks of something that exists that doesn't, and so of course we're going to retaliate. That's human nature. People don't want to be called they're stupid because they're knowing that the Earth is actually what it represents itself as. We want to have logical and reasonable discussions with people, but that's
like
not
this
the case.
One.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, this is good.
We're getting somewhere. Ground is being covered. Like people are saying things, and we're making some headway, at least with the knowledge of like you might not. And I'm not looking to convince you anyway, Zeros. That wasn't even I implore you to reconsider. However, as in, let me just give you something to challenge you, and at least. You can take this with you and say, you know what? Let me have a look at this. And that's for me. That would be the winning side for me. That you at least challenge yourself. But don't look for you being a convert at all.
Yeah. So
that's
that's not the right way to go about it. I think because you can't really ever I don't think you can ever really convince someone of something. I think they have to sort of come to it themselves.
For sure.
So you can have seeds, but that you're gonna have to let them grow the flowers themselves.
But here's the thing: honest conversation like this, where you're being honest on both sides. Like nobody's lying here. We just want to, tell the truth. Here, that's what we're here for. So,
do you live near the coast? Are you near the coast, mate? Or
me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I live in SA.
In South Australia?
Yeah.
Yeah, Adelaide or further out?
Adelaide, yep.
Yeah, so do you... Oh, no, that's probably too far, but I think there's a couple of islands off there, isn't there?
There's
Can you
Kangaroo
see-
Island.
Yeah. How far is Kangaroo Island?
Pretty close. You can get there by ferry.
Yeah. So there's some. So if do you know the actual dimensions of the Earth, the supposed Earth?
Not off the top of my head, no.
No. So you can actually jump on, and there's an Earth curve calculator, and so what you do is you type in. You can change it from miles to kilometers in between the two, and you can type in. So go down to the beach if you're not that far away. Look over to Kangaroo Island, find out how far it is, and then type it into the Earth curve calculator, and it'll show you how much of Kangaroo Island should be missing. Now you'd have to do this on a couple of different days, because obviously you're going to have atmospheric kind of conditions that's going to change how far you can see. But what they claim is that there is a ball with a radius, so there should be a fixed amount of drop. So the horizon that you should see should be a physical thing. So if you can see further, then there's questions in that. And then the next day you go back and you can't see as far, or you can't even see as far as they predict, then we've got problems there because everything's optical. So where is this physical sphere edge? Where is it? So if you can do these experiments, you're going to see that the horizon moves every day. Now, is the Earth growing and shrinking? No. Of course not. So how are they getting their observations of this 8 inches per mile square drop? What are they doing? Where'd they get the radius? How'd they do it?
If anybody has the Walter Business calculator, put it in the live stream voice text for Timbo so he can bring context to. I don't have the link up right now, so
yeah, I'm gonna look up Kangaroo Island as well, just while I'm here.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, mate. I'm just having a look.
Kind of just like going off of your point. That way you can have something to work with.
If you'd like to do the math yourself, we can give you that. I don't know if you're into math.
Thanks for that, Donato.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking to you. Go to live stream voice text also. I don't know if you.
Yeah, I bet they've already got the equation in there, or the Earth calculator, Earth curvature calculator, whatever.
Adam Salted just put something up, Timbo. I know you want to look at that.
Okay.
So it's 18.66 kilometers.
11.6 miles.
So even then, that's a pretty close kind of. He's even put the maths in the screen.
Put the maths in there on the top.
God, he's good.
Adam's pretty quick, man. He's fast.
All right, so.
And so, according to the calculations, I should be able to see, how much of Kangaroo Island should I be able to see? Or?
How much is hidden? Oh, I'm driving at the moment. I can't type it into the.
Okay.
The Earth curve calculator, but if you click on.
Watch your business calculator is right above Adam's picture.
Yeah.
Oh.
Zeros.
So type into it. If you want to do it in kilometers, I don't know. Everyone in here does miles, but we probably don't understand that as much. We can't put it in as much context as they can. But what is it? 16 kilometers?
Something like that.
18 kilometers? 16 kilometers? Yeah.
Yeah, 18.6.
18.66 kilometers.
Are you in the calculator?
Oh, so then you go and I look on the table here and I find a match for 18, or there's a 19 kilometers. Oh, hang on, no, that's not.
So are you in Walter Bisland's calculator? Click on the link.
Oh, no, I'm not. Hang on.
Above that photo of Victor Harbour and Kangaroo Island, above that photo, there's Donato posted.
I think I got it up now.
Yeah, so click in that.
All right. Yep. I've got the calculator up. Height, 100 meters, zoom, hand, tilt, roll. Oh, man.
So let's go high. So if you're standing on the shore, let's go down to the water. Let's say you're 6 foot tall, so just say 1.5 meters. I know it's a bit more than that, but maybe tripod height might be about 1.5 meters.
All right. I'll type that in.
You use a little wiggle room there. I don't think there's too much of a difference.
Yeah. And then distance.
Zoom. Where's distance? Oh my god. I'm not good at math. I don't see where distance is.
Yeah, I haven't used this one before. I just use Earth Curve Calculator.
Yeah, Mick West has one as well.
Let me have a look.
I think Timbo's going to pull over. He's going to pull over and figure this.
I'm on the freeway, so I can't.
Oh shit! Never mind.
It's pretty quiet though.
Damn, you're in your car. You have a good Bluetooth setup, man. You sound pretty good.
It's the headphones. Bose headphones.
Bose. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm wearing Bose headphones right now too, bro. Hell yeah.
Yeah, they're so good. Everyone I speak to says, "Oh, you sound like you're in an office." I go, "Mate, I'm on the work site."
That's good, man. Oh yeah.
All right, so I'm going to do this here. So I got eye height.
Oh, look, Adam put all kinds of places around there. You could. How do you pronounce that word? Adelaide.
Adelaide, yeah, that's the capital of South Australia.
You got so many places you can use there. Damn.
So the hidden height is it's only 18 meters, but so from that ferry point to that ferry point, that the ferry terminal on the other side at Kangaroo Island, that should all be hidden. So if you can ever get that ferry when it hits Kangaroo Island, then there's a problem, yeah?
I'm sure you can.
Oh, so according to the math, you're saying that you shouldn't be able to see Kangaroo Island at all from the mainland.
Yeah.
No, it's 18 meters hidden target height. So 20 meters high is what's hidden of Kangaroo Island.
Oh, so you won't be able to see the first 20 meters.
Yeah. So what you'll do is you go to that ferry line that goes from the mainland to Kangaroo Island. Get your camera, train it on the ferry. See if you can keep that ferry in vision the whole way over to the island. If you can, globe's got a problem. If you can't, go back the next day because you've got atmospheric conditions that will, take it out of view. Maybe it'll just disappear into the mist.
We need some UK terminology in here. And if you do find it, then Bob's your uncle.
Bob's your uncle.
Wouldn't I have to be able to really accurately measure the 20 meters and how far up that is kind of thing? How would I measure that? How would I know if I'm seeing exactly the 20 meters or not?
Well, the ferry will only be a certain height, yeah? So go and check out the ferry. So you got 20 meters to play
I see what you're saying. So the ferry's definitely not 20 meters tall. So if I can see the ferry... Yeah, okay, I get you. Okay, that makes sense.
Bob's your uncle. You know what?
Bob will be your uncle. Yeah.
You know what happened today, Miggy? I'm doing some training at the moment as well, and the teacher, what's that clip that CB always plays? He goes, and he says that, good night, Irene. The teacher said it today. He goes,
and this piker shows up, and it's good night, Irene.
Because we were talking about exploding gas bottles, and he goes, "If you leave that gas open," he goes, "it's good night, Irene."
He said that shit.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
that would have been a perfect time for Stevie to put that clip in.
I should have recorded it. But that's only a small example. Yeah, that's like 20 meters. So I've got a shot from across the bay of the Melbourne city from 80 kilometers away.
Bro, I think that's a good enough sample set, to be honest, Timbo. Like, if you don't see that ferry, then I mean, you're gonna have to have some questions right there. Like, come on, like Cyril's like you have to see the point of this is like the obstruction of the Earth's curvature has to be there, obstructing the view of that ferry. So that's like
it has to be a ball.
You can't get around that. Like, pun intended. Like, you just can't, man. It's like that's the part of the Earth curvature that is pronounced because of the fact that it's curving. This is what everybody's talking about. Earth's a curve. It's curving. It's a ball. If it is, then it stands to reason that in reality, it would dictate it as such. Like, yeah.
There's a lot of info on this actual server as well, yeah. Like you can scroll down and there's beta tests and, videos about so many things. You could lose yourself in there for months.
But you guys have such a great place to do these tests with, man. Look at all this like gaps in between like places.
Yeah, so you could like where that ferry line is, if you just kept on going back up the coast towards Adelaide, your distance is getting further and further and further. And from what I remember, it's pretty good. You got pretty good weather down there, over there as well. So most days, especially this time of year, it'll be quite clear and warmish. So actually, you need a cold day is better, isn't it? Cold and clear.
Yeah. Well, you guys will be getting cold pretty soon because we're moving into spring. So
yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to have a long summer because it started late. A drawn out summer.
Are you guys you're pretty warm over there now, huh?
Yeah. It's been warm since just before Christmas. But it normally starts in, starts warming up early November. But it didn't this year.
Well, it seems like Cyril's has plenty to do and lots to think about.
Yeah. Lots to look at, mate.
For sure, yeah. No, I appreciate you guys, walking me through some of the stuff, and definitely some good jumping off points to go and do some more research. I'll definitely have a look through there's a freaking lot here down the bottom, additional information.
Yeah.
So
you get lost in there. Tons of stuff.
If I'm ever down KI, I'll make sure to try and do that test and see what happens.
Oh, record it, man. That'd be great. But if you can, I don't know if you want to dox yourself or anything, but like,
I don't have a good camera or anything, but
even I think they have telescopes on the beach there along the beach walk.
No idea. Maybe.
I think on the on the Adelaide foreshore they got where it meets the beach, Glen Alg and stuff like that on the walks. I think they've got telescopes that you can use. Imagine seeing over to the Eyre Peninsula there. It'd be awesome.
Well, we have yeah, man. Cyrus, thanks for your time, and it was a little rough at the beginning, but I think we kind of muddled through and
yeah, it was good. No, not a problem. I appreciate you giving your time as well. So it was interesting.
Like you were saying, yeah, like you were saying, you have fun talking about philosophy. Wait till you get into this shit.
Oh damn!
Yeah, well, exactly,
weeks, bro.
Exactly. This is fun too. This is great. I mean, conversations are much more interesting when you've got, differing points of view butting against each other, in my opinion.
Well,
If everyone's
weird
agreeing all the
because
time, not as
I
fun.
usually have to go into like lengthy explanations, but with you, it's like you got it instantly, and I was like, "Shit, that doesn't usually happen." Like, I have to go through the long way around. The first time
if
it
you say
was.
something that makes sense, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna shoot it down.
Yeah, but it's never usually the case. It's pulling teeth around here, man. I'm telling you, not exaggerating. It feels like.
I believe you. I believe you.
It is the case that some people can be difficult, but many people, whenever they're actually interested in the topics and they pay attention and want to have the conversation, people do get it. They definitely comprehend.
Well, it's refreshing anyway.
What we're trying to tell people, yeah.
Because it's not often the case, and it's like once you hear somebody actually like, I see your point. You're like, damn, like finally I got one after like 20.
Yeah.
Statistically, like, yeah, it's relieving anyway. It's something you want to hear every now and again.
Yep.
Like you're like, is it me? Am I the one that's explaining this wrong? Like, what's going on? Like, no, I don't think that's it. I think it's just there's a cognitive bias that people have. They don't want to look into it.
Yeah, I guess like people could be afraid to like concede any point to the other side because they're afraid that if they concede this one point, then maybe that will lead to them having to concede another point, and then like their whole argument might collapse on itself, and they're just trying to avoid that. But like, if you believe in like your position, then you shouldn't have to do that. Like, you can concede certain points, but that doesn't mean you have to concede the whole argument.
Well, it looks like Jempsy just clocked in, so probably be heading out. No, I'm just kidding, Jempsy. He's got the night shift.
I think the Australian satellite connection is messing up with Timbo and the other guy.
Yeah.
It seems to be all right, doesn't it?
The Australian satellite is choppy tonight.
Well, shit, man. Both of you sound choppy to me now. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, am I sounding choppy?
No, not you, Kim. Not.
Okay, good. Yeah, they're sounding choppy to me. All of them. Not you though, Mickey.
Right?
Now you were.
No,
that time you were.
You're clear now, but you weren't just a second ago.
Okay.
We have Final Stand is another guy that's in here. Siru is like, once again, thanks for your time. I'm gonna skip around to some new people and see if anybody else wants to.
Yeah, not a problem. I probably should be heading off and getting some shit done anyway. Thanks for the fun conversation.
Keep coming in here, man. I think we'd like to have a conversation more with you. Look, follow up and all that.
Yeah,
stuff.
definitely. I'll definitely be back. You guys are nice.
So Rose, make sure you follow up and bring some more questions for the people in here. Questions. Come here and ask questions.
You'll get a lot of different points of view, but they all seem to come to the same conclusions.
I can write a little list for next time for sure. I can do that.
Yeah,
do that.
Bring a list. Thank you.
Yeah, there are better questions.
I got some homework then.
I'm gonna mute.
All right. Well, I'm gonna head off. Take care, everybody. Much love. See you later.
Have a good night, Sir Rose.
Much love. Yes. See you later.
Later.
All right, just looking around the room, we have Final Stand that's in here. Final Stand, if you're there, I'll give you the ability to speak. All right, just unmuted your mic, Final Stand. If you want to, go ahead and chime in. You probably pretty much heard most of the conversation we were having with the gentleman. But if you want to talk to us about what you think the shape of the Earth is and why, go ahead and unmute your mic, and we'll have the discussion. Final Stand, if you're there.
Oh, I don't really have anything to say. Just thank you.
But yeah. So what? Yeah, that's cool. You might not want to speak, but just so that we know, and I'll give you a tag that way it'll kind of identify you if you think the Earth is a globe, or you're on the fence, or if you know the Earth is flat. So what do you think?
It's definitely flat.
Okay, and why would you say that? What was the evidence that it is?
empirical evidence
Okay, such
in
as
general.
Well, name one thing though I could.
I mean, I don't know that much. I haven't been researching it for that long, but like the horizon.
Okay. How long have you been looking into this?
2 or 3 months.
Oh, how did you stumble upon it? That's interesting. Where did you stumble upon it?
I was watching probably some YouTube channel.
Was it like probably the most absurd thing you ever heard, and you're just like, "What is this stuff?"
Yeah, pretty much. I basically I don't know. It was kind of like I kind of realized that it fit with the Bible.
Oh, was there a Bible talk about like flat Earth or whatever you're hearing, or?
I don't really remember.
Oh, okay. I'll give you VC verified and then kind of let you hang around the
That's interesting though.
All right, go ahead,
appreciate
Dust. I'll give you the VC verified. Yeah, the live stream voice text is the text channel right above the voice channel you're in. So if anybody's gonna post anything like information and such, just go to that text channel and then you'll be able to type in there because you're on the voice channel now, but that's reserved for anybody in here, the voice channel. So just type, if you don't want to jump on the mic or whatever, just type questions in there and then we can further have a discussion with you. If somebody's talking and you don't want to interrupt, you can just type in there. Other than that, we have Ascensionist. Ascensionist, is that correct? Let me go ahead and unmute you. All right, so Ascensionist, I gave you the ability to speak. You have control of your mic. Oh, you're VC verified. Never mind. You already had that control. Hey, welcome to the chat, by the way. If you're there, Ascensionist, I would like to hear from you. As About Me section you have there, it says Ascensionist, Lone Wolf, Military, ISI, Cuban, music producer. It's flat, bro. So I'm guessing you're a flat earther. It's just by what it's saying there. But I have to have you kind of, if you want to confirm. Confirm or deny. Oh, maybe he's not here. $25 people watching the YouTube live stream. If anybody's out there, is anybody out there? Can anybody hear me? If you guys are out there, come on in.
What's the name of your channel?
Mine, I have a YouTube channel. It's called Miggy's Wig Snatcher Club. It's on YouTube. You're just type in Miggy in YouTube, it'll pop up. You'll see my avatar in there. I just started my channel, so it's only got like maybe 20 subs. I haven't begun to, because I'm going to live stream. You'll see my face and everything. I'll be doing live streams. I've been really busy with my job lately, so I hadn't had time to like set everything up. Yeah, I tell you, Jemsy, man, this carnivore diet is lovely. Bro, I went just like 2-3 hours ago. I went to McDonald's and I got like triple meats with just bacon and cheese and onions.
Yeah. It's fatty meat, cheese.
I was thinking about making an egg on the side too. I was like, I could do an egg, but I was like, this is good enough for now. I'll save the egg for the beef chorizo in the morning. Or, dude, I bought some T-bones, bro. Like jeez Louise, man, I'm flying higher.
And Miggy, word of warning. The bacon at McDonald's, much like the bacon you'd find in most cheap restaurants, even like mid-range restaurants. Like the only place you'd ever wouldn't find this would be like, some kind of 5-star restaurant of some kind. which would be pork that doesn't, bacon. A little more specifically.
Don't tell me it's faking. Is it faking?
Well, no. It's pork. It is pork, but it's the preservative, sodium nitrate. You might want to be a little more weary of that. It put my brother in the hospital actually for a period of time.
Oh, that nitrates.
Sodium nitrate poisoning.
Do you call it nitrates or nitrites? It doesn't matter.
Oh, they're
right?
two different things. They're two different preservatives.
All right.
Yeah, they're both bad for you. It's just the sodium nitrate is the more well-known one.
Okay. Do you have any? Give me some sources or stuff, Orion. Shoot it to me in my DMs. Stuff that you've researched on it. If you got it. If you don't got it, I'll look it up.
No, not on hand. It's just something I've kind of known about since I was a child. It's actually been making me sick ever since I was a toddler, like with hot dogs.
Oh, no kidding. Are you serious? Damn. Sorry to hear that, man. Like it's strange how people are born with like these sensitivities to certain things. It's the way that it is.
I'm trying to look at the bright side. I mean, I may have avoided, like that sensitivity may put years to my life because, I'm not gonna. I'm just saying that the carcinogenic effect of sodium nitrate is very high up there. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, I could see your point, but I'm sensitive to insulin, so I'm like Gemsy. I'm not as Gemsy as he's type 1, and I'm bordering type 2, so I had to find a way. I was trying to figure out a way out of it. Like, I don't want to go the way that my mom or my dad already, like, they're taking injections.
Well, yeah, I got a suggestion. If you can handle pork, so I used to be able to eat pork, but these days pork, even without sodium nitrate, makes me sick, so I just don't touch it at all. But if you can eat pork and stomach it quite well, my suggestion would be go to Trader Joe's because they sell really good, bacon there for a really good price, like $4.49 for like, I don't know, damn near like 6 ounces, 8 ounces, I don't know, some good amount of, poundage for the $1. And it doesn't have.
Damn, Trader Joe's, is that what you said? I'm going to look that up. Let's see. I wonder if they have one in Omaha. That's the nearest place I go to. They might, because I've heard of that name before. You mentioned it.
Yeah, keep in mind, you want to go for the stuff that has the store brand name written on it, because some of the other stuff, like the Columbus brand stuff, some of that stuff still has sodium nitrate in it.
Oh, dude, thank you for that hot tip, bro. They have one in Omaha. They sure do. Woohoo. Look at the inside of the store. It reminds me of an Aldi's. You've been in an Aldi's, Orion?
I don't know. I think it's a Midwest. I don't think they have that on the West Coast.
Damn, Gemsy, I got some carne picada from Aldi's, bro, at $7, dude. Like, super deal, man. Like, even with meat prices these days, Angus beef, I was just like, I was telling the wife, because they don't have, you had to pay $25 to get the carton freaking in Aldi's. It's just a weird shopping experience, but I loaded the thing up with like all the carne picada. I was like, shit, come on.
Aldi's funny, you stand at the end of the counter and they start throwing all your food down, and you got to pack it into the trolley by yourself, yeah?
And you have an Aldi's over there, Timbo?
Yeah, we've had them for ages. Yeah. And we're supposed to be getting another German one as well, but they haven't seemed to open yet.
I meant because they do a lot of keto stuff there, There's like supposedly like a health food place. Like, I can't really say that because they do have like a lot of chocolates and sugars and.
Oh yeah.
But they have a variety of keto stuff from like other stores don't have.
Their chocolate is really good.
What'd you say?
You can make chocolate. I've made chocolate. I mean, I don't do it so much these days because I can't really tolerate cocoa powder so well. But you can make chocolate with a variety of different combinations where the only carbohydrates that are in the chocolate are the very small amount you find in the cocoa powder. Like, there's a lot of different ways to do this. Like, I'll give you an example.
Give me one.
You just take butter, like just ordinary cheap Trader Joe's $3 a pound butter. Take one of the sticks, throw it into a skillet or something, slowly melt it. Now you'd want to do that one of those melting. I forget the name of those terms where the contraption with the blow the melting pots, whatever. It's better to use one of those if you're doing it in a large scale. But if you're just doing like a snack, you don't need that. You just need to turn it on a low temperature and kind of eyeball it to melt it so it doesn't burn or whatever.
Make
anyway,
a fondue set or something.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, like, you can just make some cheap makeshift chocolate this way. And then whether or not the sweetener you prefer is allulose, erythritol, monk fruit extract in a form, or stevia, whatever your alternative sweetener is, you just take that alternative sweetener, you throw it down there, and then you take some cocoa powder, ordinary cheap ass cocoa powder, and just throw that in there, stir it around, let it cool, or eat it while it's hot, pour over something else or not. But either way, it's just like regular good chocolate, but you've just made it out of cheap ingredients, and the only carbs in it are the cocoa powder.
Yeah.
Damn, you're an alchemist, Orion.
Eliminate the stevia. Just throw away every stevia you got. Don't use it.
What am I supposed to use though? What am I using?
Allulose is decent.
Allulose?
I use allulose. Yeah, allulose. Yeah. I mean, it's probably.
Doesn't irritate your stomach, bro? Like, I mean, I'm thinking.
Not really. No, it's probably the best. Obviously, when you compare anything to sugar, I think allulose is the closest one, and the one that doesn't leave like an aftertaste and doesn't give you like an upset. Yeah. So allulose is closer to sugar, in my opinion. It's like a 3 parts per 1. But still, you can make things taste good and a little bit sweet, which that's all you need. A little bit sweet, not too sweet.
Yeah, I don't need so the allulose sugar ratio is just minimal at best, right? Like, I mean, you're not gonna.
Yeah.
Now here's
so allulose. Allulose is a sugar. It's just a sugar that has a very low effect on your blood sugar level. It has a very low amount of calories. So allulose is a sugar, and it has the same calories per teaspoon or tablespoon or whatever as erythritol. So erythritol is a sugar alcohol, and as far as consumption goes and keeping your blood sugar low, erythritol is the healthiest of all of them, just because it has the lowest effect on your actual blood sugar level.
Yeah.
That Trader Joe's is a hot tip, bro. Look at this. I'm going to show you. This is what I love to see. I'm going to show Gemsy's. Look at the live stream voice text here in just a second.
What's up with stevia, Gemsy?
It's been commonly used. The stevia leaf, the plant itself, has been used to make people not have babies, like make them unfertile.
Ooh.
Oh, really? So the raw plant the raw leaf that they get the sweetness from. They've been using that. Because what is it? Is it South American or is it Asian?
For what I understand, I comprehend, yes, it's from South America, and it's been used for that kind of purpose, make woman and men unfertile.
As a permanent thing or a temporary thing, like?
I wouldn't be able to know that part, but let's say a woman doesn't want to have babies or something, and they use it for that purpose for a certain period of time. It might be one thing right now, but then people are drinking these sweeteners like it's candy.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, the fact that they're alternative to sugar is another reason why, like, you don't want to consume higher amounts of these. I've heard about that. I just don't know which is the best of all of them, and like, if allulose is the way to go, because I had some before, but I was like, I had this like scare of like, well, the one thing is like, if you take, like you taste a little bit of something that's sweet, you're gonna want to be like, well, let me have some more, and then what if you just want to constantly be eating all of it, like, because it's so good, because it just reminds you of sugar? I'm afraid of that. Like, I don't want to. You know how hard it was to feel myself.
You definitely need control. Definitely, yeah.
I don't have my willpower, bro. Like, it's low when it comes to
you
sugar.
do. Sugar is something. Yeah, sugar is different than many things. Yeah. Do a deworming protocol. Maybe I can DM you a few things. Do a deworming because that will help you with the cravings of sugar.
What is your
Because of-
sugar sweet tooth? What do you How do you satisfy that, Jimsy? What do you do with the
milk and milk and a little bit of. If I wanna make like a milk protein, that is a little bit sweet, I could do that. But protein, milk, and
protein
sweet,
powder,
I could do like chocolate, like Orion was saying, like chocolate or butter,
Dark chocolate.
milk. Yeah, with some allulose, making it sweet. Yeah.
But you buy just like the Hershey's 100% cocoa and then mix that with the allulose, or
just cocoa powder and cocoa butter, but I don't do it much. I actually just the milk without that kind of taste stuff.
Well, I do half and half, bro. Like
sweet milk. That's what I like.
Why I like that too, but I'm like I said, if I don't know, just afraid.
Wait, Miggy, are you a dairy tolerant, or does dairy mess with you?
No, I like I said, I heavy cream has been in my diet already. Like I'm incorporated heavy cream and half. Cheese, soft cheeses. I love soft cheeses, and because of the fact that I don't get my fats too much, like because I eat a lot of I eat ground beef, but the 80-20 kind of mixture. But fats are important to me, like because I'm muscle building right now, so I need to increase my fat intake significantly because I'm working out. So I'm not getting my carb intake to. That's not my fuel. My fuel source is fat. So, and plus I'm working a manual labor job, so all of it contributes to like. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. So I was gonna say it's like I'm a little bit less dairy tolerant these days. Like I can kind of like eat a little bit here and there of like some low carb ice cream or something like that, but I just can't quite tolerate even like regular cream the way that I used to. But if you can, then I'm gonna tell you a recipe that I used to make all the time, and I even impress some friends with this. It's very simple. Like I don't know where the hell I have it written down because it's been a long time since I've done this, but I have the machine in a closet of mine still, the ice cream machine. Go to Bed Bath & Beyond for like $60. You can buy brand new, a 1.5 quart, or 1.5 gallon, 1.5 quart, I can't remember what it is, 1.5 quart ice cream machine. And it's this contraption where you take the frozen element or whatever, if I'm using that word properly, you put it in the freezer after you've cleaned it off, and then you just have it freeze overnight. And then when you want to make your ice cream, you just pull out the ingredients, mix them in a separate mixing bowl or like a pitcher sort of thing is what I did, and just use just like say 2 whole eggs, maybe 3 whole eggs, or just the egg yolks. Nice thing. All right, and then put in like say a cup of cream, heavy cream, and then say I usually use bottled water just because I'm like that or whatever. Usually put like 1.5 cups of bottled water, and then maybe about say a quarter of a cup of whey protein powder, and then some stevia, maybe a little bit of erythritol, maybe throw some allulose in there, and so that way you have all of the protein and fat of what you would normally find in milk, minus the carbs from the milk, minus the added sugar that you normally find in ice cream. So you basically have an ice cream that's made entirely of protein and water. And when you eat it, it tastes just like regular ice cream. You can't really know the difference when it's fresh.
Okay.
Especially.
What sorcery is this? Like, I need to know how you're like. First of all, what whey protein are you using? Because there's like various ones, and I don't know like if there's good or bad ones. But which one would you recommend?
There are some that are more bioavailable than others. There are some that are made in ways where they're more absorbable than others. I would just simply find a nutrition store, a health food store that sells supplements, and simply ask around, or do hopefully there's like a natural grocers where you live. I don't know. I think it's just a West Coast thing though.
I'm always looking.
The best one I found was.
Go ahead, Timbo.
the best one I found was it's called egg white protein, and I use it in baking and stuff like that. It's just a pure protein from egg whites made into a powder.
The hell, bro.
Actually,
Yeah,
That sounds pretty awesome. Give me the.
Keep in mind, there's a little bit of a drawback to that. So a drawback is that there's only 9 out of 12 essential amino acids in egg whites, while there's 11 out of 12 in milk protein, and then you find 12 out of 12 in all of the meat sources, whether you're talking about fish or cattle or whatever. But just so you know, just for flavor wise, I don't know which one's most absorbable, but as far as making the best tasting ice cream, that, as far as that goes, I would go with Biochem. Is the name of the company that made the best tasting one I ever found.
Well, that's what I'm gonna look at. Amazon is the place I'm going right now. All right. Looking at my phone because I got Prime shipping. So, what is it called? The name of the company?
Biochem, I think was the name of the company. It was like whey protein isolate, and it was the vanilla flavored one. It was by far the most agreeable tasting whey protein I've ever tasted.
Get it without flavors. Get it without flavors. No flavors at all.
Freaking no flavors. Is that what you said, Jimsy?
No flavors. You don't need the protein. You don't need the whey protein with any flavors. You don't really need it.
Yeah. You got a point there, Jemsy, and I'll just simply let you know of another company called medicineflower.com. So if you simply get monk fruit extract or stevia, and you get things from the genuine flavor section on the website of this company, sell a lot of different stuff, but the only stuff I really buy from is their natural flavor extracts. And that is, you can basically make water taste like any of the things that they have listed on there, just by simply adding stevia and whatever to it, whether you want it to taste like grapes, make it taste like grapes, you can make it taste like root beer. The root beer one's really great. I've actually made root beer for my friends, or makeshift root beer with monk fruit extract and this natural root beer flavor that I get from there. If you want to know how they make it, they take liquid CO2 and they run it over plant material of various sorts to extract the flavor, and they isolate the flavor, and they sell it to you, in a bottle form.
Yeah, I'm just looking at these things online. It says Biochem. You have the sugar-free version, and of course the vanilla and the chocolate. But that stuff comes with sugar. You're talking about the flavored ones, right?
Yeah. Well, I think there's different ones. If you're looking at the Biochem list, I wouldn't be surprised if they have different products that have sugar added and others without it.
Pretty decently priced too. Not bad. What's the brand one that you use, Jemsy? What's the name of it?
What, the allulose?
Whey protein. What do you?
Oh, whey protein. I have to go to my phone and show you. There's other options, not just cow. There's also goat, or I think goat option, like oat milk.
Really?
Goat protein. Yeah, there's those options as well. That depends of your tolerance of milk and stuff. So, I will say, but I gotta go to my phone and check it. I buy one that is like 5 pounds, and it's really good. Gotta look the name again.
Well, Orion says that the way
goat's cheese. Goat's cheese is the best. You like that?
I like.
Oh yeah, I eat raw goat cheese, raw milk goat cheese.
Love it.
Yeah, powerful.
I feel like we're almost all of us in the same journey, man. It's weird, isn't it? Like we're all healthy.
I probably don't eat as much meat as anywhere near as much meat as you guys, but I've been doing Gundry for a long time, so.
Yeah, well, you're Australian. You're exempt.
Jemsy, you eat pickles, right?
Yes, I eat pickles. Yeah.
You gotta get your hands on some best made pickles, bro. I just my shipment came in today, and I remember in Texas, bro. Like that's where the best canned pickle, like the ones you get off the store. The brand name is called Best Made. Best sour pickle. Like if you go to the movies, you get those pickles and it tastes really good with popcorn. Like obviously people have that. The best pickles you would have would be those. They're like top tier, the best, far best, sour, the most delicious. Like it's everything. I got my shipment today. I
Pickles?
was
That
like,
sounds good.
bro, I'm telling you, like I was so happy. I opened up the jar and everything, and I just like started eating them, and I was like, damn, I missed like because you could just go in Texas any store like HEB or whatever, and they'll have that on the shelf. So I had to order from Amazon because nowhere around here they sell that. Yeah, best made. Oh, and I got some heavy cream powder. You can make bread out of it. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. Haven't done that yet. Shipment came in today. I'm trying to create bread without using like anything that's gonna cause issues with carbohydrates.
So I've bought this one. Let me post it.
Have you tried using the tapioca flour to make wraps? Yeah, so the cassava, the flour from the cassava, or cassava flour or tapioca. You just mix it up like a pancake kind of consistency. It's not well, there's some carbs in it, but it's nowhere near as bad as anything else.
What do we talk about in the range of carbs? I can't pass 100 each day. So if I'm within the range of 100, like I'm sitting pretty.
I'll look it up for you. I'm about 5 minutes away from home.
Yeah.
But,
I'm probably gonna get something to drink, but I do want to know if you found. All right, so for me, staying at 100 carbs is like the sweet spot for me.
Yeah,
I can mix in some onions, some herbs and spices and whatever, but so long as I don't get too far away from 100, then I'm like.
Right. So you're counting like every carb, even in your really good green vegetables and everything. Yeah, like counting everything. Yeah. Okay, you're strict.
It's insulin sensitivity sucks, bro. Because
yeah.
If you're not, you're pretty more liberal with your carbs. But I
Yeah,
if
I balance
out of
mine.
bounds,
Yeah.
If I go to bounds, then I'll see it because I do a morning fasting glucose measurement, and my morning glucose it's been pretty good. I would say like in the 90s, 95s. I got it down a little bit lower, but this past week it was in like 103, 104. 100, like I don't like that, man. I want to hit under the 100 mark, and so I keep trying to I try different things, and everything I'm trying is it works or it doesn't. But
you should do some type of warm water with some type of minerals like magnesium. I have a few good things you could add to the water, but it has to be warm water.
I need that from you too.
Maybe like lemon water with some magnesium and some other minerals and like what was the other thing? NAC.
Yeah, but, I was gonna tell you, Jemsy, that at the mornings I'm having leg cramps, and I think I'm not my salt intake or magnesium is not. So okay, well, let me look at my bottled water. So magnesium sulfate is a type of magnesium. There's different kinds, right? So this one is in the water that I've been drinking. So I drank this whole. It's called Life Water,
the
Life
thing is,
WTR.
bro, I will be very honest with you. Yeah, that good water, definitely always good water. But I will before you keep doing, you're doing good. but I would recommend a deworming protocol or some sort. You have to clean the kind of get rid of whatever parasites might be in the body. Possibly you don't have any, but I don't think so. Everybody has, and add in the mineral water, the high dose mineral water. Yeah, like one. I
Wait,
would say
how
like
are you
one.
suggesting
What was that?
how are you suggesting he deworm himself?
Well, everybody's different, so people can do different ways. There's extracts like oil extracts, like needle root or pine, bark tree. There's that kind of stuff. You can make teas with it, warm teas. There's many ways. Garlic protocols. There's other like salt compounds like NAC. I mean NAC. And the other one is NEM salt compounds. That's good for his case because he said he might have like high glucose with type 2 diabetes and that kind of stuff. So a salt compound that might help him with parasitics in the body, and it will also be salt, which is good for the body, necessary. And there's also molecule compounds like ivermectins that are translated into ivermectins. And then there is other antiparasitic molecule compounds that are available to use and get rid of a spectrum of worms. That without getting rid of those worms, they take a toll on whatever nutrition you're trying to put in the body and whatever effort you're trying to heal the body. The parasite infestations are the root cause of many problems, including nutrient deficiencies in the body, because they thrive in a body like with the high sugars and all that kind of stuff. That's why I say you're doing good with the high sugars and high proteins, but still they can still survive under that kind of environment. So you have to definitely do a deworming protocol. This has been well known by generations of people. This is
So one of these,
I'm not the first one that talks about this. This is like very well known.
I like the stuff that you put in there. I'm gonna look in the grass fed. That's what you use, right? The first one.
The first one is the one I bought. The next one is the one that I'm gonna be buying next because it looks like a good option.
And how is this grass fed whey going for you right now? Like,
I mean, as a type 1 diabetic, we lose a lot of weight, and I'm just be able to keep my normal weight, and I'm not fat, I'm not lean, I'm just regular. I could be doing more exercise and probably gain more muscle, but at least my weight is I'm 5'11" and I'm 180, which is not bad. I mean,
I'm that weight right now at 5'8".
Yeah.
But I came a long way, man. I'll tell you that much right now.
Hey, Miggy. So I don't know if there's like a restaurant or a food cart or whatever near where you live that you like to frequent, but lately I've been going to these two different smoked brisket food carts at like a food cart congregation center called the Food Cartel or whatever. Uh-huh. And one of them, I mentioned this on here to someone else. I'll go up there, and except for the Monday and Tuesday when it's not open, I can go up there almost any day and just simply ask him for some fat, and he'll give it to me for free.
Oh yeah.
Where?
Oh yeah.
Is any of these? That's wow. I didn't know you could do that. I know of there's a couple of places, brisket places in Omaha. But you got me thinking, bro. I don't know maybe they won't give it over free, but it's like gristle, right? Like I'll pay for that stuff.
Yeah, a lot of places.
More than half the time when I get like any restaurant like this to give it to me, more than half the time they give it to me for free. Actually, most of the time, if they have to charge me at all, It's just that they have to charge me with the container that they're giving it to me in.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Can I have all the fat? They were like, dude, why do you want that? Because
people think you're gonna feed it to dogs. People sometimes think you're gonna feed it to dogs.
Well, it's almost anti. What's the word here? Against like what real health should look like. Like, dude,
it looks out of the ordinary.
Yeah, because if you're having all that fat, it's like, what, you want to die early or something? Like, what's...
There's an excess of fat available in the restaurant because they do trimmings. When they get the meats, most of the customers, they want lean meat, right, without the fat. So they have to trim the meat, and that's just waste. The fat that they get, they could make a lot of foods different, but people don't want fat, right? Because it's bad for you, fat, which is kind of dumb.
Of course.
You can soak it into other things. So like, can't really handle carbs so well myself these days, but like I can handle them better maybe if I'm exercising and eating healthier for a while. But like if I feel like I can handle carbs for a little bit, maybe I'll take like a small amount of corn chips and break them up inside the bag, and then put them in a Pyrex dish, and take this fat from the brisket place and pour it over it, and simply melt it on the stovetop, and then simply have it soak into it like a sponge. And the flavor is really great. I mean, it's pretty much smoked brisket flavored corn chips. But you don't have to do it with corn chips. You can do it with vegetables. You can do it with eggs. You can do it with the brisket protein that you get from the same place. You can do it with a lot of stuff.
I freaking love my eggs, bro. Eggland's best, cage free. Like, oh my gosh, best tasting eggs.
Yes, dog eggs. They're good.
Haven't tried them, but you keep mentioning them. I'm
Oh yeah.
Where they sell them, man?
You got to get duck eggs. The yolk in the duck eggs is so rich, delicious.
Yeah.
What do you? I mean, put them with some steaks or T-bones, or I bet you would be good with a T-bone.
Oh yeah. I mean, I eat them raw. I eat them with steak. I eat them however. I just eat them.
You can even use duck eggs to make ice cream.
Oh yeah, you can do you.
Yeah, that'd be rich.
You can make shakes like the protein shake you're making, the weight shake. You just add 3 eggs, 4 eggs to it, or more.
Well, okay, so you put it with chocolate. That's how you make your protein shakes, or?
You could add chocolate, but I will try to stay away from it. You can do the eggs with the whey protein. You can add some of the allulose to it, and cream. Add cream, like pure cream.
Heavy cream?
Cream, like heavy cream. Yeah.
Okay.
Heavy cream. You don't need. You can. Some people add water. I mean, I don't even add water, because the cream and the eggs is liquid enough. The egg is liquid enough if you put enough eggs.
Well, Orion,
because
why did you add water?
The water can kind of mess up with your digestion because it dilutes the acidity in the stomach.
Huh.
Yeah. Wait, is he talking about making a smoothie or ice cream?
Oh no, whichever. Like, why would you use water in your
smoothie?
I'll tell you why I put water in mine. It's because it would just simply be too thick if you didn't.
Oh yeah.
Oh. You're cutting it with water. Okay.
Yeah, the cream and the eggs make it like a kind of like a little. It's thicker than water, obviously.
Well, heavy cream is pretty thick, anyways, and because here's what I do. It might not be good, but I use just a tad little bit of vanilla extract, and I put it into the heavy cream, mix it. It's like vanilla shake for me. I just put it in a blender, get it to where it's real stiff, and it makes like a fluff. And so I eat the fluff, and it's like vanilla fluff. And that's how I've been beating the sugar craving with that.
Okay.
And that's the only thing I'm putting is just a small, tiny amount of vanilla extract, and it just like makes it taste like vanilla shake, pudding, or it's like like Cool Whip, let's say.
What are you mixing together?
Heavy cream and a little bit of vanilla extract. But there's a specific one. I don't just use any one. It's the McCormick Simply Organic. I think it's like the high premium version of it. Like there's like the regular one, and then there's like a premium one, and I get the highest level of the. And so when I got that one and I mixed it.
When you say the cream and the vanilla, you just mix cream and vanilla and drink it?
Yeah, so like I put it in a blender, or not a blender, a mixer. And the mixer, I have stirred it for a while, and then the cream gets kind of like thick, and to the point where it's not it's as consistent as Cool Whip. So the consistency, so you can spoon it. You can put a spoon in there, and try it, Jemsy. You're gonna really like it, bro. Like I really like it. So,
bro,
did you put a sweetener in there with it?
Just vanilla extract. It's a little bit of it.
You could make a mousse like that too.
Yeah,
so
that's what it is.
Set it in the fridge. Yeah, that's delicious.
If you get the allulose, I mean, if you're gonna make and get the protein, definitely do that. But add the protein, add the eggs, enough eggs. You don't be scared with the eggs. 4+ eggs, and mix all that stuff together, bro. And
What do we? I.
But the eggs taste. I mean, the eggs give the shake a good taste.
Like
actually.
A custard feeling, right? Texture.
It tastes good. And then you add a little bit, if you want to make a little sweet, like you added the vanilla, but you could do some of the allulose, but you could do the vanilla, and that's it. You could try that.
Yeah, I'm gonna
It's a good drink.
I'll just try a little bit because it's been working for me. Like I have the like sugar craving or whatever, and the taste of the like a little bit of that vanilla in mixed with the heavy cream. That's like enough for me. Like it satisfies the sugar craving.
You know that you can remove the egg yolks and whip the egg whites, and then add the egg yolks back, right? Like fold them in, mix.
Oh yeah, after you've got stiff peaks. Yeah, I've seen that, but
that's another thing that would make it whippy if you did it that way.
You know what? Yeah,
You basically can make eggnog, but low carb
that's
eggnog.
what I'm thinking about making too. Like couldn't I just make eggnog if okay, I got half and half. I love half and half. To me is like the best milk I've ever had. To be honest with you. Like I drink it like as if I did when I used to drink milk. Like
the half and half.
Half and half doesn't have any carbs. Milk
it does.
has
Half and half has carbs.
It does? It doesn't say it.
Yeah. Half and half? You mean like half milk, half cream?
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely has. I mean, unless it's milk without sugar, which is rare. But I've seen
the
milk
one
without sugar.
Nutrition Facts doesn't have any carbs in it. No sugar.
Send me a picture of that.
They don't necessarily need to be telling the truth on those things.
Send me a picture of that thing.
Yeah, I'm actually.
If there's any lactose in it at all, that's it's a sugar.
Yeah, let me go to my fridge real quick.
Yo, I'm looking at my half and half right now, and it says 1 carbohydrate or 1 gram of total carbohydrate and 1 gram of total sugars.
It says like 60 servings or 30 servings. So you have like in one can you have 30 grams of sugar and carbohydrates. Or if it's 60 servings, you have 60 grams in total.
It says 32 servings.
32 servings. So you have 32 grams of sugar in that can.
Yeah, because that carbohydrate and that sugar are the same thing. Yeah, because it's in the line underneath carbohydrate. It says 1 gram of sugar. Yeah, so that's 1. It's not 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just the 1. That's pretty good.
Yeah, this stuff is delicious. I love it. Just like Miggy said, like I just drink this half and half like it's milk, man. It's so good.
That's funny.
I've got to look this stuff up. What's it called? Half and half?
Yeah.
I'll have a look.
Just mix eggs with those half and halves and add eggs to it.
Yeah, I usually mix half and half with my eggs.
Oh yeah.
What about cheese? What do you guys think about cheese? Is that something that
This is great.
I love it. But like, is it fattening?
The fats from the cheese are actually good for you. Everybody knows that.
There's no way you'll stop me from eating cheese.
Yeah, for real.
And maybe a better question would be, what makes you fat? Is it eating fat that makes you fat, or is it eating something else that makes you fat? It's something else. It's carbs. Like, it's when your insulin goes up. Insulin is a hormone. It's a fat storing hormone. Not its only purpose, but it's one of its primary purposes. So your insulin levels will only go up if you're eating carbohydrate, whether in the form of sugar or any other form. It all breaks down into sugar, all turns into insulin.
And what the insulin makes you store it, doesn't it? Like goes into storage straight away.
Yeah, exactly.
And what's the counter to insulin? Is it
Well, it's not that there's a counter to it. It's just that there's another pathway for energy to go from your digestive system to your muscles. And that is through the form of fat or protein. But keep in mind, you're not supposed to rely on protein.
Check out Livestream voice text.
So basically, my suggestion would be to rely on fat for fuel instead of carbohydrate if you want to not get fat.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you got 1 gram in there, that's it, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm
telling you, Timbo, this stuff is magical when you drink it that half and half.
I just looked.
I thought milk.
I just
was
looked it up. We don't
This
have it.
is delicious, bro. Hey, you know what? Like, we can work out some kind of package posting type thing, man, in the future. I'm dead serious, Timbo. Like, we can work something out, bro. Like,
Yeah, I just looked it up. It says Australia half and half doesn't exist in Australia, and then it tells you how to make it. But if you make it with any of the stuff here, it's going to be high in. If you use any of the milk here, it's going to be high in sugars, in carbohydrates.
oh, once you taste this, dude.
This is a business opportunity. You could be
bro.
billionaire in Australia.
Ship it.
This milk makes your eyes roll back and your toes curl, bro. That's how good it is. It's so good, and it makes you want to slap your mama.
Was that who was speaking before? Was that Toby who was speaking before? Or?
Who, me?
Who's that?
That's Bushel.
Oh. Hey, going, mate? Yeah, it's what you were saying about before about what's the counter to it. So any carb is treated in your body like 1 gram of carb is treated in your body like sugar. So the counter to it would be eating high protein and not eating fats with carbohydrates.
Huh. Because I was sort of the understanding
Generally,
that was the problem with diabetics, where it's like if they have too much sugar, then they need insulin to like balance that sugar out. But if they have a lack of insulin, that sugar just runs rampant, and that's why they got like high blood sugar. So that's why they need insulin to combat.
I think Jemsy's got the answer for that.
There's a question.
Nah, how diabetics work.
The root cause of diabetes is both diabetes type 1 and type 2 are systematic parasitic infections in multiple organs, including the brain, including the head. So it's a systematic infection in the brain, the liver, pancreas, gallbladder, and it could be in many other places. But the insulin that the body's supposed to be producing by the pancreas and even the intestines, it's being destroyed by the body because there is a like a parasitic attachment to the production of it, and the body identifies the molecule as something that is bad, is not utilizing it, is attacking it. That's for the type 1. But the root cause is that the body is not metabolizing the sugar because the processes of doing that are interrupted by the root cause, systematic infection. And the adverse reaction is high blood glucose levels, and the treatment for the adverse reaction is insulin from another source like pigs or other humans. So that's why they don't fix the root cause, which is the infection, and we basically use insulin to treat the insulin sensitivity, to the insulin needs. Yeah, but the root cause for the diabetic infection is the diabetes are definitely infections in the organs of parasites. And the thing about the parasites is that they go multi-layer. It's not just the worms that you normally see as parasites. We're talking about fungi. We're talking about the smallest of parasites that people call viruses, right? Those are animalized in the medical books where they describe them, animalized, and they're the smallest of the animalized. They call them viruses or whatever, but they are. And even the cancers are also parasitic. Many of the worst diseases out there, diabetes, cancer, even arthritis, and other immune compromised diseases are actually parasitic infections. That's the root cause. Yeah, but diabetes is a tough one.
That's actually really interesting because, like, they talk about cancers like it's an overload of white blood cells. Like your body's always trying to fix something that's not there because they can't find anything. So your white blood cells start going into overload and they start killing your red blood cells because they're trying to get rid of something that they can't find. Yeah, that's really interesting.
Parasites are well known for a term called a host manipulation. So the parasites could be playing a hormonal game to keep the host busy doing something and the immune system doing something, and the parasite can be benefiting from that action, like sugar cravings. The parasites want sugar, it makes you crave sugars, then you consume the sugars, and the parasite is happy.
What? That makes it does make a lot of sense, yeah.
Yeah. But what's the greatest way to get rid of, how can you tell if you have a parasite, and then once you know, how do you move about getting rid of one or more, multiple?
That's a very good question, but I if you have any disease, any even like skin rashes, headaches, digestive issues, Crohn, many of these diagnosed diseases that people get diagnosed for, any problem that you have, it might be a parasitic infection. so if you have any issues,
makes sense, dude. Makes sense.
You might have a parasitic infection. I will say, there's so many. You know, like even pneumonia, right? Pneumonia. People die of pneumonia. That's a parasitic infection in the lungs that could be prevalent there for years. You could have an infection in your lungs for years until it gets really bad and kills you.
Dangerous inflammation. I mean, just everything that could happen wrong with you.
The inflammation is a reaction from the body trying to fix the problem, but it can't because the body can't get rid of the parasitic infection because our environment, our way of living, the foods that we eat, the introduction of bioweapons, like the medical system today that keeps a certain environment for the body, so the body is ill. So that keeps the body ill, but then doing the opposite of what the medical system is telling you and addressing an issue like parasite that they barely ever talk about, right? They barely ever talk to you about parasitic infections in the body, and they barely address it ever. They're just addressing the side effects, not the root cause.
Essentially doing away with the if you starve those parasites, they die out. So if what you're saying is true, then not giving it what it needs, its fuel source, which is like the sugars, then it doesn't have anything to feed off of. And so most of the ones that used to make you sick and unhealthy would die off, and you start to return back to your normal state, which is like before the parasites.
Correct.
And that's interesting because I've like brain fog and all that has to deal with, like, I think like the intake of sugars, and then the parasites take control, and it's like people's memories and like the brain parasites and all that. Like, so now
it has to do with that too. Yeah,
I'm telling you, bro, like my mental acuity has like sharpened itself, like from everything to the way I feel. Like I wake up every day, I'm fully energized, like everything, on all levels, on my health, on my back pain, on everything. Everything's just like increased like so much. And I would tell people, dude, I feel like this is like something magical. Like it's not even, it's define like what health nutritionists would say, because it's like having this type of health, like you wouldn't recommend people to eat this way. Like if they wanted to be healthy, you'd be like, if you want to die early, you'd tell them to eat like this. But I find out, why is this so beneficial? And because all I've done is cut out all carbs and all sugars. Like I've starved that part of my diet out, and I'm at super low carb, like nope, not passing 100, if that. And so now I'm dealing with like a whole different type of meal plan, and with that, I don't feel the way I did before. And I mean, health wise, I've increased everything, my endurance, my hormone imbalance. I used to have anxiety, all that's like gone, bro. Like it's gone. Like I don't have it anymore. It started to reside in the first 2 months, and then it's slowly even getting better like every month after that. And I'm thinking to myself, like, well, if this is bad for me, eating all these fats, then I feel so great. Like, I mean, obviously I feel great. Like there's nothing in me that's like, oh, I feel so bad about this. Like, no, I feel so great about everything. So I don't know. Like, what does that mean? I'm going to die at an early age because I'm eating this way? Like, with people, standard nutritionist would be like, dude, you're going to go in an early grave eating all those fats. Like, you're going to die.
That's dumb.
You know what I mean?
Bro, that's like a propaganda thing, because they started saying, oh, the fat is bad because it has mercury or whatever, right? They started scaring women and children. So they tell you, hey, this, like they used to do it with the fish and some meat. Oh, they used to say meat has parasites as well, remember? Oh, the meat has parasites, and you shouldn't be eating meat, right? Because parasites are bad for you, right? So meat is bad for you because it has parasites.
Yeah.
So you gotta cook it well because it has parasites. You have to kill the parasites in the meat.
And the red meat causes cancer and like all kinds of stuff. I'm like, man, why are they demonizing meat and eggs, bro? They demonize those things. Like it's like you eat that and you might as well it's like killing yourself slowly, because all the bad cholesterol that you're ingesting with the yolk.
There is this northern nation that their ancestors they hunt whales. It's like this very high population of whales that they hunt, and there was a video of them hunting the whales, and they hunt them to eat them. But then the international communities, like the vegans and Save the Whales, whatever groups, they started like protesting and going to the nation, and they started saying that the whale meat is bad for women and children because of mercury. And the adults say, yeah, you're saying that because if the children and the women don't eat the whale, then the male doesn't eat the whale. And that is just it's cool that he caught that, the guy from there. And the people from there, they still eat whales, right? Because it's high meat. This whale is such high meat, I mean high fat. The fat content of this whale, you'll see, bro, it's like, I would say it's like 80%. When they cut the chunks,
Basically.
it's a bunch of fat. Yeah, well, it has a lot of meat as well, but the outside of the fat content is just amazing. So yeah, they've been eating the whale for a long time, and this, with the propaganda, they started like telling them they shouldn't be eating whales, but they thriving with the whale, so it's all good. The propaganda thing, meat is bad for you, mercury, whatever. It's kind of silly.
Well, meat, eggs, all the things that are supposedly good for you, and the things that are bad for you, like eating shredded wheat, like that's good for you. Like now, it's on the food pyramid.
They used to tell me, just eat one egg because of the cholesterol, the egg. I'm like, okay, the cholesterol bad for you? Okay, egg bad for you because cholesterol bad for you. Okay, good. I get it. Easy.
Sorry. There's two types of cholesterol. I've not even heard anybody say in the last 5 minutes. There's two types of cholesterol. There's good cholesterol and there's bad cholesterol. So every time they say that cholesterol is bad for you, that's not true. You need cholesterol. It's what your brain's made out of.
Yeah, but the bad cholesterol, they say that it's in the egg yolks. That's why you're not supposed to eat egg yolks.
That's ridiculous. That is just stupid.
The cholesterol also is a repairer as well.
Yeah.
It blocks holes in your digestive system and in your blood system as well.
Yep.
The cholesterol is like a chain function molecule, and you need it for other functions. So when you get in sunlight and to produce, other nutrients in the body or the molecules, you need the cholesterol and the sunlight to produce other stuff. So then the cholesterol is like a necessary chain molecule.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, didn't they just link it to testosterone and vitamin B as well? So you were right about the sun. If you don't have enough cholesterol in your body can't produce the vitamin B when you're standing in the sun.
Exactly,
so
I'm living testimony of the testosterone side of it. I was talking about it one morning about to somebody else here about the health benefits of the way I've been eating.
Yeah.
And I'm not even kidding you, man. Testosterone levels shot way the hell up. Like from where I was, I mean, my sexual drive. You know what I mean? Like the drive that you have. Like everybody has that. But it just went like caveman status. Like, I mean, it was an overdrive. Like, and I was like, damn, dude, why do I feel this way all the time now?
Yeah.
Before it wasn't like that. It was like now I'm working on overload. Like, so it's crazy, man. Like for a guy.
Yeah, you still want to keep it under control.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying is like it gives you that drive back if you didn't have it. So
because your hormones are balanced and you're producing the normal stuff that you should be producing. Since you're starved, I guess you consume a lot of high fats, a lot of protein, and low carbs. So you did brought a point that you did starve certain organisms in the body, like the ones that want the sugars and had control, giving you inflammation, giving you pain. Mm-hmm. So you starve many of those. So that's good for you. Yeah, that's a good signal that your adverse reaction is higher testosterone levels. Huh?
But that's the thing, though, man. Like, if this is gonna be bad for me in the long run, because the nutritionist that I was speaking to, she's like, it's a short term. Like, you can't stay on this for a long term. And I was like, why? I was like, there's every benefit that I'm receiving right now is telling me, my body's telling me that this is the right move. Like, I don't feel anything like I don't feel sluggish. I don't feel like my gut hurts or like when I eat things like everything feels like it's the right move.
Because your
I don't
body
know.
is
And, like,
metabolizing the nutrition you're giving it instead of fighting artificial foods and trying to digest stuff that the body is doing bad to the body. So you're giving the body what it needs and give it very low of what it doesn't need. So you're doing better. You're thriving.
well, and the reason I mentioned the sexual drive is because like for any man who's struggling with that type of like symptoms of low testosterone, because that's an issue these days. I mean, that's been you know what I mean? Not
Sorry,
for you,
mate.
Chris, but I'm saying like people suffer from that, like, and it's a real thing. They take medication for it and that, so they can up their testosterone levels. And it's like if you just eat this way, just eat it like go carnivore, ketovore, whatever you want to call it. Like it's so good, man. Like
and lift some weights too.
Lift weights. Oh yeah, don't forget that. Like I got me a set of 20-pound dumbbells, and I'm working on like incline. I feel great, bro. Like overall muscle gain, it's working, man. Like it really is.
Eat meat and pick stuff up and put it down again. That's the way to live, guys.
Well, how about that? Go back to the way it was, eh?
Yeah, go back.
That's brilliant.
Anyway.
Detail more what your diet is, what you're talking about.
Well, it's a ketovore diet. I was looking into carnivore, but I think the sweet spot right now where I'm feeling great is with ketovore. So I like to keep it. I don't mind eating just only meats, but I like to put a little mixture of. I like flavor profiles with what I eat, and as long as I'm happy, that's all. Like I'm at a good place. I like the taste of beef chorizo and mixing it with some eggs and some. I bought some Laughing Cow cheese with. It's a brand, by the way. It's not an actual cow laughing, but it's like this little. It's a pungent aged cheddar. White aged cheddar, like it's so
I knew
freaking good,
Jedi. I'd laugh at that. It's huge in England. A lavash kitty.
Yep. Yeah, it's massive.
Oh, Laughing Cow's huge over there.
It is. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
The little triangle wedges.
Yeah.
Man, Jedi, the aged cheddar is so freaking good, man. Like it's like a treat. Like in the morning, I have some with some eggs and beef chorizo, and I'm gonna eat that like tomorrow because I got my mind set on it. But and then you put some. I got these little cheese wraps, and I just make it like a cheese wrap, like beef chorizo, taquito. Man, I'll tell you what, so good. Like I enjoy food, like eating this way, Bushel. And anywhere from T-bones to thin ribeyes to ground beef. Let's see what I've been eating lately with eggs, of course. You always have to put that in there with your T-bones. You eat some eggs on the side. It is like the masculine, manly meal. It just feels great. You eat it, you fill up, and you're just like, damn, it feels good to be a gangster. Like you're just like. I don't know. It just brings out like this, because I'm telling you, man, you get that T-bone, you sear it on both sides, you keep it nice and a little bit bloody in the middle, and it's as smooth as butter when you're eating it. Like it's so good. And check this out: you save the bone of the T-bone for later. Put it in a bag, Ziploc bag, and once you have enough of those T-bones, you can make a nice beef broth out of it. Put it in my Instapot, make a beef broth.
I thought you were going to chew on them then. So you save all the bones and later you can just gnaw on them like a proper man.
No, like just a caveman. No, I have an Instapot, which I make some beef broth. I'm going to make some beef broth out of it.
It's interesting. It's interesting conversation, especially earlier when you were talking about cholesterols and stuff. So you know this, Mickey, but probably everybody else doesn't. I've got coronary heart disease, which is basically too much cholesterol within my blood system. I know a little bit about cholesterol. One thing, as I will say, is you do need it And there's statin drugs are one of, if not the most popular, widely spread used drugs in the world at the moment. And that drug's to keep cholesterol out of your system. There's also a push as well for people who have hereditary coronary heart disease and other heart diseases that go back in the family, for children as younger than 10 years old to be put on statins. Now, this was offered to my children because hereditary, they have the possibility of conducting what I've got, which technically is called hypercholesterol which is high cholesterol within the family. I stopped them from doing this. There's no way that the cholesterol is being stopped from going into my children's bodies and being used correctly, because you need cholesterol. Like I think it was Timbo earlier mentioned that you need it to repair certain things within your your digestive tract, and also it's pretty much what your brain's made out of. So there is a massive push to keep cholesterol out of the body at the moment. Now, like I said, there are two different types, and sometimes, there's cholesterol that gets into your bloodstream and then blocks up your arteries and gives you heart attacks. So I would, be very careful with the amount of fats that you consume. But as long as you're also exercising and stuff and using those fats and those cholesterols correctly, then your body should remove the bad cholesterols as it's designed to do and keep the good cholesterols.
Yeah, and the obvious thing is that you're not going to keep pouring a lot of these things into your body if you're not going to utilize the energy that's going to be used. It's going to be used for, like, eating all these fats and sitting on your bum all day. It's not going to get you to the place where you want to be at. Like with this, like you obviously have to work this out in your, like, a fuel source is just that. It's fueling your body to do the things it needs to accomplish its goals, right? So I'm of the mind of like doing this and then also making it a part of like my active lifestyle.
You have to have that active lifestyle. I mean, with what you're saying at the moment, without the active lifestyle, and I used to be a butcher, every butcher in the world would be the fittest man in the world. That's not necessarily true. You have to keep the exercise going as well. So like Miggy says, it's your fuel source. Don't sit on your fuel source. It will just make you bigger.
Pile up.
Yeah,
it'll pile up. So there's, for as many months as I was like, I started doing this, I switched over to this diet because I was totally high carb, low fat kind of thing. And it was destroying me, man. I'm telling you. So I didn't know. I was doing a lot of research and I came into this carnivore diet and everybody was speaking so many high praises on it. And I was like, what's the big deal? Like, what does it do? Why is it so important? And then I started talking to people in here, like Jemsy and like other people that were already doing it. And it's just the hallmark of like years of old people having the conversation. Like old people they eat like bacon, eggs, like butter and stuff that everybody like, how? Like these guys are in their 70s and 80s. How are they eating this food? Like this food should have killed them long ago. Mm-hmm. And that's not the case. Like we got it completely wrong when it comes to that nutrition. It's the fact.
Sorry, do you know where beef burgers were invented and why they were invented?
No.
Right, so beef burgers were invented in Germany as a breakfast because they needed the high content of meat and the fats within the meat because they had to go to work for the rest of the day. Most common breakfast in Britain is a fry up: bacon, sausage, eggs. Why? Because you need the energy to go and do your job for the rest of the day.
Yeah, makes sense.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's why beef burgers were invented, and they were invented in Germany. It was a breakfast food.
Jedi, like it's like, how did you? Is it something hereditary? Like how?
Yeah, it's
hereditary. In a bad way with what you like, because like
no, it's hereditary. So one of the conditions I've got is hypercholesterol. So super loads of cholesterol familiar, which is within the family. So I've got a genetic disposition to hold on to the bad cholesterol longer than I should.
And you can't like do anything to like exercise or get it out of your body. Like it has to be removed medically. Like medicine?
Yeah, so this is the thing about cholesterols now. Obviously, I've been in hospital and I've had many operations. I've had stents to open up clogs within my arteries, and I've had a triple bypass as well. But ultimately, the only thing that the doctors now give me are medications, which I don't take, and anti-statin drugs, which I don't take. And to be honest with you, I feel a lot better now than I did then. The only thing is
Weird.
yeah. I've done some changes to my diet, and obviously I'm a lot more active and healthy than I was, say, 2 years ago, for example. So I'm constantly out and I'm constantly working, and or I'm in here, but I'm constantly doing something. So my metabolism seems to have shot up as well. But yeah, it's the scary thing is I've got cholesterol within my bloodstream and so on, but it's actually now coming out in my skin. So there's also a side effect to having too much cholesterol in the body is it will try to escape. So I've got 3 kind of, I don't know, quarter-size pieces of circular cholesterol on my eyelids. And you can see them, they're huge. And they're kind of getting bigger. The only way that you could actually get rid of this is rhinoplasty. You literally have to have them dug out.
You mentioned your skin. What happened to the skin?
I've got cholesterol coming out of my skin, so like bubbles of cholesterol.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never heard of.
Yeah, I find what I do is I'll find a little bit of blurb about it. I can't even pronounce the word. It begins with X and it's got too many Y's and Z's in it. But yeah, I'll post it for you if you want to know what I've actually got.
Yeah, can you post it?
Yeah.
One of the things, I mean, you've heard of grounding as well. We've talked about a lot of health in here. Jedi, I don't know if you've heard about that. Like the ways that we connect to the earth, and our blood gets like right with the earth, like just going barefoot, walking in the grass, and like weird as it sounds.
No, I'm down. I'm very much down with that. Very much for taking your socks off and going to stick your feet in the grass for a couple of hours a day. Yeah. No, there might also be a thing about why most shoes are rubber soled, but I won't go into that.
But you kind of like, I don't know, your body's telling you like, I don't need this pharmakeia bullshit. Like I need to go about this a very different way. Like, I don't know. You might be thinking the same thing. Like, I don't know. People are prescribed medications over here in America, like for diabetes and that. And I'm like, I don't think that's going to help anybody. Like, that's not what it's doing. I think it's just making it worse. Whatever this.
Well, I have to, not that I do, but I have a concoction of drugs. I've got about 7 to 8 tablets that I should technically be taking every single day. One of them's a statin drug, 80 milligrams of avorstatin. I also have to take paracetamol every day. There's a drug I take to keep my blood thin. There's a drug I keep to stop my blood from clotting too much. There's a drug that I take to keep my heart from getting overexcited. See, there's lots of different drugs that technically I should be taking.
Beta blocker.
Yeah. That's it. Thank you, mate. So yeah, there's a few concoctions of drugs that I should be taking every day. I think
Jedi needs a deworming protocol.
Yeah, I was just gonna tell you, Jemsy, but like, yeah, I've dealt with that issue because I was dealing with some really bad. It got to the point where my anxiety was like taking over, and it was just about the time that I came into the knowledge of this diet. I was just right around the time, and I got on the journey of like trying to figure out, because I was at my wit's end, bro. Like I really was. I didn't know what the hell was wrong with me anymore. Like my body just went like out of control. So I was trying to figure out what was going on. And I just like, I kind of hoped and I wished that it was going to be this other thing was my diet. But I switched over to like this carnivore way. And the problems that I used to have with inflammation, with my overweight, with my anxiety, with my hormone imbalance, like everything, it all came into focus. My brain fog, mental acuity went up, like endurance, strength went up, like everything. So it's like I'm singing its praises because of the effects that I feel. So I don't know, like, you know, I would just say look into with Dr. Ken Berry on YouTube.
Okay.
and just like all I would say is have a listen to what he's got to say, like, and just he's got a lot of content from like 4 years ago. Even Dr. Kenberry, Dr. Gundry is another person you'd look at, and just hear the information they got on like plants that you eat and meat and animal products that you eat. But it has to deal with like getting the proper human diet, like what it should be. And it has a lot to do with why we are the way we are with our health. A lot. So, I don't know if you're still living a high carb, low fat diet, if that's kind of like the doctor's orders, but.
No, I have to. I mean, doctor's orders, like I said, I'm ordered to take drugs every day and I don't take them.
Yeah, and there must be some bad side effects to those drugs too, right? Like
yeah. So obviously, after I had my triple bypass, I was taking the drugs kind of religiously. I never felt well. I never ever felt like I was in complete balance with myself, if that makes any sense. I always felt kind of lethargic. I always felt like my reactions were a bit too slow. But yeah, I don't take those drugs anymore, and I feel better for it. I've posted in the live stream about the cholesterol deposits around the eyes. I think it's called xanthomina or something. I can't pronounce it. It's a long word. But basically, there's cholesterol that runs around within your arteries and stops your blood from flowing. And then there's another side effect of having too much cholesterol where it's trying to get out of your body. And it ends up in lipid deposits around your eyes. I had them up and down my arms as well a couple of months ago. Well, a couple of months ago, probably about 7-8 months ago now, sometime around the summer. But yeah, it's just a side effect of having too much cholesterol or bad cholesterol within my body, and my body not knowing how to deal with it. And so I've got a genetic disposition to cholesterol.
I don't know. I think a deworming protocol might help, and then getting you. It's like rebooting your system.
Yeah.
Once your system's rebooted, you can start fresh with the proper human diet, like the way everybody's supposed to be eating, and then get yourself back on track. Because I think even if that's the case, like, how did you even get that way? Were you born that way? Like,
yeah. So so technically, it's supposed to be, like I said, genetically. This was always happening within my body, even when I was a small child.
But you didn't show any symptoms of it as a small child. It was only
no, not at all. So 2017, 2016 is when I started having a heart attack. Sorry, I want to talk about 2014. Hold on. 2016, 2017. I started having heart attacks. Get this. I started having heart attacks about a year after I found out the Earth was flat. Yeah, I wasn't surprised.
Heart problems are related to parasitic infections.
There's lots of different types of heart problems, mate.
Yeah. There is the root cause that even cause scar tissue is what people call the myocarditis and pericarditis.
Yeah.
Those inflammations inside or outside of the heart. There is research that says it's related to infections, parasitic infections, and it's no coincidence that people have been injected bioweapons and then, as an adverse reaction, having the myocarditis, pericarditis.
I was just going to bring that up, so I know we don't necessarily talk about this on this live stream, but myo and pericarditis, the death rates have shot up for those over the last 2 years. That's all I'm going to say.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
I mean, it's no coincidence. It's no coincidence that bioweapons, parasitics, have been found inside of the vials, parasitic organisms. And people are this has been talked for a long time. People know about this for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
They know about it. They just won't put their head in the sand like it's la, like it's not happening. It's yeah.
People have been killed for this, actually. Doctors have been addressing this stuff for some time. They've been killed for this kind of stuff, actually.
I wouldn't doubt it, man. This, yeah.
So,
Wait,
just a
what?
bit. Sorry.
Parasites named them what?
You might have to ask.
In general, people are being killed for this kind of stuff. Anyways, yeah, we gotta. What was
I've
that?
just
Any
come in.
questions?
I've literally just come in. I'm intrigued. I want to know. Like, what do you mean? What, like, parasites from what?
Parasites from what? So naturally, you will get a, how do you say, a so when you're born from your mother's birth passage, you will get certain organisms that you grow with from your mom's skin.
Oh, for sure.
Your father.
That she shouldn't have.
So you get certain flora from a natural environment that is part of your symbiosis, is part of your flora in the body that grows with you. But then children, newborns are being given these bioweapons that basically resets the system and introduce certain organisms that
Are
have
you talking
been
about more
weaponized.
so in the modern world? Yeah, more so in the West. It's less common in the East, would you say?
No, well, naturally, you will get, you might get a parasitic infection, let's say from mosquitoes. You get bite by a percentage of mosquitoes or flies that carry certain larvae.
Oh, I thought you were talking about things like cowpole. You know,
No.
things like
I'm talking in general.
Modern people would use. Yeah.
I'm talking in general. You could get parasitic infection naturally and get rid of them pretty easily, but under today's environment, we're getting them included in the cocktails that we've been injected with, and even foods and other. The environment is just can bring these infections to the body. But the ones that I'm talking about that are causing like the major issues are the ones that are actually being injected into people. Okay. I'm sorry,
like
it's difficult to talk. It's difficult to talk about this.
I get you. I shouldn't have said that, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. Because, like, here's a weird. I'll tell you a true story right now, right, about my brother, who had his preschool jabs. And bear in mind, I'm 33, and my brother's 5 years older than me. So before he went to primary school, you know, I'm talking about 20, 25, 30 years ago, right? So this is before any of this schmovid, yeah. He after he had his preschool jabs, he came home and he said that he'd lost sight in his left eye. He literally his left eye was damaged from whatever happened to him, right? So he has no vision in his left eye because of whatever he took. And this was 30 odd years ago, I'm talking about.
Yeah. This is an actual common adverse reaction. People will get infections and they will lose eyesight. And this happens so many times. They will lose eyesight from one eye. I actually, my father-in-law, to him happened the same thing. The same thing happened to him. That happened to your brother.
Do you know what I mean? Like, so for me, I've always been like cautious of that sort of shit. You know, like my mum. After that happened to my older brother. My mother made sure that me and my sister didn't take the same thing. Right. So I'm blessed with parents that sort of, you know, have an own mind.
In the 80s, parents were suing the pharmaceutical. They were suing the pharma and winning in court, and that's why they went to the government, and the government passed the 1986 Vaccine Compensation Act that makes the pharmaceutical industry
not liable. The makers of the vaccines not liable.
But yeah, just to finish off on my point, just really quickly, guys. When we're talking about the increase of myo and pericarditis over the last 2 years, luckily enough, I didn't take it. I haven't had any of those jabs that have been offered to me every single week for the past 3-4 years, and I still get text messages every week telling me to go and get my flu jab. But being as I've got the condition that I've got, I do wonder that if I'd have taken any of these, remedies over the last 2 years, shall we say, whether I'd actually be sitting here now. Because
I'm so happy you didn't.
Yeah, me too. Because the death rate has gone through the bloody roof of these things. Sorry, I don't want to keep on about this subject for too long.
Wow.
Scary stuff, Mix, right?
It's scary because, like, how...
Well, I didn't even know you were still about, Jedi. I'm glad to hear your voice. Great to hear you.
Yeah, me too. Like, when he came on here, because we all heard that he'd passed on, and it was like, oh, wow. I didn't know. I was kind of beside myself when I heard it first. I was like, yeah, no way, dude. Like, that... And yeah, they were like, dude, really? I was like, shit, okay. But
parasitic. This is a paper. Man. This is a paper from the NIH. It's called "Parasitic Diseases of the Heart," and it says the protozoan parasite Entamoeba historical rarely causes pericarditis, while Toxoplasma gondii may cause myocarditis, usually in immune-compromised hosts. The larva forms on the tapeworms. Solium may cause space-occupying lesions in the heart. So parasitic infection causes these problems.
Does it also cause your immune system to start attacking you?
Yes.
So here we go. So one of those diseases...
Sounds like AIDS.
One of those diseases is called alopecia, where your immune system starts attacking your own hair follicles. Now, I've had this for the last 15 years. For 18 months, I lost every single hair on my body. Now, luckily for me, it's grown back, but I still get patches of alopecia, my immune system attacking my hair follicles on my head. I'm missing about a 16th of the hair on my head at the moment in different patches. Because
is there a way that diet can correct it, though?
That's what we're talking about, buddy.
That's what we're talking about right now. Exactly what.
And the parasitic infection has been also known for hair problems, skin problems, and that's part of it. The health, because remember, there is today what is promoted is a deficiency in nutrition, which is bad foods, right? And this is why people have nutrient deficiency, and then an excess of toxicity, an excess of bad stuff in the body that's promoted, right? And then the root cause of many problems, immune problems, is infections causing inflammation, and parasitic infections are the most common ones. So yeah, it's a big topic. We're talking about cancer, pneumonia, diabetes, arthritis, bipolar disease, Lyme disease. Most of the diseases that you see that are heart diseases is all parasitic infections, bro. I'm telling you.
But it's weird because we're so removed from what we know we're supposed to eat that it's so hard to know what we are supposed to eat, in a sense. No?
Well, we got we've been talking about this for quite a bit now, like months already, and I think we've got a real good beat on what is the proper human diet, as I would term it, because I'm using a term that Dr. Ken Berry has been using on. You gotta look him up on YouTube, because I could tell you, and it's all like another YouTube like guru, but it's not that. I give it a shot just to look at the information, like hear him out. And the reason why a lot of people are going with the carnivore keto diet, and a lot of the myths that are talked about it, and a lot of the myths being dispelled because of the fact that there's research to follow up. Like, it's not just, this isn't some like fad diet. This is like the way we've always ancestrally appropriate foods have been eating in the past. But it's just the fact that with all this new day and age of like high,
the results show for themselves, basically.
Yeah. To me, it's like I know that people have been eating this way because we have old people. So old people are the best example of why I know this is working, because that's how they used to eat. They used to eat lard. They used to eat bacon fat. They used to eat like beef,
eggs all over the place.
Eggs. Yeah.
Well, I heard about Jordan Peterson taking on a diet of just raw meat.
Yeah, I mean, it's
someone saying to him like, "Oh, that I don't know whether they said sort of like that's extravagant or something," and he said actually it's quite dull, having to just eat that, right? But he lost their family. I think his whole family done it, and they lost weight apparently. So
yeah, it's more to deal with like the actual balance of hormone, like because there's a lot of nutrients that we don't understand are part of our daily life that we need, like we actually need. Like there's a lot of things in nutrition we don't know that we like. The information of carbs and like fats, like what fuel source are you going to be utilizing in your body, like to be working at an efficient, what is it that's going to be beneficial to you, and what is non-essential? Like, because if you're eating a high carb diet and then you mix in some high fats, you're not going to utilize those fats because your carbs are going to be being burned up. It's going to be the fuel source for your body. And people usually find out like they just store the fat. Like where else can the fat go but into your body, into your arteries?
But isn't that just because people aren't as active as they should be?
Yeah, that's true. You can use carbs to be burned as a fuel, but at the same time, the fats that you're consuming is a big part of the reason why people don't understand. Like, hey man, I've been doing all this exercise and the weight just doesn't come off. Like, what's going on? Like, it's
because like humans used to be a lot more active, didn't they, than nowadays?
Well, okay, so I'm just going to give you an example just for kind of me pointing this out. When I started this journey, I wasn't doing anything. I was just like doing crypto, sitting on my computer and just hanging around. And I started the carnivore keto diet about 6 months already ago. And I was just like not doing much. And I started to lose a lot of weight. Like I went from 238 pounds to like now 180.
You still felt healthy. You still felt like you got energy and everything. Right?
At the beginning, I was in a bad way with my health. I had anxiety. I had just multiple. I had my back issues.
But not mental, but physical, like back issues. But is that previous though? Is that like from an injury, or it's always been?
No, I grew. Yeah, the doctor said I had like my alignment or something wasn't right or something. I would have back inflammation of one of my discs. My disc would get inflamed. And
I've had the same. Yeah, I've had the doctor say the same thing about my upper back, more so my shoulders. How my blades, they're apparently a bit abnormal, but it's not nothing. It's not nothing too serious.
But inflammation is there's an underlying cause for that, and I think they try to give it like because that's just genetically that it's how you were born into the world and so forth, but there's still something that aggravates it. You know what I mean? There's a trigger because it doesn't always that way. It just happens.
Right, and it comes down to diet, I guess.
Right. So yeah, and so getting back to like all of this, like you're fixing a lot of issues that your body has when you're going in a bad way with your health. Some things that you don't even know, like were tied in together. And so like I'm telling you, like I wasn't exercising, I wasn't working out, and I started to drop all that extra weight that I was carrying. And so when I did that, everything started to come into focus. My mental acuity, my testosterone levels shot up, my endurance, like I could do more. And it was almost like I was getting better and better every week, every month. And so now I'm at a place where it's like I really gained a lot of steam. Like I'm lifting weights and I'm doing things, and I'm at work. Like I'm at work like as if it was when I was in my 20s. Like I'm throwing things, I'm moving around, and I'm like working hard. And my body's at the level of like the least amount of physical exertion, but I can lift heavy things now. Yeah, before it wasn't that way though, Jim. It was like I still had strength, but it was like, I don't know, man. Like I can tell you, I was still struggling, but I feel this way. It fixed a lot of issues. So keto carnivore, it's definitely the sweet spot for me, and I'm so far I've been happy. It's like I eat what I want, and until I'm satiated. I don't. I just like little. How much food until I'm full? Until I can't.
You don't overdo it. You just eat when you need.
Yeah, just eat when you need and eat when eat till you're full. How much water do I drink? Drink when you're thirsty. Your body's gonna tell you when you're thirsty. Just drink water. Don't drink water when you're not thirsty. Let's put it that way.
Only water though. You wouldn't like. You never have a coffee or a tea or.
Yeah, well, you can. This coffee it just depends on like don't drink it with sugars and stuff. But
well, I've actually substituted sugar for honey. I know it's still bad, but it's probably better than honey. It's probably better than sugar, isn't it? So.
Well, and the way I'm looking at it though is to making sure that you have the best possible. You're giving your body the best possible chance to recover from the bad ways that we all had those crazy kind of like.
Well, I think the bad thing that I do is lack of sleep, and that's where your body repairs, isn't it? And I think where I do abuse my body is the lack of sleep. That's where you repair.
That's huge.
Sure.
Yeah, that is so huge, man. It's key. Like having the right amount of sleep. Sometimes you have to make it a point, bro. Like you just gotta put off some things. You're like, dude, I need to have my good amount of sleep. And I tell you, with that amount of sleep and then eating this way, you wake up like a freaking steam engine. Like you're ready to take on the world. But if you have lack of sleep and you're eating this way, you will still feel a little bit deficient. Like something's not right. So yeah, I would recommend make sure that you get plenty of rest, but don't overdo it with the water. Don't overdo it with the exercise either. Like it's not about like going until you're
all in moderation.
Yeah, I would say having an active lifestyle is pretty good. That's good enough. I mean, just be active. Don't make it a point to sit down all day long, or like what's it called?
Do it on the other extreme.
Other extreme. Be working out like a crazy wild man. You don't have to do that. Like some people think like I got to spend like an hour and a half, and you don't have to do that. Like just and then on weights, if you're doing any weights, get some heavy stuff, and lift, and go to muscle fatigue. You don't have to go like to 20 sets or something. You just do enough sets like to where it's just enough to where you get that muscle fatigue and then stop.
Well, what I've been doing lately actually is collecting a lot of firewood and just sawing it up so that.
That's great, man. That is super.
Up to a right size, so at least I'm being active in a sense.
Yeah, you got to do something where you're burning that fuel, which is the fat that you're taking in. So if you're going this way, definitely, I recommend.
Yeah, there's one thing that I heard in the Bible that really keeps haunting me. In a sense, it's like it says, if a man doesn't do a day of work, then he shouldn't eat. And
you don't work, you don't eat. Yeah. Well, you know what was weird, and I'm gonna tell it to you like this. I was thinking, you know what, I'm gonna get in my crypto game. I'm gonna make some money. I'm gonna have to work. I'm gonna do that. And so I made some pretty good money. And I was thinking like I had a good way to go about it.
But it's not physical work, is it? It's not something that requires food after, is it?
Right. Or physicality. Like
the mental can drain you. Like if it's actually mentally challenging, it can drain you.
Yeah. But I wasn't actually active.
Yeah, exactly. It's yeah.
But what happened was the bear market came and it destroyed all my gains. Like I went from I had 50K invested in just
no way.
Onto so I mean,
and you're in no control of that, so it's just
And then I was like, because I do believe in the biblical like text, and what you just said right now, it was like speaking to me like, why am I thought maybe God wanted me to be away from a job and like not be in debt and debt and all that, but it was.
But you got to be active, man. It's like, and I always thought about Bruce Lee. What Bruce Lee has said about water. It's always got to be flowing. You can't let it be stagnant.
Flowing.
And if we're like 70% water and we're doing nothing, what's happening to that 70% water? Is becoming stagnant. You got to be moving. You got to be doing something.
Exactly. So, and now it made more sense. When I started working, it all came very clear to me. I was like, yep, I know why God put me in this position. So he wanted me to see what it was like so that I can understand the value of what I was doing. But not only that, when I came at it again, I'm going to come at it more prepared than it was before, which was when you go to work and you're in a bad way with health, you don't want to be at work. You loathe it. You just like want to be away from it. You don't. But when you're in a good way with your health, you're just like, let's freaking go. You're just like anything that.
It's funny for me because I got all the perks because most of the jobs I worked, I done a lot of pot wash in it and in kitchens, and you get all the perks of like being able to eat whatever you want most of the time, depending on where you're working, how strict it is, or who you know what I mean, who you're working for. If it's someone you already know, like head chef you've already worked for. But I used to come to points where I'd feel hungry, but then you work for 3 hours and then you're like, the hunger has passed. It's like the movement in your stomach. It's all you needed is just to like move the liquids in your stomach, and then you're like, actually, I don't feel hungry now.
So
and you passed it.
I'm thankful for everything now these days, and I'm just like, whatever comes my way, I come. But I know that the value is you got to keep moving. Even if you don't have a job, you got to keep doing something. Be productive every single day. Do something.
Yeah, it also reminds me of a phrase someone said about like, you've got this monkey in your mind, right? Yeah. And you've got to keep the monkey occupied, right? So that you don't have to listen to the monkey, in a sense, right?
That's a way to put it, but yeah.
Yeah, like you're doing an active task, yeah? So the monkey in your brain doesn't... And I'm not talking in evolution terms, don't worry, guys. Like, I'm a flat earther, don't worry.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I think it was some philosopher who said it, I can't remember, but you've got like the monkey brain, yeah, that wants to do and touch and like has to you know what I mean, like affect the now, yeah, whereas you've got to be able to control it. But by doing a task that's productive, keeps that monkey occupied, yeah, and it stops you from thinking about all bad shit or whatever that might drag you down and all that. It keeps you occupied so you don't, you know what I mean? It just works.
Hey, check this link that I put in there for this whey protein. Gemc, Jedi, and then Timbo, everybody was talking earlier. I put it in there for you guys.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, this is the unflavored version. It's just what I was looking for. I've already ordered something from Anthony, so I know they have pretty good regulations on how this is produced, so I can put in my smoothies. So I'm ready to go. I'm gonna order one of these, actually, perhaps two.
What's that? Protein. Have you all guys, I'm sure all of you guys have been seeing those ads of, what's it called? What's that fucking fuel or Huel or whatever? Some protein shake.
I think I've heard of that, but to hide.
I was wondering if anyone's tried it out in here. I keep seeing the adverts everywhere. But isn't that sort of like vegan based, isn't it?
Possibly. Yeah. Anyways, I'm probably gonna get going because I'm gonna get some Z's.
No worries then, buddy. Sounds like it's like 9:45 here. What's the time for you?
I'm working with like 3:45 in the morning. So.
Yeah. I was wondering what you were doing up at this time in the morning, mate. You got work tomorrow or today?
Yeah. Well, yeah, later on today. So.
Okay, buddy. Make sure you get your right amount of sleep. I don't want you sluggish when you wake up.
Yeah, I'll probably.
Yeah, just like we were saying.
Exactly.
Get some sleep.
All right, gentlemen. I'm gonna catch you on the flip side.
Take care, big man.
Later.
Catch them Z's, bro. So has anyone else changed their diet recently?
Not recently, mate. I still consume far too much sugar. I don't know how I'm not diabetic, to be honest with you. Something that I've really got to cut out of my diet.
Well, see, I have a weird thing that I outdone it early on in my life as a kid, you know, and now I'm more of a savoury. I have a taste for the savoury now, but when it comes to hot drinks, I have to have it has to be sweet. So that's why I have to have honey in it now. At least I've got rid of sugar, and like when I've run out of honey and I have to have sugar in it, it just tastes so much worse than honey. So yeah.
I don't mind honey so much. I detested it as a child, but yeah, it's probably something I can use to compensate because I would say I have a sweet tooth. I think all my teeth are sweet, to be honest with you. So yeah, I've got to have something sweet within my diet. So honey would naturally be the right way to go, I would have assumed.
Yeah, it is quite nice, man. Because like I would normally have about 4 sugars with any drink, tea or coffee, and that's quite a lot, isn't it? So that's 2 teaspoons of honey, because it's like twice the strength, twice the sweetness.
I might just end up drinking the honey and forgetting the coffee.
Yeah, it's good with tea because I used to be real coffee addict. Like I used to be tea, and then I went when I was younger, and when I got a bit older, I was coffee for a while, for quite a while, and then when I got rid of sugar and used honey, coffee just didn't taste really that good unless it was all milk coffee. Yeah. Like with water, it just didn't bind well. I don't think coffee and the honey, it just didn't taste that nice. So, but with tea, it's fucking fantastic. So,
Yeah, I don't like milk. Can't have that in coffee or tea. I have to have my coffee black. Yeah, definitely have to have my coffee black. And I went off tea as well for some reason. It started tasting too bitter.
I do like my tea strong though. I don't like too much milk in my tea. I do like that tea taste.
Yeah, you've got to have a tea taste, otherwise it's just hot milk. Hot watery milk at that.
Yeah.
So forgive my ignorance, Jim Jam. I'm starting to recognise your name. We have spoken before, haven't we? Like maybe
sure. Years ago, I'm sure. Like, because I remember that you went away for a while, and I was like, what happened to Jedi, man? Like, where was that? Where did that guy go?
I just went and done other.
It's nice to hear your voice, and nice to hear you're here, and you're still about. That's good.
I've only been back 3 weeks. I haven't been back that long.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I come back at the right time then, didn't I? Like, there you go.
Quite a few people have started coming back that haven't been around for a while. I don't know if you remember a guy called... Well, Miggy had been away for a bit as well, I heard. He'd taken...
Yeah, Miggy had been away for a while as well. It was nice to chat to him. It was nice.
Do you remember a guy called Bong Sao?
Who? But yeah, I think so in this survey. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, crazy Bruce Lee Batman Asian dude.
Asian dude. Yeah.
So he popped up yesterday, and he's been away for longer.
Yeah, he must have. Has he been away for a while? Has he? Like,
yeah.
I just thought he'd still been a regular here, man. Because I've been over in Geo's for a bit, and the others, you know. But yeah.
How is Geo's server, mate? How's he doing?
I don't know. I just left it, man. I just got I just got a bit pissed off, man. Like today, like because they just muted me because I was too drunk.
Oh,
you know. Yeah, but like, you know, I don't really talk unless I drink, so it's like I hardly ever talk, and then they can't handle me. So yeah.
Fair enough, mate. Fair enough.
Well, they just muted me, and I just couldn't handle it. I just couldn't be bothered with it, so I just left. Yeah, they would have unmuted me after a while, but you know, I just couldn't bother with it. But it is good though. There, to be honest, I'm not. You know, just a stupid drunken rage that I left, but it is good there. To be honest, like I do think the moderation is a bit too soft, but yeah, a little bit too soft. But it is why people want to go back there, because they sort of feel like they've got the freedom to express themselves in a sense.
I guess I could understand that.
But yeah, I think Geo just does keep getting the hints that he does need to tighten it up a bit, and you know.
Well, I remember Geo from long ago, and he always had this idea of running his own server. So I'm glad he's actually got up and started doing that now, because it seemed like he was talking about it more than actually doing anything about it. But yeah, I'm glad he's done it.
Yeah, definitely, man, and it has gone well. But a lot of people do tell him that it's just too nice, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Geo's always been like that, and I have to take my hat off and respect him for it. That's just the way he is. He wants to give I guess.
I do as well.
Analysis.
I feel like I want to be that way as well, you know, and I am quite a lot of the time. But
yeah, I don't know. I think sometimes that can be. I don't want to give him a critical analysis.
A double-edged sword. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. So he'll get into lots of conversations, but people will walk all over him at the same time.
I don't know. I've heard him hold his own for a bit as well in there. So
okay, that's quite surprising. Okay.
He will. He will. If it's especially someone that gets on his nerves. I've noticed that.
Okay. No, that's fine. I haven't spoken to Geo for a long time, so I wish him all the best. His endeavour.
Patient than most people.
I've popped in there myself a few times, listened to some conversations, had maybe one chat or two, but I haven't experienced it that much, so I'm not really going to say too much. It would be unfair of me to do so, I would have thought.
Yeah, no, it's all right, man.
So Flat Earth then, I guess, if anybody's out on YouTube at this time of the morning, whatever side of the Atlantic you're on, or even if you're an Australian viewer, anybody watching on YouTube and you want to come and have a conversation about the Earth, what you think it is, what you believe it is, what you know it is, come on and have a chat. I'm sure Nightbot is posting a link. We're quite easy to find. So hit the link, go to voice check-in, or jump straight into the room and we'll unmute you. If anybody wants to come in and have a chat with us, predominantly English Flat Earthers at the moment, We're the only guys that are speaking. I don't know if Gemsy's still around or whatnot. But yeah, come and join the conversation if you want to have a conversation about the Earth. Or health and nutrition, as we've been talking about for the past hour. Maybe you can help me get off my sugar addiction. But yeah, hit the link. Anybody on YouTube wants to have a conversation about the Earth? That would be awesome. Remind me, Jim Jam, how did you become a flat earther? What happened? How long have you been a flat earther? Tell me all about that.
Oh, ages ago, and it didn't take long. It was literally the 200 proofs. Eric DeBay. And it was mainly just about the oceans and about the water and about what we think that the oceans curve for hundreds of miles. Like,
yeah.
Why did I never think of that? What I've been made to believe that the oceans, like where there's the hugest stretch of water, like there would be the hugest bulge of water, like in the middle, like it would be nearly thousands of miles high. Really? Is that what people believe? Is that really reality? Nah, surely not. I mean, the physics of water. No way. Yeah, that was it for me. It didn't take long. It was just that, and I was like, no way. Why did I never think about that? Like what had me that never allowed me to think of that logic, like that, how that breaks logic. Yeah, that was it for me. I just couldn't believe that. Like, what?
I think maybe I had this experience when I was younger. So, say going down to I don't know, to the coast with my parents or whatever, going for a swim in the sea, and looking out the horizon and asking my dad if that was the curve of the Earth. Just like little questions like that, going into aeroplanes and asking my dad, "Oh, look, it's the curve of the Earth." Yeah. It's, for me, this is what we were taught. Yeah, we might have little questions in it, but everybody believes it, and we're all, together in this idea that the Earth's a ball. And I turn on the TV and there's Star Trek and there's, stories about other balls in space. So it is obviously a ball. I'm just asking questions about it and how it works. There goes the sun. Why is it not falling to the ground? Oh, because of gravity. And why is the moon not because of gravity? And it's in orbit. Yeah. They give us all of these stories. So for a young child, we might look at the horizon, we might look at the water, and understand that when I drink my juice in the morning with my breakfast, that the water's level on the surface. But the Earth is so big that eventually it does start curving over distance. So I think it's, when people turn around to me, and it's the same experience I had, right? I watched a video on YouTube. From that moment on, you were with someone else who was, asking the questions that you were asking maybe 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago when you were a child. And
I'll tell you about another experience I had, though, that I'd never really clocked. Like, at the time, I must have been about 14. I don't know if you guys can remember when apparently there was a probe landing on Titan. And I was so excited about this, right?
Rings a bell, yeah.
Yeah, and when it happened, I went looking on Google for images of it, and I was just like, wow, this all looks like computer generated. And I had like tingles all over my body, like this is really important. Like what you're looking at is really important. And I'm like, I couldn't understand it because I was still in that mindset of space freak, So it never really, but my body was trying to tell me, hold on, you're actually witnessed something that is going against what you think you believe. My body was trying to tell me, but my mind was like, nah. I want to see the images of them stepping down on the probe, dropping down on Titan.
Yeah.
And it was so. It's so weird how my whole body was like goosebumps, hair standing on edge, and it was like a weird. Do you know what I mean? It was like my body was trying to tell me, something ain't right here. It was so weird, and I couldn't understand it. But now I do.
I think I understand what you're saying, buddy. I mean, it's a common argument now, and I talk about it all the time about how you can't have gas without a container. Yeah. Take me back about 30 years, 35 years or so, to about 10 to 15 years old, watching Star Trek and Star Wars, and always watching the battles in space and looking at the planets and thinking to myself, why's the gas not? How's the gas staying there? And it'd be a fleeting thought. I wouldn't dwell too much upon it. But I do remember just staring at these planets, and when spaceships are flying past them or whatever on the TV screen, thinking to myself, it doesn't seem right. There's something in this. But obviously, I carried on with my day.
Yeah, because my dad's a big Star Wars fan. So I always had that on when I was young. But I never really saw too much in it. I always saw it as fantasy, in a sense. But I do remember once when I was like proper young that I asked my mum why are the clouds moving, and she said that's the speed of the Earth moving, and I was like, what? Shut up.
What?
Yeah, I know. Like, I was like, what? But I think it was just something just to keep me occupied, didn't it?
Quite possibly, because that would be the proper. Sorry, no disrespect to your mum, but that might be one of the laziest parental answers I've ever heard.
Oh yeah, definitely, I agree. Like, I think it was just to keep me like thinking about it. Like, oh shit, that will keep him occupied, you know.
The next day, Mum, why are the clouds going in a different direction to the way they were yesterday? The Earth's changed spinning direction.
But obviously, when you hear that, and then you think, well, why are only the clouds being affected?
Yeah.
Right? it's just so logical. Like, why only the clouds?
Oh dear, I don't know. But yeah, it is obvious when you think about it, and when you watch a YouTube video and somebody's thought about it and they start explaining it to you, then you're in a safe place to start thinking about it yourself. Now, at that point, you can either completely dismiss it or you can think about it. That's up to you. But I think with most people, the majority of people would have suggested when they see that video on YouTube, that's the first time they've ever been in a safe space to question these things that they haven't questioned for a while.
Well, for me, I feel like it's quite natural for me to, go against the norm. So it wouldn't be so hard for me to choose something that was so against everyone else, if you know what I'm saying. But I was there, a space freak like everyone else. So,
Have you seen the Lego movie?
And then all of a sudden, boom, boom. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, boom. That one thing, boom. That was it. I was logic had me straight back on Earth.
I think this is how they get us as well. So you say it's very similar to what a lot of other people say, and I say myself. I was a space freak, right? I love space. Yeah, that's how they fucking get you. Straight away. It's either dinosaurs or stories about space, especially if you're a boy. It's either dinosaurs or it's rockets to the moon and Star Wars and Star Trek and space adventures. That's how they get you.
Yeah. I did love all the space shit, but I wasn't really into all the sort of space movies, strangely.
I just used to watch anything on TV that was even a documentary about space. So the planets, anything like that. And I don't know if you remember when Brian Cox done his series about 20 years ago. Yeah.
Sorry. Go on. Yeah, no, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, I would easily eat that up. And if it was repeated again, I'd probably watch it again, to be honest with you. Because maybe just like most people,
Brian Cox, I used to watch that, yeah. I used to watch that before I turned, yeah, man. I was hot on that. But, like, you just reminded me about a turning point I had where I was watching, the American program called The Universe. where they
yes.
You had Neil deGrasse Tyson on there and loads of others, and I can just remember when they used an analogy of a beer, right, and bubbles for different universes, and I'm like, am I watching a science program or am I watching fucking bullshit? What the fuck is going on here? Like, I could just remember that as a little bit of a turning point, and that was even before I heard about flat Earth, and I'm like questioning, is this a scientific program?
Right.
Really? Yeah, and yeah, it just sounded like Hollywood, man.
I think it's clever how they do it as well. So you'll watch one TV documentary about, I don't know, what happens during seasonal cycles on the Earth and what animals come out. You know, that type of stuff. David Attenborough type of stuff, right? And then
how they tell us that the sun is further away in the summer and closer in the winter. Yeah, I love those ones.
yeah. But they'll get you with, you know, a gazelle being chased by a cheetah, and then because it's the same voice, they'll get you with stories from space. So this is what happens on Saturn.
Oh, but this is so great, though. Surely you must notice this, obviously being from England, when you see, because it's still enjoyable watching the David Attenborough thing, but when it cuts to the CGI zooming out into the globe, you know what I mean? Like, oh my god, it's so funny just to watch that. It's like, you really think you can trick me with that? Like, I can't believe everyone else is, but still. It's crazy, isn't it? How they get you with just that. Like, they give you all of the nice HD animals, real life, and then they zoom out and show you this cartoon globe, and you're like, really? Really? David Attenborough? Are you going to really lower yourself to this? Well done. Fair play.
It's why it's better for the human brain to read books than watch television programs with somebody talking and you've got pictures. Because when you read books, you're taking care of everything else. So if you're reading Harry Potter, in your imagination, you've made up these characters when it's describing the areas of, say, Hogwarts. You're thinking about it within your head. You watch the movie, and it's giving you all of those things, even subconsciously. So when you're watching a program about space and you're listening to the narration about these stories, you are watching images that I subconsciously, whether you're looking at them or not, and consciously looking at them, subconsciously they're getting into your brain.
Right.
So the difference,
and your imagination will conjure them.
Well, you don't need to imagine now. You've got the image already. They've given you the bloody image.
But it's almost like they're hijacking your imagination. It's like,
yes,
because it's in the subconscious. It's like, here's what you're gonna sort of think of, you know, because this is what you're not conscious of, but you've eaten it up already.
Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. I liked it when you said hijacking. So yeah, pretty much. You've got a new medium, a visual one that wasn't taken care of with books. So they've now hijacked your imagination by giving you what you would be imagining. Don't need to imagine it. Here it is.
They're giving you, it's like the most recent image you've seen, isn't it?
Yep.
And that's all what TV is, like programs.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. If you've been down the conspiracy path any longer than 3 years, yeah, that's exactly what TV is. It's obviously programming, but this is how they do it, and they get you from a young age, and it's just the hijacking, because I like that word, the hijacking of your imagination. Here are the images. You don't need to think about it for yourself.
Yeah, they're readily available.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They give you things to grasp on, you know.
It's clever the way that they've done it. I can't take anything away from them. I mean, they're evil for doing it, but ultimately, they're very clever in the way that they've done it. How they've managed
I'm sure they've tested it. I'm sure they've done it. Like, if you think about it in the really harsh way, they've probably done some really harsh experiments on people and showed that this works. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
So, you know, like, I don't think they would try shit if they haven't already known that it will work. I don't know. That's the way I think that it would work.
But it's also works as an authoritative mouthpiece. So when we turn on the TV and we have a documentary or the news, right? And maybe we're a little bit more critically thinking about news these days, but I'm going back to when I was younger, so 80s, 90s. When we were... Oh, hold on, I've got somebody at the door, mate, sorry.
Takeaway at 10 in the morning. What's wrong with you, Jedi? Hungry?
That's his Amazon delivery.
No, it wasn't my fucking... It was next door's. No, that pisses me off. I can't even remember what I was talking about now, guys. I do apologise. That threw me right off. But yeah, picking up an Amazon.
Yeah, well, someone recap for us.
No, we were talking about hijacking reality and they're bastards for doing it, but they're very clever in the way that they've done it, I think was my overarching point.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. But how weird is it to know that the power is in your hands by if you don't watch the TV, right, then they don't have an audience to the propaganda. How cool is that? But here's the other thing though, then you lose touch with other people because they're all stuck in that matrix. So you can't be relevant with other people if you're not in touch with what all the shit that they watch. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just the kind of story.
It's that balance you got to find, isn't it?
It's the story of going to work the next day and talking about what you saw on TV. Now, if you're a kid, when you go to school the next day after watching, say, Blackadder for the first time, yeah, you had to watch Blackadder to keep up what was going on the next day in your peer group at school. But that's just a small microcosm of the larger macrocosm. That, yeah, if you don't keep up with what's going on the TV, slowly but surely, you won't have anything to talk about with your friends at work because you're not... The argument that happened in the EastEnders last night, all of that kind of trivial bollocks knowledge. Now, did you see this last night? Did you see that? Because 3/4 of the population are sitting at home watching TV. It's really clever the way that they've done it. I don't know if you know the story about the transition between TV in the valleys in Wales. So before they had TV and then when they had TV. So in the valleys in Wales, the mining communities, they had large communities that were very much built around the pits and the pubs. So the two Ps, pits and pubs. They went to work in the pits and afterwards they went to the pubs. But what they did is they were always communal. They always looked after themselves in their different valleys and in their villages. They were always taking care of the community, the infrastructure of the community if they weren't at work. They were always able to help each other because they were very tightly knit communities. Then TV came along. And what happened is obviously the pits started to close, not because of TV, but because of other things. But then the pubs started to close as well, primarily because nobody was going to the pub anymore because everybody was staying home watching TV. So where you had 2, 3, 4, 5 families and the children playing around in the grass areas around the valleys whilst the parents were talking about the politics of the day. The parents weren't sitting around talking about the politics of the day anymore because they were at home watching TV. That transition took a year. And that was directly, well, I think it was 1951 or 2. So the culture changed within a year from very busy, public, kind of close-knit.
Well, the direction of awareness, almost. It's like you said, that they were almost aware of the politics.
Yes.
Right? Whereas now, it's like it's more about being aware of EastEnders or whatever.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
exactly.
It's ridiculous.
So where we had people were talking amongst each other and resolving any issues amongst each other, whether that be, a barn needs a new roof or there's been a water leak or a deeper political issue within the area, to not talking about it, not conversing about it, and going to receive information from a TV box. I think I remember a paragraph summing up that the valleys used to be alive with children singing and adults talking about the politics of the day. A year later, there was nobody on the valleys. Everybody was indoors watching TV. Scary stuff, man.
Dangerous.
Now look at the world. It didn't take long for them to develop technology that puts TV screens in the palm of our hands 24/7, right?
Right, but in a way that could, like, I feel, in a sense, that it can make people sick of it. You know, like, whereas with our parents' generation, I'd say, like, they grew up with the radio, and then all of a sudden the TV comes out. That's amazing, you know? Whereas we grew up with PlayStation and fucking everything, you know?
Yeah.
And it's just like, we can see how degrading it is, and how much time people just waste off of it, and that's what it is for, in a sense, you know.
It always makes me kind of smile and giggle to myself that back in the day, we always used to hear from fringe Christian groups that pop music and TV was bad for you. Crazy, right? 30, 40 years later, I'm sitting here nodding my head going, yeah, TV and computer games and all of that stuff, pop music, are bad for you. They do influence you. It's like violent computer games. I don't know if you remember back in the 80s and the 90s. Computer games that are violent breed violence. Okay, so we heard that on the TV, but we got more computer games and we got more choices with the computer games, and they become much, much more violent and much more available to children. With out of one side of their mouth, they're giving us all the ability, all the computer games to be more violent, and out the other side of their mouth, they're saying, you know, these things make you violent, right? And then what we would do is we would either, I don't know, thumb our noses at it. As children, we would be like, nah, I'm just going to do it anyway.
And I can remember it being challenging to try and get, you know, like a 18 game as like being a 14-year-old trying to buy a 18 game, you know.
Yeah, cool. Get told you can't do something.
At my age, but not nowadays. Oh no. They don't blink an eye at CEX or any of these places, you know, for 15-year-olds that want Call of Duty or any of them.
But it's fine, right?
But I used to feel like it was bad that I was playing a game that was above my age. I don't think kids feel like that these days. Like,
I remember watching Nightmare on Elm Street at the age of 7 years old at 6:30 in the morning because I came downstairs, woke up early, and my parents.
7 at the age of 11, thinking, "What the fuck."
I think my dad had watched it the night before, and it was still in the video recorder. Bloody hell, I'm old. But yeah, I just pressed play, and I was watching at least half hour, 45 minutes of it before my dad came downstairs and hit the fucking roof. But yeah, 7, 8 years old, I watched Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah, do you remember the film 7 though? Fucking hell.
Oh, I remember the films.
No, man.
No, there's a film.
I like more. I do like films more so based in reality in a sense. But that film was fucking, a bit much to watch as an 11-year-old. But yeah.
But like I said, like maybe 20 minutes, half an hour ago, this is how they get us. We don't really have a choice when we're a child. We just do what we're told and how our parents guide us. And whatever is happening in the world, or is on TV or available with computer games or whatever music is available to listen to, we're just going to listen to it, whether consciously or subconsciously. We're aware of it. So this is how they get us. Whether we're paying that much attention to the documentary about the planets when we're sitting down playing Lego, it's subconsciously getting into the back of your head. Whether you agree with it or not.
I know. I tried to explain this to my older sister about like all the Disney films, and she's like, "Oh no, but we didn't get brainwashed by that." And I'm like, "What are you talking about, Sarah? Like, how do you know that you haven't been brainwashed by that?" It's like you don't. It doesn't. It's not like you recollect that you've been brainwashed. Do you know what I mean? It shows itself in different ways. You know.
Of course it does. Yeah.
You're not so much aware of it until you sort of like, I don't know, like, do you know what I mean? It's like But all the Disney films, they're fucking evil, man. They're absolute evil. It's ridiculous.
It's very subtle, very clever, very evil. But ultimately,
it's like I've heard many people here on this chat say that, you know, you can't deny, anyone can't deny that you've been brainwashed. All of us have been brainwashed at some level.
probably still being brainwashed now, mate. Or they're attempting to, but yeah, of course, if you're sold a story that you believe that isn't actually true, that's brainwashing. They get us when we're young. And then as we grow older, we get everybody else because, you know, the Earth's a ball spinning in space. I've got 2 kids. And before I was a flat earther, my children were born. And I was very much into space. So I was, you know, I taught my oldest what the sun was and what the Earth was and what was actually happening. Oh, look, there's Venus. Yeah, well done, Chris. Nice one. So I helped. I've got to go and make myself some breakfast. All that talking of food earlier made me hungry and I didn't do anything about it. But yeah, give me 20 minutes, half an hour, and I might be back, Jim. All right.
Right, cool, dude.
Take care, guys.
Yo, is everyone asleep? Sorry, I was getting a drink.